Well, good morning and welcome to the MCC Foundation National Hub Finals Day. I'm Guy Swindles and Kath Dalton alongside me. And Kath, we were here last year, which was a fantastic day. Looking forward to another fabulous day from the Foundation?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure to be here, obviously, at the home of cricket. And as you said, Guy, we were here last year. We were in the box seat last year. We saw two fantastic games of cricket, didn't we? One that went down to the last ball in the girls' final, which was fabulous to see, and hopefully we can have another fantastic day today.
Well, several of the same players are back again. You mentioned Bolton, who plays for Bolton, who hit that winning six off the last ball last year. She is playing again. We have a repeat of last year's girls' final with Guildford against Bolton, so we understand from the Guildford team they're quite looking forward to having another go at this one.
Oh, I think you would, wouldn't you? If you've come here, you know you've lost in the final, but you come back the following year, you want to make sure you give your best performance. And as you said, that shot by Bolton was the standout. I do remember a couple of other girls from the Bolton team who were very good. Megan Russell, their captain, who was one of the standouts on the day. But I'm sure from the Guildford girls' perspective, they'll be right up for this one. And we've got a lovely sunny day as well, so what could be better?
Well, shall we meet some of the players who will be involved this morning and this afternoon?
There's a lot of pressure, I think, this time. They were a good side and they also fought right till the end, so there'll be a bit of rivalry there.
Getting to Lords is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We're just going to go out there and play our game and then hopefully lift the trophy at the end of it.
Last year we obviously lost in the last over, so it's nice going back and hopefully we can win.
We've got a really strong squad out here and I think we've got a really promising outfit. I'm sure that we're going to win on the 29th.
It breaks down social and economic barriers, it's creating memories for life for them.
Going to Lords is like a big dream of mine. I think it's every cricketer's dream.
It's only going to come once. I'm quite excited to finally step into Lords for the first time.
The talent that we've got in the squad, we've got a real balance of aggressive players and calm and natural players.
Our coaches are so supportive of us and they give us such great tips to help us improve.
This year we've got a really solid team.
I think it's probably a slightly stronger team this time.
We know that we're playing Guildford again, so we've said to the girls that Guildford will be better and we need to be.
I'd rate our chances quite highly, yeah.
We've got quite a strong bond.
We get on well with each other and we understand what to do.
We will work hard as a team.
It feels like we've won just getting to Lords already.
We have a very strong batting line-up. Our bowling is very strong as well. We're probably going to beat them quite easily.
I'm anticipating a really one-sided contest.
To play on Lords, learn masses and masses, not just about the game of cricket, but learn about themselves.
Bradford, you're not ready for us, guys.
And we have seen, therefore, that the Bolton are playing Guildford in the girls' match this morning, but an interesting match-up this afternoon as well as Bradford take on Reading in the boys' game. And they sounded moderately confident.
I was going to say, there's a lot of fighting talk there, wasn't there, in that VT, which is excellent to see. It's so great to see so many young girls and boys being so confident in their cricket, and the MCC Foundation, what a fantastic opportunity this is to play at the home of cricket, to play on a wonderful surface. You can see the ground staff, which you'll see later, have done a fantastic job as they always do here at Lords, but an exciting day and as we said, plenty of fighting talk from all the players.
Yeah, and it's a decent boundary as well. There's going to have to be a good hit to make sure that we see a winning six again this year. Just a little bit about the MCC Foundation, founded in 1993. It's the charitable arm of the MCC as we know it around the world, and it aims to transform lives through cricket, and it delivers projects across the UK and around the world. They've got projects in East Africa, South Africa, the Lebanon, Nepal, as well as ensuring that there is free to access training and match play for over 3,000 state educated young cricketers at 77 sites across the UK. As a state educated, not that good a cricketer, I am delighted to see that something is being done to ensure that there is a pathway through that side of education as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I also went to state school, but maybe slightly better cricketer guy.
Sad but true.
But yeah, I mean, we didn't even have any grass at our state school, so there wasn't really much cricket being played. I now work actually in a state school called Shenfield Cricket Academy, which is Shenfield School out in Essex. And we're a state school, but we try to provide as many opportunities for cricket as possible. And we enter all the competitions actually that the private schools also enter. So this pathway is vital and it is very important, because some girls and boys wouldn't have dreamt of playing cricket at all, as we saw in the VT, how much it means to them to be here today.
And the other interesting side of this, as well as getting kids to play cricket, is what playing cricket has done for the kids themselves. Made them more confident, made them feel better about themselves and within their place within society as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I also think, team sports does teach you a huge amount about yourself. It teaches you how to work in a team environment, how to interact with different types of people. So having that is as an opportunity for state school players and children, it's just fantastic to see. They're doing some great work. And on that, as you said about the work overseas as well, Guy, some of my teammates that I currently play cricket with went to Nepal with the MCC, and they saw firsthand the impact they're having, and it's absolutely massive.
Now, as I was also saying, there are Syrian refugees in camps across the Lebanon that they're working with as well. So wonderful that so much is being done by the MCC Foundation overseas. But a little bit closer to home, we're now, I can just see people beginning to emerge from the pavilion as we head towards the 11 o'clock start for the girls' game this morning. And we've mentioned it was a pretty exciting finish last year. I think maybe we should just watch that again.
Everyone's looking nervous, Guy, here.
Including us.
4 required off the last. Anything could happen. Field very close as well.
And that's swung away, and that will be one shot, and that will be the victory. What a way to see her side home. They needed a hero, Bolton, and they found one. With their namesake extraordinarily, Neve Bolton comes in with the team in all sorts of trouble and scores the 9 runs they need for victory. They win by 5 wickets in the final over. What a final in the end, though, that turned out to be, Kath Dalton.
Yeah, that was a nail-biting final in the end. Went down to the wire, didn't it? But that was a fantastic shot for 6 to finish the game.
Well, you just see there they are, players waving to family and friends in the pavilion here, and what an opportunity. I know it's wonderful for the girls and boys to actually be playing at Lord's. It has been mentioned by Kath Dalton that she hasn't quite managed that yet. But also for the family to come along and see your kids playing at the home of cricket.
Yeah, you're right, Guy. I mean, off air, I have said if there's any opportunity out there, anyone listening, I would love to play at Lord's. So the fact that these girls have had the opportunity to play twice at the home of cricket is really special. And as you said, Guy, family, friends, whoever's here to support them will be massively proud, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Well, Bolton girls have won the toss and they've elected to bat, so Bolton will be batting first. They chased last year to win, so an interesting decision from them, from their captain. So it will be interesting to see just how they go about their business. I can see the coaches who have been with the team for a little while. I remember faces from last year, but I'm sure they're getting some very good advice in their shell likes at the moment.
Yeah, there looks like a few notes is being made there, just to make sure they're clear on their plans going into this game. It's obviously such a big game that sometimes those nerves can take over a little bit, can't they? So making sure you're clear on what you're doing. The coach there is just reiterating, I'm sure, a few nice points, but also to remember to just enjoy the occasion, because that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. These are those days you've got to remember, you've got to enjoy and remember, whatever the result, you've got to Lords and you're playing here, because they're all 4 teams who have arrived here today have had a pretty tough journey to make sure that they are the winning teams. As we mentioned, over 3,000 players involved in the hub system. I think there's 70 hubs that have been set up by the MCC Foundation, and these are the final 4.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it? You've got to get past a lot of teams to get to this stage. Fixtures, as they said, as you said, guys, sorry, local fixtures, regional finals, semi-finals, and then today.
And I'm just looking up at the big screen as well, and all the girls are being flashed up on the big screen with their team and who they play for, so it's wonderful for them to be involved as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to see your name up at Lords is a wonderful honour, and these two coming out to bat now have just walked through the long rune. They've experienced that feeling. It's just incredible. The cameras are following them. I'm sure they've never had that before to a normal game of cricket, so very exciting for both of these.
Yeah, Megan Russell and Madehar Hashmat making their way out to the middle, the Bolton openers, as Guildford get ready to try and put pressure on immediately onto the opposition. But what a wonderful moment, and there are some pretty big smiles at the moment as cameramen have to get out of the way, boom mics are thrust to catch up any last wisdom, but like all good cricketers these days, there is a bump of the gloves before they set down to their business.
That's it, you've got to keep the processes the same, haven't you? Even though you're at Lords, I'm sure once they've faced their first delivery, we know what it's like opening the batting. Once you face your first couple of balls, then you just settle into your work. So a big opportunity here. Megan Russell will face the first ball, but a very exciting opportunity for her.
And she was captain last year when Bolton were victorious. Been playing cricket since she was 9, Megan Russell. She's also scored 100, what I can see from the stats we have available.
Yeah, to get your first 100 at this age is a hell of an achievement, isn't it?
We'll talk about how close you've got at some point, Kath. As the first ball is nice delivery.
Yeah, a little bit of shape there, Guy, on that first delivery.
There was, tried to flick it to leg, unsuccessful, but Moore's there with a very nice delivery to start things off.
Yeah,
Izzy Moore's.
Yeah, as I said, a little bit shape, that little bit shape back into the right hander of Megan Russell.
Left armour to Izzy Moore's, and that is down the leg side. It's already been signalled a little wide, but they'll take another one running through as well.
That's just got a line slightly wrong there, Moores did, but again, very good shape, as I said, on that delivery. And when you're facing a left armour first up, you can't really leave many deliveries, especially if they're shaping it back into you. So if she can get her line right here, she'll be a handful.
Well, it's Hashmat to face her first delivery. Madehar Hashmat, Izzy Moores. Again, just getting herself ready, as is the batter. Hashmat taking a leg stump guard by the looks. Oh. And one of those moments when you're just coming into bowl, I've done it myself, and your hand hits your knee and the ball comes out and you need to start again.
How many times have you done that, Guy?
A couple, actually. Sorry, sadly. Nice delivery. Defensively played. Out into the covers, no run.
Yeah, and Hashmat will be pleased. I know she's practicing a bit more of an aggressive shot there, but she'll be pleased to get that first ball out of the way. Her favourite player, Guy, you'd never guess, Faf du Plessis. What a wonderful cricketer he is.
Well, what a... IPL he had last year. In again, and that's attempted to swing that one away, but nicely bowled again, pitched up.
Yeah, very nicely bowled. As you said, pitched up, that hitting that area makes it very difficult to leave that ball. Hashmat trying to go away on the leg side, just a little bit unsuccessful on that one.
Yeah, she's looking to attack, certainly. That comes off a thick outside edge, not quite where the batter meant that one to go, I don't think, on that occasion.
No, a little bit of bounce in this pitch, actually, Guy. It's a wonderful pitch, doesn't it, to play cricket on.
And that must come as a shock as well. I'm sure the girls have played in some decent pitches, but this is different. Pause in again. That was more confidently played.
Yeah, nice little guide down there. She's off the mark now, so she'll be happy with that. Good running as well, Guy.
Absolutely, but sometimes that's all you need rather than trying to hit the cover off the ball. Just get the single and then I haven't got a duck at Lord's, I'm ready to go.
Take a deep breath, that's right.
Well, Megan Russell now facing the left arm of Izzy Moores. Plays that nicely out into the covers. I think there may have been a single there, but in the end they decided safety first. So 3 off the first over, tidy, just that one wide really from Moores on that second delivery. And she'll be pretty pleased with that first one.
Yeah, fantastic first over by Moores from the pavilion end. She'll be really pleased, as you said, Guy, with that opening over. Good little bit of shape on the ball, getting it to swing back into the right-hander. And if you settle in after a second ball being a wide, she really settled on her line and length after that. So fantastic start for her. She'll be really pleased, I'm sure.
A 3 without loss after the first over in this match. Hashmat will be facing, and the new bowler is Charlotte Mahmood, who is now getting herself ready. Right arm over the wicket. Coming in from the nursery end. Just making sure everything is ready, as indeed is the batter. And we're now ready. A little bit of pace. As a gentle inquiry for LBW, probably going down the leg side, but nice action.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going down the leg side, but as you said, Guy, a very nice start. Hashmat is off the mark already, so she's looking very aggressive actually. I reckon if she can get hold of 1 or 2 of these deliveries, they're probably going to be going towards the boundary rope.
Oh, Mahmood is in again, and that is nicely played. Stroked out to the covers for a single.
Yeah, well fielded out there. Hasn't been a lot of fielding to do so far in this game. I know we're only 1.2 overs in, but that was a really nice bit of boundary fielding. Good throw into the keeper.
She's played a pretty high level. She won the ECB Under-13 T20 National Championships with her club Reigate, Charlotte Mahmood. And now the skipper of the Bolton team readies herself again and helps the ball around. And that's just beautifully placed. And despite the very best efforts of those 2 fielders, goes for 4.
That was a wonderful shot, Guy, wasn't it? Really well timed into the leg side. Nothing too harsh with this delivery. She's just flicked that off her legs. All the timing in the world, and that's raced across this Lord's outfield for 4.
That and up the hill at Lord's as well. So again, we're just showing the timing. It came off the middle of the bat. Lovely shot. Nice way to get the first boundary of the match so far. It's a decent delivery from Mahmood. It comes off a thickish outside edge into the covers. Nice length.
Yeah, that was a better line, wasn't it, from Mahmood. Didn't allow Megan Russell to have any width on that delivery, either outside off stump as the first ball was, or second ball, sorry, And then the other one that strayed into the pads, that was a perfect line and length from Mahmood. Should be pleased with that.
In again, just straying onto leg stump. This time though, it does go to the fielder and they'll only be able to take a single. But obviously really strong rustle on anything on or around leg stump.
Yeah, she looks confident, doesn't she? Anything into her pads, she looks happy to get bat on ball and swing it away. But the field setting as well, Guy, I'm just going to point that out. It has been very smart with cover out on the boundary and then 2 on the leg side as well.
Oh, and that's a good ball, and that hurries up Hashmat. Again, there's a little inquiry for LBW. Height and leg.
Yeah, it looked a little bit high and a little bit down leg side, didn't it, Guy? But it's always worth asking, isn't it? You just never know. You just never know.
And it's when you've beaten the batter as well, that always makes you just, oh God.
Apologies, everybody. Guy's laughing because I've just fallen down in my chair, which is difficult to do, Guy, isn't it?
There is a small hole in the floor, and the back right wheel of your chair slipped into said. Looked for a minute as if it was going to be a full toss, but it's helped around the corner. Moores again.
Again, Megan Russell very good off her pads, as we've said so far this innings. She's looked to score aggressively when it has been in that area on the leg side, and again just picking up that single. She now on 5 or 6 deliveries, so going at a very decent strike rate as well.
Yep. Suddenly just beginning to pick it up. Hashmat will be looking to continue to attack, and that is will be another run. Hashmat doing that thing when you actually play the ball behind and it's the non-striker's call, but going to have a look and make sure the ball was in the right place before setting off for the run. But she'd been called through, and that is a bye.
You don't want to be run out of Lords.
No.
This is the place you don't want to get run out.
And that's just down the leg side, but won't be called a wide on this occasion.
Yeah, well fielded there, just backing up her keeper, making sure that it doesn't go for more than 1 run.
I think we're going to have a guest joining us at the end of this over. The captain of the Bradford team this afternoon, Hudson Rowan. Moores is in again, and that's nicely played. She's just bowling that nice, just short back of a length at the moment that's proving difficult to get away.
Yeah, she is. I mean, as we said earlier in her first over, Moores, she was looking to shape the ball back into the right-hander, still been very successful with that, and she's just been difficult, hasn't she, to get away so far.
As Hashmat must be getting slightly frustrated now, just 2 off 9 deliveries. It's a full toss this time, however, and she's hit it straight to the fielder. So the bowler lucky to get away with that. I'm just wondering if that was half a chance. I didn't see what happened, but it was a good stop. And that's down the leg side, and that's just flicks off the leg in the end and misses out again. Hashmat. That is the end of an over, and at the end of the 3rd over, 12 without loss. Bolton against Guildford Girls. Remember, Bolton winning the toss and electing to bat first. Well, we've got the boys' final this afternoon. I'm delighted to say that Hudson Rowan has joined us, the captain of the Bradford boys, and how does it feel to be at Lords?
Oh, it's a proper pleasure. I mean, it's really surreal, you know, being in the change rooms with the lads and just looking out and watching the girls warm up and watching it. You know, it's proper surreal. I can't believe I'm here.
I know that feeling sometimes, as that's a lovely delivery and just gets the prod outside off stump, little bit of away movement into the keeper's gloves. So when did you get down? Did you get down last night? Have you travelled down this morning?
I travelled down this morning, actually, setting off at 5:30, 3.5 hour drive, which isn't too bad with no traffic. I know some of our lads stayed over last night. you know, in Premier Inns around London and whatever, and met up and had a good time last night. But you know, we just can't wait to get going this afternoon, and we're pretty confident that we'll be able to lift the trophy.
Now, what was the battle like to get here?
Well, we had a great battle to get here. We narrowly missed out last year in the semi-finals on net run rate, but this year we've had a couple of new additions to the squad, and we've had a couple of tough games, but I'm, you know, happy that the boys have come through, and yeah, we've done well.
Now, we did see the video of all the teams beforehand, and you look pretty confident going into this one. Your lads.
Yeah, we're a confident bunch of lads. You know, we all have faith in each other. We've got great team camaraderie, and you know, we just can't wait to get going this afternoon and showcase what we're all about.
Now, what are particular strengths, batting or bowling, as that is defensively played into the covers, no run?
I would say we're an all-round side. We've got strength in our batting, we've got strength in our bowling. We're excellent in the field. You know, we're all confident in each other. We create lots of energy and a tough atmosphere for new batsmen to come in.
Looks as if you're something of an all-rounder, as that swung away. Finally, a bit of a connection from Hashmat, but she finds the fielder, but I think they just got through for the single. Tight, but they got through. So, did I see 100 for 100 off 88 balls or something silly again for Huddersfield last season?
That might not have been me.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong list. I am. I'm looking at Max Turner.
Yeah, no.
He's the,
Max is a great lad. You know, he's an excellent cricketer. He loves his cricket.
You've only scored 74, not a.
Oh, only 74. No, not great.
Now, you met Chris Wokes and Josh Butler?
Indeed, yes.
How did that come about?
I can't really remember. I was quite young at the time, but we went to one of the Ashes games. I think it was a couple of years ago now, and we saw Chris Wokes and got a sign from them, which was a pretty special moment. You know, meeting England cricketers is not something that you're going to do every day, so yeah, it was quite special.
Now, we'll be back with Hudson in a moment, but the score here at Lords, 14 without loss after 4 overs. Again, it's the full toss, and it's again missed out. Hashmat, who's getting frustrated with this at the moment. So, what have you made? You've been watching. I know you've been trying to listen to the rubbish I've been talking, but also looking down at what's going on. What do you make of the wicket so far?
It looks a bit of a batting wicket, and we all love having a bat first at Bradford. Always confident of getting runs on the board, and our bowling attack we back ourselves to defend. You know, even if it's 100 in the less of 100, we'd back ourselves still to defend that. So looking to bat first, hopefully, but we'll see how it goes.
How did you kind of hear about the foundation? How did you get involved with your team and with the MCC Foundation?
Well, I knew Shaquille from quite a young age, and then we're getting an email last year, basically explaining what the foundation does and what it offers for young players. And we got invited, come to a trial, and then played last year and narrowly missed out on coming in to the final. So yeah, it was disappointing last year, but we've come back stronger this year, and we've shown the other teams how good we are, and got to the final.
What's the tightest match so far in the run to the final? How close did you come? Or has it been easy?
I'd say our games have been a breeze. They have been a breeze. We've won quite comfortably in most games. Which you don't see often, but that just shows our talent and in the squad, which is we bat deep, and we've got a good bowling attack. We've got excellent spinners that are available to us. So yeah, we're hoping to utilise all that today.
Well, at the moment, the two batters out on the field are struggling to really get going. Hashmat 3 from 18 deliveries so far. Must be getting frustrated, and that's driven a better shot out into the offside, but it was a full toss. Probably feels she might have done better, but not quite timing the ball as yet. So what are you looking forward to most, bowling or batting on this? Or both?
I think both. When you get the opportunity to play at Lords, you just have to take it all in, regardless of the result. We're really looking forward to getting out there and playing. but we're confident in our team, and we're confident we're going to lift the trophy at the end.
So, do you see going forward in cricket? Are you going to continue playing, and what's your cricket future, do you think?
I'd say my cricket future's probably hoping to break into the first team cricket at Cleckheaton, which is my club. Playing mostly in the second team this year. Had a few games for the first team. Thoroughly enjoyed it being in that advanced environment. But yeah, it's been. I'm hoping that we can showcase my talents and then hopefully break into the first team within, if not next year, the year after.
So, have you got other players who are trying to break into your team, who see what you're doing now, that you're going on to play Lords? Have you seen other people get a bit more interested in cricket when they've seen what you guys are doing?
Yeah, I think family and friends down at the club, when you say you're going to Lords, they're like, oh, how have you got there? And you tell them about the foundation, you think, well, if it's a parent, well, they might want their son to play in that. So that just, it gives the foundation a lot more, whatever you want to call it, a lot more publicity, if you will.
Now that's a little leg by, just down the leg side. And at your school, is there a cricket ground?
There isn't a cricket ground. I went to a mostly rugby and netball school, so there was a few rugby pitches, there was netball courts and one football pitch, so cricket wasn't really made available. We did have nets in the sports hall, but they rarely came out. It's disappointing, but at the same time, I play a lot of cricket elsewhere, so.
And there is the first wicket, and Hashmat's long innings comes to an end. Just 4 from 20 deliveries, just trying to get a bit of a hurry up going there. And Charlotte Mahmood takes the wicket. A swing, a miss, and she's castled. 18 for 1 now, Bolton, after they elected to bat. And it has been tough, but a decent delivery, pitched up, swing, miss, and middle and off are struck, and that wicket's gone down pretty well with the Guildford team, who just missed out to Bolton in the final, of course, last year. So do you know anything about Reading?
I don't know anything about Reading. I know that they're a confident side like us, but we believe that we are the better side and we can go on today and win, so we're hoping to showcase that today.
And what's the coaching like for you guys? How many coaches, who have you got?
We have 4 coaches, which is quite surprising, but we've got a main head coach, Shaquille, who's excellent, got loads of experience in cricket, and then we've got Maroof and Wes, which are the 2 kind of coaches underneath Shaquille, which they've supported us throughout the journey over the winter.
Jaya Asal faces her fast ball and plays it defensively out into the covers. Started playing at 6, Jaya Asal, and the first girl to play senior cricket against the MCC for her school. Also been coached by Emma Lamb along the way, so it'll be interesting to see how she gets on from the other side of the Pennines. And that is played back down the pitch, and there is no run. So how will you now prepare for the big match this afternoon? What do you do between now and then?
I think we're quite a relaxed team. We'll go out and do a warm-up, and we'll get some fielding in, and we'll do a bit of batting and bowling, but we're not ones to try and force anything or over-prepare, if you will. We're confident that we can take it over the line with abilities that we've focused on over the winter and strengths that we've improved, so yeah.
Hudson Rowan, the captain of the Bradford Boys team, who we'll see this afternoon, thanks very much indeed for joining us at the end of the 6th over, 19 for 1 Bolton against Guildford Girls, and the wicket has fallen in that 6th over. Welcome back, Kath Dalton.
Hello, Guy. Pleasure to be back.
Yeah, you're just checking the chair.
Just
quite rightly.
checking the chair, yeah, making sure I'm nice and safe.
And nicely bowled from Mahmood in that last over, but it had been difficult for Mahida Hashmat. And in fact, this wicket at the moment seems to ever so slightly be favouring the bowlers. We've seen that one beautifully timed shot off her legs for 4 from Russell, but that's largely it so far.
Yeah, it's been difficult to get runs on the board, hasn't it? But they've bowled really nicely. As you said, Mahmood with that wonderful delivery in the last over, taking the wicket of Hashmat. It's been a good start. They've fielded well, and as I said earlier on commentary, that the field placing has been excellent. They've known where to put their fielders out on the boundary just to protect them, so making it very difficult here to score runs.
Yeah, and the Ring have done their job well. Very few fielding errors. And that is wideish and too wide outside off stump. We have had a change of bowlers. Amy Williamson is now bowling from the pavilion end. Only her second season playing cricket.
Wow. And to play at Lord's in your second season, incredible.
Decent bowling action too as she comes up, and it's driven nicely out into the covers. To the fielder, set slightly deeper so they can go through for a single, and a Sal is off the mark.
I think that's the thing to do here, isn't it? Just if you can't find the boundary, is try to get as many singles as possible in that ring and put the fielding side under a little bit more pressure. If they are sitting off the ring, just take a single there and it just puts a bit of pressure back on them.
And well, that was attempted help round the corner from Russell, but I think that will be byes again. It is.
And that is Anna Harris umpiring, Guy.
Go on.
Anna Harris is a good mate of mine, actually. She plays at my club, but she's obviously an international umpire for many of the England games, and it's just fantastic to see her out there today.
That is so nice to see so many top level people getting involved with today, and that's actually a really nice clip on this occasion, off her legs for a single, and nicely played by Asal.
Yeah, as you said, it's great to see so many people involved who currently Anna Harris are at the top level of what they do, and for them to come today and to support this fantastic MCC Foundation Day is wonderful.
Oh, and this one goes off a thick inside edge. A little bit lucky from Russell on that occasion, but they can go through for another single.
I don't mind that, Guy. I know she's not hit that exactly where she wants to, but she's obviously quite aware with 24 for 1 off 7 that she probably needs to start accelerating a little bit more.
.24 for 1 after 7, then Russell 7 not out from the 14 balls she's faced, which in 7 overs we've had 42 balls. She's only faced 14 of them so far. Looks like we're going to have another change bowler as well, and I think it's the skipper who has now brought herself on. No, it's not. It's Cicely Moller-Butcher, who captains the Ripley mixed under 15s, and that is wide outside off stump, and understandably she just does that arm practice when you haven't quite got the first delivery.
Absolutely.
Bang on the money.
We all do that, Guy. We all have that habit. But yeah, it's, you know, your first ball at Lord's, probably a little bit nerve-wracking. Hopefully she can settle in here.
In again, and just short of a length, and help nicely into the leg side. Slight misfield, but not enough to cause any issues, and they just happily take the 1.
And again, a good bit of fielding on the boundary. That was struck nicely by Megan Russell, but again, not easy to pick up the second because the fielders are fielding so well on that boundary.
Moller-Butcher in again, and that is just played back to the bowler, who does her own fielding.
Yeah, and as we look out onto the pitch, you can see deep square leg. They're not on the boundary, so that's very smart cricket they've come at least, oh gosh, quite a long way off the boundary actually, because it is a big boundary on that leg side.
That's short of a length, and it's actually nicely played by Jaya Asal, who just helped it into the leg side, but right to that fielder Kath Dalton was talking about, who makes sure that there's only a single.
Yeah, and if you have that fielder maybe a little bit further back, that could be a 2, so it takes that pressure off, doesn't it?
A nice bounce, sharpish delivery from Molla Butcher, who obviously manages to generate a little bit of a decent bit of pace.
Yeah, we have seen that this pitch has bounced a fraction today already. Most of the bowlers have managed, when they've hit their line and length, hit the area really well. It's been difficult to get away because of that extra bit of bounce.
That's well, I thought it was an attempt to play it out into the leg side. I think I was doing Russell a great disfavour. She actually played it quite nicely out into the offside, but again it's only a single to that fielder on both sides, who really are doing well to keep the batters down to just 1 every time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very clever from the Guildford girls, and we saw them with their notes.
Varying a length nicely. That one's pitched up, driven up to mid-off, no runs.
As I said, we saw them with their notes before the game, didn't we, Guy? We saw them in that team huddle, a bit of paper and a pen, and they were very clear on their plans. I reckon part of that would have been where the fielders should be, and where you want them on the boundary, actually on this short side, and then on the longer side making sure that they're enough off. So something to learn really as a batting side is taking note of that and thinking, how do we apply that to our bowling innings as well.
Now 28 for 1 off 8. There has to be a bit of an injection at some stage, you feel. I think last year the scores were in the 90s for the 20 overs, so another 60 needed off 12 overs, so just need to crank up the run rate to around 5 and over if possible, 5 or 6 and over.
The thing is, Guy, they've got wickets in hand as well, so that they're only 1 down, which gives them that opportunity to go for their shots a little bit more. I'm sure Megan Russell, the aggressive player she is, she'll start to look for that.
Amy Williamson in again. The attempted drive is well fielded again, as you've said, Kath Dalton. There just haven't been any errors, and the ball's been hit quite hard on that occasion and nicely fielded.
Yeah, short extra cover there. She's done brilliantly, because that was struck with some force by Russell.
Williamson in again, and this time it's played defensively.
Yeah, you can see she's trying to have that intent, but you know, when the fielders are fielding that well, perhaps another way of scoring, Guy, it might have to be the option. Maybe look at a different shot, as we said earlier, just punching those ones out to the fielders on the fence.
And that will be a wide. Just trying to bowl that delivery from wide of the crease, and just lost the angle a little bit on that occasion, Williamson.
I think it may have been a no ball, Guy, because Anna Harris has just signalled a free hit on this delivery.
Okay, so there were several things wrong. It didn't come out right as far as William was concerned, so it is a free hit. And possible run out, but in the end they managed to get through for the single, and I think Russell will probably feel she missed out a little bit on that.
Yeah, just finding it difficult to time the ball a little bit. Obviously a free hit gives you that licence to go for it. Didn't quite time it as she wanted to, but well bowled by Williamson.
She's in again, Williamson, and that's a full toss and driven very nicely, but again without much timing, and there was nearly a run out. She started late, I think, for that single Asal, but she gets in just.
It was actually a really nice stroke by Asal down the ground. Lovely looking shot, but again mid-off and mid-on, really well fielded. They both hunted that ball down and almost created a run-out opportunity.
Again, trying to help the ball round on the leg side, but nice delivery again from Williamson. Just that one unmeant delivery so far that's caused a problem in this over for her.
Yeah, again, it got a little bit of shape on that, Guy. I know we're in the 9th over here, but a little bit of shape on that delivery. Well bowled.
outside off stump, and that's a much better timed shot. And the ball is racing away. They'll certainly get 2, and then they'll settle for that. Well tracked down, good throw in.
Very good throwing, because that's a big boundary down there, so they'll be pleased to get 2. If that was on the other side, it would have definitely gone for 4, so it just shows you the difference in the boundary size on both sides of the ground. But Russell beginning to now find a little bit of flow, isn't she? 12 of 23 deliveries, but starting to build something here as we're sort of starting to approach the halfway mark of this innings. I'm sure she'll want to get a few more runs on the board.
No, absolutely. 10th over heading our way. Ah, we have further guestage coming in. So end of we've had the Bradford skipper. We're going to have the Reading skipper in a minute, but for the time being, it's another good delivery. And again, Asal trying to swing to leg and missing out. And they're finding it difficult to judge the length, you feel, at the moment. Okay.
Yeah, I wonder, Guy, as you said earlier, you know, this pitch is obviously a quality wicket. Sometimes when you play on a surface, it just comes through a little bit quicker. It takes a while to adjust as a batter.
That's nicely helped round the corner. Asal playing sensibly, not trying to hit the leather off the ball, but just play it into space, and they go through for an easy single.
Yeah, as you said, Guy, Asal there with a lovely timed shot. We saw that with Megan Russell with her 4, the flick off her legs earlier in her innings. I just think if they can just look to time it here, just take the aggression out of it, they'll be fine.
And that's a very nice shot for nothing, but a very nice looking shot defensively into the covers. No run.
Yeah, as you said, they just seem to have found the fielders a few more times than they would have liked during this batting innings. But again, really well bowled. They've been fantastic on their line and length so far. The bowling unit have really hit their areas well.
Just a little bit short that side, played out into the covers. There is just the single. Cicely Moller-Butcher, now she captains the Ripley mixed under 15s, which includes her twin brother. So that must
Can't
be...
imagine how that is.
Yeah,
Garden cricket must be a good standard as well.
If your sister's your captain, as she comes in again to bowl, and that's nicely played for nothing once again, but a very correct looking shot from Russell.
Can you imagine how competitive their garden cricket would be, Guy?
Well, apparently it is. Enjoys bowling her 2 brothers out, including her twin brother who plays for the same team. So I think it is quite competitive in that back garden. Now that is down the leg side, that will be a wide, so the 10th over just continues for another delivery.
It's always good fun when you're better than your brother. I would know Guy as well. That's for sure. If my brother's listening, I'll clip this name? For him. James Dalton.
James.
So.
And that is nice delivery that beats the outside edge. That is the end of the 10th over, with the score for Bolton after winning the toss and batting first, 36 for 1. Right, well, we're back, and I'm delighted to say that, the Reading boys captain has joined us now, Ishan Jain. Well, here you are, you're at Lord's. How does that feel?
I think it's quite exciting, but it poses a daunting challenge just to look around and see the place. It's quite scary, but I'm quite excited.
Have you been inside the pavilion? You've seen the long room, your dressing room, or everything like that?
Yeah, we all went there together, and it was quite amazing to just look at and just imagine you're there.
Now, did you ever you're obviously a cricket fan, did you ever imagine that you would end up playing cricket here at your quite young age? I'm just saying that because I'm old and I never have.
I think it's quite outstanding, and I never imagined myself to be here this early, or at all in fact, but it's quite a privilege to be here.
Now, what was the journey like to the final? Was it tough, or were you the better team?
So in our first 2 games, we had last ball finish in one of them and a last over chase in the other one, and they were quite nerve-wracking.
Not stressful at all then.
No. Yeah. But then after that, I think it got easier. So our first two teams, Slough and Guildford, were quite hard to play against. But as we got better as a team and as our players got back, because we had quite a few missing because of holidays and GCSEs, when we got them back, it came back together and we formed quite well.
Well, that was a nice shot from Russell, who takes a couple of runs on that occasion. So, what are your hopes for this afternoon? Do you know anything about the Bradford team at all, or are you coming into this? Well, we've just got to play whoever we're up against.
We don't know that much about Bradford because they don't really have anything online, but we can see from the MCC trailer they have a left arm offie. That's all we can tell.
Okay, so that you have known. Now, I did notice that I've mentioned this to the Bradford captain as well. We've seen the video, and both teams seem pretty confident about this one. So, what gives you the confidence? Is it the bowlers, the batters combination? What are your team's strengths?
We bat very deep, and we've posted 200 plus multiple times this season, and we've got all our batsmen are hitting runs, hitting long boundaries, and our bowling gives the balance as we have quite a few options even if we can't perform on the day.
Fantastic. Now, we're here for the MCC Foundation. How did you get involved in this? What's your story with the foundation?
So with the foundation, I started off with our Berkshire coaches, because they run our pathway and they link it as a development program for the hubs. So we had our coach Hamad and Usman, and they mentioned it to me because they also coach at our school, and through that I joined the hub, and this links into the Berkshire development program, which is quite nice because we get the same level of coaching as the county boys do in our age.
Oh, that is cool. I'd like to hear that. Now, from what you said though, you do have a cricket pitch at your school?
Yeah,
okay.
We have nets, we have a pitch, and we have Berkshire coaches coming.
That is really good news. Is that one of the reasons you wanted to go to this school, or is that just what happened?
So firstly, it was a grammar school, and my parents were quite keen on me going. And apart from that, the pitch looks quite picturesque, and I wanted to go there because there's just the buildings look quite interesting.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That means I failed my 11 plus, so I didn't get into the grammar school. So I've always been impressed with people who did. So there you are. You're here at Lord's. What have the family made of it? The fact that you are here captaining a team at Lord's.
They're quite excited. I think even more excited than me. They just love being here, and they're quite proud of me. And they've taken me to all my games so far. And I'm quite grateful for them. My sister, my dad, my mum, all of them. And they're all here today. They're all here to watch, and they're quite excited.
Are they all big cricket fans? Did they play as well, or did your dad play?
They never played, but they always watched.
Oh wow! So they were they were fans.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've been watching for a while now, and they have a lot of experience in watching.
Well, it's a perfect place to watch, isn't it? Are they in the members' stand?
Yeah, they're going to be there.
Okay, that's not a bad place to watch. Now we'll just see what's going on in the cricket, because we do have a change of bowler at the moment. Bowling is Maria Silcock, who bowls a bit of swing, and as a freestyle dancer as well as a cricketer, so we'll be interested to see that. Also apparently knows Kane Williamson, so that's good. Have you met anybody famous in your travels so far?
I've met quite a few of the India players. I was staying at the hotel with them.
When was this?
This was in the 2019 World Cup.
Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah. So after one of the India-Bangladesh game, it was at Edgbaston, and I was staying in the same hotel as the players after, and I was in a lift with all of them.
Yeah, that must have been a moment. Yeah. Oh, that is fantastic. So, here you are. What are your hopes for your cricketing future after this? Is it a game you'll be continuing to play as much as possible?
Yeah, I'd like to play as much as I could. I quite enjoy playing, and I want to play to the highest level I can.
How high do you think you can get? Have you had trials with anybody, or?
Yeah, because this program links with our county setup, so it just feeds into it, and if you perform well, you'll get picked up, hopefully.
Oh, and there's a possible run out here, but at the moment it looks as if everyone is finally safe. A lot going on for no run on that occasion, but still Guildford are keeping the brakes on as far as Bolton are concerned, who just haven't been able to really get away. 43 with just one ball left of the 12th over. We're talking to Ishan Jain. Now, you started playing when you were 11, so were there other sports before that?
I just started off in primary school after my 11 plus because my parents wanted me to focus on that, and since then I've just been playing. But I used to play a bit of football, a bit of rugby, but all just for school.
Yeah, okay. Now, I'm interested to see, you look as if you're a bit of a baseball fan. Strike rates of 160.
Yeah, I don't like to stick around.
Is that always the way you played, or is that something you've been working on?
So last season I wasn't technically even a batsman. I used to just bowl and bat quite late, but since then I think it's swapped around. I don't bowl as much now, but I bat quite a bit.
So a bit of a Moeen alley, sort of swap the batting and the bowling's becoming the other way round. Excellent, excellent. Now we move in to the 13th over here, and that's clipped away into the offside. Nicely played. There will just be a single, but still struggling to get that run rate up to over 4 and over. We were just talking. Have you had a look at the wicket?
Yeah, it looks quite nice to bat on, and the boundary sizes, I think they complement our lineup quite well.
Okay, that's so. I'm just thinking. So, one or two left-handers, or
got quite a few left-handers.
Yeah, okay, that should be interesting. That should be interesting. Well, we're just looking around now at the pitch here. We were wondering, is that for you when you usually play? That looks like quite a long boundary. Is or isn't a long boundary as far as you're concerned?
I think that boundary is quite normal to what we play at usually, and it's not anything special for us.
Right, Ishan Jain is the captain of Reading Boys. Now, how did you get on? Were you playing for Reading in last year's competition, or?
No, I was not playing for Reading last year.
Okay, so you jumped to captain pretty quickly. How did this come about? Who appointed you skipper?
Our coach, right before the game, he told our first game, he just told me you're going to be captain this game. He likes how I played, so I got to stay as captain.
Are you enjoying it? Do you like captaining?
Yeah, I quite enjoy captaincy, and I've been captain various teams as different clubs in school as well.
Excellent, excellent. And people will listen to you, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you score at a strike rate of 160, people listen. And that's wide and that's smeared away. And this could be a much needed boundary, but no, it's dragged in once again. And as we've said throughout, the Guildford fielding has been excellent throughout this match, and once again the boundary is cut off and they'll have to wait for the 52 come up. We've got one more ball of the 13th over. I'm going to have to let you go, Ishan. Thanks very much indeed for joining us as we wait for the final ball, which comes now, and that is smashed away, but again, excellent field placing. There'll just be the single. So at the end of the 13th over, the 50 comes up. It's 50 for 1. Our thanks to the Reading captain, Ishan Jain, who will be back this afternoon, and we look forward to seeing him from the other side of the camera then. Meanwhile, here the score, 50 for 1 after 13.
Thank you for having me.
And there we can see that the families are rather enjoying themselves here, having been able to take their places. Kath Dalton joins us again as after Ishan disappears, and still just the 1 wicket down, but still struggling to get the run rate up at the moment, still just under 4.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a challenge. I think that's going to be a no ball there, Guy, for height.
Just slipped out of the hand a little, didn't it?
Just a fraction, but yeah, as you said, it's been difficult to score runs. So you never know what a pitch is like until both sides are batted on it, as they say. So we'll see how it goes in the second half. But I think it's just making sure Megan Russell just gets as many runs on the board here as possible. She's played a lovely knock, 21. She's really caught up that run rate over the last few overs.
So Silcock, this is her second over, and that's swung away into the leg side, and I think might just get there. Just really good effort to try and stop the ball right at the death there, but I think I make that just the second four of the innings so far. But a lovely shot.
Yeah, wonderful shot. Full toss into the leg side. Megan Russell with a wonderful swing of her bat. That races across the square actually for 4 runs. Good effort actually in the deep to nearly try and stop that ball.
Really unlucky she didn't drag it back with her right hand, and that's flicked round the corner, and good backing up means that there will be a single.
Just started to find a little bit of flow, hasn't she, Megan Russell, in these last few overs. There's still plenty of time left. Lots of overs still to bat, so she can keep this up. She'll start to accelerate the score as much as possible. But there's been some really good bowling on display as well.
And that's annoying length and line and speed. It's you kind of, your eyes light up a little bit when you're watching bowlers like that, and they always used to get me out because there's enough going on just to make sure you can't take the mickey, and that's nicely bowled again from Silcock. Not afraid to give the ball a little bit of air.
Yeah, Russell
medium pace.
Yeah, she's just looking more aggressive, isn't she, in the last few shots, obviously finding that boundary, potentially now targeting that side and thinking that's a strong shot for me, maybe I'll just keep hitting that. Mid-wicket is quite tight in the ring, so as long as she gets it past mid-wicket, it'll probably race her away for 4.
Yeah, no, it's quite interesting. That's given a wide outside off stump. Quite interesting field places, because there's someone in at short mid-wicket, and then that's halfway position as well, so almost blocking the view of one from the other. But they obviously feel that's the way she's going to play, and that is drop safe between mid-on and mid-off. It was up in the air for a while. Well placed in the end from Russell.
Yeah, she hit that straight enough, didn't she, to make it difficult for mid-on or mid-off to get around to catch that. But again, just looking a little bit more aggressive, hitting a few more balls in the air. She knows that she's got plenty of wickets in hand, so she's got the licence to do it.
That's nicely helped round the corner, but straight to that fielder who's there for that shot at fine leg, and Asal dealing largely in the moment with singles. Decent over though as far as Bolton are concerned, 10 off it, and they move up to 60 for 1.
Yeah, they needed an over like that, didn't they, Guy? As we said, you can see here up on the scorecard that they've got plenty of batting still to come. There's a lot of depth, as we saw last year with Bolton. She can hit a 6 out the ground if she needs to, so I think now's the time to really just put the foot on the pedal, accelerate the score, take a few more risks than you normally would, because you've got so much batting still to come.
Yes, it is kind of hit out or get out at this stage. It's but these two have batted nicely. Russell in particular has looked to take the attack to the Guildford girls whenever possible. Just trying to work out who is coming into the attack now. Shah to continue. Isha Shah, and that is driven back up.
Again, hitting a really difficult area to score off. As you said, Guy, now is the time to go, so she's got to keep looking to be positive.
Isha Shah in once again, and that's a decent delivery actually. I'd like to see the replay of that if we can, because I might have shouted, "How is that?" Probably sliding down leg. Oh, I'm getting. Here we go. Let's have a look. Ooh.
The call was answered, Guy. That's the main thing.
Exactly. I'd have shouted. I'd have definitely appealed. And that is a nice throw into the keeper, but not before they trot through for another single. Isha Shah only started playing cricket last year in the summer holidays.
It's incredible, isn't it? She's got really nice bowling action, actually, Guy.
Exactly.
Hitting a line and length really well so far.
That's nicely played backward as square. Should be cut off, is cut off. Decent throw as well, and they trot through for a couple. Russell doing well. Just increasing the...
Yeah, Shaw only going for 13 for 2.4 overs so far, so she's been very consistent.
And that's probably... I have a feeling it might have been a single there, but they decided against it.
As we said, you know, if you're hitting it out onto the inner ring, you may as well try and take the single now. It's time to go. It's time to be a bit more aggressive.
Yep, 5 overs and a ball left. And that is swung away. It's up in the air and it's dropped. I think she thought she'd already caught it. It was one of those silly moments. She was about to celebrate the catch and then it just dropped out of her hands.
Yeah, it looked like she had this guy, didn't it? It
really did.
She had taken this
There
quite
we
comfortably
go.
and then it slipped out after she took it. I don't know if that was in the Ashes, Guy, would that be given out?
Controversial from Kath Dalton.
Technically, I didn't say whether it should or shouldn't have been.
No, I
just
understand that.
I threw it out there.
As it is, it's not out. They went through for a single, and the run rate is a fraction over 4 and over. So after 15 overs, 64 for 1. Russell certainly is trying to get a hurry up. And what do you think they need? Last 5 overs, 40 would be handy.
Yeah, as you said, Guy, last year I think the scores were around 90, so anything around that figure you probably know that you're in the game, you're in a chance of winning. Decent runs on the board. I know it's not been easy so far, but as we said, as we keep saying, lots of wickets in hand.
Well, Williamson is back into the attack now and beats Russell outside the off stump. Russell, you just feel, is getting a bit frustrated. Although she's played pretty well, 30 or 41, she's still not timing it as perhaps she would have liked.
I think that's the difficult thing though, isn't it, Guy? When you're not batting as you want to, it's just keeping calm.
Again, not afraid to pitch the ball up, has to be rather dug out by Russell, and again can't get the scoring shot she was looking for. Good bowling from Williamson.
Having said that, Russell has hit some wonderful shots today, so just keep that confidence, just keep going. She'll find the boundary eventually.
And this time she rather mows that full toss up to mid-off, but at least gets the scoreboard ticking over once again.
Yeah, sorry, Guy.
No, I was going to ask Kath, what's it like in the dressing room? If you can see overs running out and with 9 wickets to go, are you thinking, come on team, come on? Do you hurry up now, or you just want those two batters to do as well as they can? We'll get that answer in a minute. So that's short and helped round the corner nicely. But again, straight to the fielder. He does well, just the one.
Yeah, another brilliant bit of fielding on the boundary. I mean, Guy, it's a difficult one because obviously these two are set in. If it's the type of pitch that is difficult to get yourself in on, then maybe you're hoping that, you know, if these two are your best players, that they find some timing and find the boundary a few times. But you're also thinking there's a lot of wickets in hand. Probably time to go. It's time to accelerate, really.
And that's down the leg side and will be and should be given as a wide. So an extra delivery. That's fine.
As you can see by Megan Russell's body language, she's starting to get frustrated with herself, which she doesn't need to do. She's played a wonderful hand in 31 so far for her team, so she's keeping that composure. Easy to say from up here, I'm sure.
Williamson in again once more, and that is played defensively as she's rather tucked up by the bowler on this occasion, who's been very hard to get away thus far.
Yeah, what's been interesting is we've seen a lot of in-swing, haven't we, today? There's been a lot of deliveries that have shaped back into the right-hander. Been difficult to hit.
Thick edge, but there's no slip. And then in the end, they managed to trot through for a single. That is the end of the 16th over, with the score for Bolton 68-1. Understandably, Russell and Sal having something of a chat at the moment.
Probably discussing what's the lunch menu's like. Guy.
Much more professional than that. That's what I'd have been doing.
That's what I would be discussing anyway. They must have heard about Lord's lunches. That's what it is.
Well, Shah is to continue, and why not? She's bowled really nicely from the pavilion end, and Russell again trying to flick that away to leg. Doesn't really get hold of it, but they go through for one.
Every single bowler guy that's come on has done well, haven't they? They've been fairly consistent. They've looked to hit their areas. I think that's why it's been so difficult, but credit to the bowlers. Every single one of them so far has done a job for their team.
Again, it's helped round the corner, but there'll be only a single to the shorter boundary. We do have that shorter boundary into the mound stand.
There's a few parents in that stand as well, isn't there? Must be wonderful for them to see it so up close today.
Now, do you think they're parents or friends and family, and the parents are in the pavilion? I'm not. Or where would you, if you? And that is swung out to the boundary, but straight to the fielder. A yard either way, and it would have been 4 runs, but a decent hit.
Yeah, it was well timed. If I was here, Guy, I'd be certainly in the pavilion.
Yeah, that's what you're further away and can't see it quite so well, but you're in the pavilion.
You're in the pavilion.
Quite. Oh, lovely delivery, and just a bit of shape away. And Asal can't they bat on ball?
Yeah, Shara's bowled really well, hasn't she, since she's come on. She's got 2 more balls left in this over, but she's just been so consistent on her line and length.
Unsurprisingly, she has bowled her full allotment of 4, or will be bowling her full allotment, as that is played back up to her, and there is no run.
And again, just hitting that slightly just outside off stump area, making it very difficult to score off. I mean, there's nowhere to go unless you're going to take a big risk on that delivery.
At the moment, we have had the occasional risky shot, but oh, and that's a lovely delivery. There's extra pace, there's extra bounce, carries nicely through to the keeper. Just 3 runs from that, the 17th over, which means 71 for 1 now, with 3 overs remaining, Kath Dalton.
I know Shaw hasn't picked up a wicket, but 0 for 16 off her 4, and as soon as she came on, she was just so consistent on hitting her line and length and hitting her area. She's been very difficult to score off, so that's a wonderful spell by Shaw. And she's, as I said earlier, she's done a job for her team there and put them in a very decent position going into the last few overs.
So here we go, over number 18, Williamson to continue. It will be her final over, 0 for 13 so far. She's bowled very well. Running away from us here from the nursery end. And that will be a wide down the leg side.
And they need all the runs they can get here, Guy, don't they, in these last few overs?
Yeah, you feel that 25 is a minimum really for these last 3 overs. I think it was 96 that won it last year. But Guildford have made life hard. That will only be a leg bite, as Russell can't quite connect.
Yeah, difficult. It was a kind of a low full toss, wasn't it? She couldn't quite get any bat on it, unfortunately for her, but Williamson just deciding to go a little bit fuller, isn't she? She's trying to bowl nice and full, make it difficult to have any kind of length get underneath the ball and hit it powerfully.
And that is swung away into the leg side, and they can go through for a single, yet another single to Asal. I have to say, I do feel a bit for the number 4 batter for Bolton, Matilda McLeod, if she doesn't get in, having been padded up all this time, and you're at Lord's and you don't get to go.
Yeah, it's been a while she's been sitting there, and you know what it's like when you're next in to bat. It's nerve-wracking, isn't it? And you're thinking all sorts of things. So, you know, hopefully she gets an opportunity at some point in the next couple of overs.
These two have put on 56 together so far, and that goes very, very fine down the leg side. And the race is on to try and peg it back, but no, it won't be. We've all tried that drag back with your right foot before, and it invariably never works.
Oh, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you get that close to the boundary line, you think, oh, if I just drag this back, I might get it. But a good shot by Megan Russell down the leg side, just went with the delivery, swung her hands at it, and luckily got enough of it to get over the boundary line.
Yeah, 60 these two have now put on for this second wicket. Russell moves to 38. Williamson in again, and that's nicely played. This is probably the best shot we've seen in a while from Russell. She really did time that beautifully, but to the long part of the boundary meant she could only get a couple, but she's certainly showing intent to get things cracking now.
And she's really accelerated her run rate as well, Guy. 40 or 51 deliveries now, so she's really held this innings together. She's looked frustrated at times, but hit some wonderful shots between that as well. So I think she'll be eyeing up a little 50 here, I'm sure.
Yeah, strike rate of just under 80 is not at all shabby, and that is punched out well. This time she's played it on the offside beautifully. Should certainly get through for another 2, which they do.
Yeah, just begun to find a little bit of flow, Megan Russell. A lovely shot. I know she's getting tired, you can see it. She's getting a little bit tired, but a great shot through the covers, through extra cover. Picked up 2 comfortably there, so just keep doing that and find the odd boundary. They're racing up to a decent score now.
Yeah, this has been a very good over, just what they needed. 11 so far from it, and because of that wide, we've got one more delivery. Short and smashed away again, but straight to the fielder, and they'll only take a single. But that was a much better over as far as Bolton were concerned. 83 for 1, but you're absolutely right. Looking just a little tad weary, Megan Russell, and you can understand why. She's batted. She's had to do a lot of running. There haven't been as many boundaries as perhaps she'd have liked on another day.
No, it's been difficult, hasn't it? Especially with that long boundary, as we've been saying, onto one side of the ground. And if you hit that area, it's difficult because you have to run all those runs. But she's done wonderfully well. She's scoring at a very decent rate, as we said. Gone up to 43, and she's really put in a wonderful performance. And I suppose, Guy, as captain, that's what you want to do on the big occasion when you're in a final. You're at Lord's. You know, you want to make sure you stand up and be counted for, and it's exactly what she's done.
She's done brilliantly. Right, 83 for 1. Back into the attack comes Molla Butcher. That is doesn't actually go where the batter meant it to at all. She was trying to swing away to the leg side of Cecily Molla Butcher, but instead the ball just popped up in front. It was half a thought of a run out at one stage, but Molla Butcher's bowled pretty well. That is swung away, and this should go for 4. A 1 bounce 4. It was a full toss, and Russell timed it beautifully.
Fantastic shot. Shot of the day, I would say, along with that leg glance she hit early on in her innings as well. But this is a full toss into the leg side, swung at it, timed it perfectly, and it's raced towards that boundary where all the families and friends are, Guy.
47 not out. Molla Butcher is in again. This time it is swung away again, but it does beat the fielder, so that will be a 50, and understandably there's a certain amount of celebration, and why not? What a terrific knock that was from Bolton's Megan Russell. 51 from 56 deliveries. Brilliant.
Absolutely fabulous. Batter of the day so far, Megan Russell. I think she's going to retire there as well, Guy, but a wonderful innings. At one point she wasn't sure whether she'd get there, and the jubilation and just that smile on her face just says it all. What a fantastic innings, some wonderful shots, and she's really done a fantastic job for her team.
Well, gets a big hug from, I think it's Molly McLeod in next, and look at the standing ovation she's getting from her teammates. And why not? Absolutely brilliant. I do remember this from last year now. If you do get 50, you retire. Yeah. So that means that the patient wait for Matilda McLeod eventually pays dividends, and she will get to bat at Lord's.
Yeah, just watching actually Megan Russell go up the steps there towards the pavilion and everyone standing to their feet. I can imagine how good she's feeling about that innings. So well done, Megan Russell. A wonderful knock.
Matilda McLeod dances internationally at Latin and ballroom dancing as well as cricket, so multi-talented. She hit her first 50 this season as well, and that's, well, very high, and might well be a no ball. It was actually played very nicely when the first ball you're facing is almost at your eye line, but McLeod is laughing about it, I'm happy to say.
Yeah, she's got a big smile on her face. She's off the mark at Lord's. That's all she needed today, I'm sure. But as you said, Guy, very well played. It's not what you expect first delivery, is it? And a free hit as well here.
Yeah. That Sal will face. And she drives it nicely, but again finds the fielder, and they can only take one.
Now, I suppose it's Sal's job now. She's been in for a while to sort of take the ascendancy. She's on 17, she's batted really nicely, and they're getting up to a very decent score here, Guy. At one point we weren't sure whether they'd get up towards 100 or 90 plus, but they're doing it really nicely here.
That will be a wide, so at the moment just a few nerves, you feel, as far as Cicely Moller-Butcher is concerned. And of course the other thing that you forget at Lord's is the slope. And she bowled from the nursery end in her early, very impressive spell, and suddenly she's having to bowl from the pavilion end, which can put you off your line, certainly. And that's wide outside of stump, and is just slapped up to cover.
It's always difficult changing ends, isn't it, as a bowler, as you said, Guy, just considering the slope, but also the, you know, the feel of it, the run up, all those things come into play. So it's not easy just to get adjusted to that, especially at the back end of the innings as well, and the batters are starting to go for it.
And that is a decent delivery, and half an inquire for leg before, but they trot through for a leg by. Another good over as far as Bolton are concerned. They're up to that magic 96 that we mentioned was the winning target total in last year's final between these two exact same teams. Apparently a massive Taylor Swift fan, Molly McLeod. Are you a massive Taylor Swift fan, Kath Dalton?
I don't know if I want to admit that on there, actually.
You're allowed to.
Yes, I have seen Taylor Swift actually with one of my
wow.
one of my Middlesex teammates, Rhea Ravel. So I'm going to dig her out as well.
Okay.
We went to see Taylor Swift a few years ago. In fact, guys, she did say to me she couldn't find anybody else to go with her. So I don't think I was the first choice, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a big, Tay-Tay. We're big Tay-Tay fans.
Yeah.
I'm sure you are as well, secretly.
Well, everyone seems to think she's terrific.
Everyone, including you, or?
I don't really know enough about her.
That's a lunchtime briefing, that one.
Yeah, you will. You'll have to send me a Spotify list, playlist, and other streaming services are available. And that is helped around the corner by Molly McLeod, and that will be a single. Matilda McLeod, sorry Matilda.
Yeah, not as we said, not easy to come in at this stage of the game with just an over to spare, so it's just about being as aggressive as possible and getting as many runs on the board. They could get up to 100, that'd be a very good score.
She's bowled well, Charlotte Mahmood. She is in again, and that will be a dot ball. Just what you want in your final over. But yeah, you feel 100. That would Bolton would feel we've given ourselves a chance.
Absolutely.
They've got to find 3 more singles from Mahmood, who has not given away much so far, and you go for a quick leg by, and that's a really well run from Asal and McLeod. Well done. They go through for that 1 run to take the score up to 98 with 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, it's exactly what we were talking about actually at the start of the innings, wasn't it, Guy? Taking those singles in the ring as much as possible. And that was really well run to get through for that single there.
Mahmood, and that's flicked away, and all this could be runs. Certainly 2, but I think it will just be 2, but nicely placed. Did think about the 3rd for the throw, and in fact it may well have been there, but McLeod was happy with the 2.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot actually by McLeod. She found that pocket just behind deep backward point where there wasn't a fielder, so potentially could have run a 3, but a well run 2 in the end.
And the 100 does come up, and that's down the leg side. That will be a wide. Mahmood will have to bowl that one again. So ball makes its way rather haphazardly to the bowler via her foot.
Yeah, but 101 for 1 is a very good looking scorecard, isn't it, Guy?
They've done well in the last 5 overs. They really have, Bolton. Just putting the accelerator down a bit and putting pressure on the bowlers and indeed the fielders. Oh, and there's a run out this time. It's a super piece of fielding. McLeod is run out. She had to go for the single. We're coming up to the end of the match, but it was a 2nd wicket for Guildford and a lovely piece of fielding.
Yeah, we've said all day how well they've fielded, and this was a fantastic run out. It's a really nicely struck shot and a direct hit. She had no chance.
No. Lovely throw. Well played. So, some excellent fielding. You've done the magic run out at Lord's. That's got to count for something. So, I feel for the Emma Durden, who's now come in, because she's got nothing to do, has she? All she can do is run, because they changed ends. She's not going to face a ball, so she's just got to be prepared to just get her head down and run and try and get as many as they can positively off this last ball that will be faced by Asal.
Yeah, you just get your running shoes on and make sure you're running as hard as possible and take as many runs off this last delivery.
And Asal will know she's just got to get something on it. Mahmood will be desperate to avoid that, and it's a full toss down the leg side, which quite rightly has been given as a wide. And have they gone for a bye as well, and is that a run out? So it's a run out off a wide. I think the wide was about to be given, but they then went for a bye as well as the wide. And now we are having a replay to find out what on earth is going on. So there's the wide, and then the ball is thrown down to the other end, and that is certainly before the batter reached that end. So this should be the end of things, or is there? No, because of the wide we have 1 more ball. So Durden will face a delivery as Asal is run out for 17, and so a few more people have been able to have a bit of a dart in these last few overs. So we will have another final delivery. Neve Bolton, who came out and hit a first ball for 6 to win the match last year, will just be running this year.
I was just about to say, now Neve Bolton's the one who's going to be getting her running shoes on instead. So yeah, I mean, she had a fantastic day here last year, didn't she? And just having a look at that run rate, Guy, over 5s now, so very decent score being put on the board here.
Emma down. Oh, and there's just a dab outside off stump. It's a dot ball and all something of an anticlimax at the end of all of that. That should be the end of the innings. It is the end of the innings. Durden is not out without scoring. Bolton is not out naught as well. I think Durden thought there might have been another delivery, but there wasn't to be, or maybe she thought it was wide. However, the batters are now making their way off. 102 for 3, all based round a fantastic half century from Megan Russell.
Yeah, it was a wonderful knock, wasn't it, from Megan Russell. She'll be delighted with that innings that she's put in for her team, and as you said, Guy, a very decent score here on the board, and we're looking forward to the second innings. We're going to have a 10-minute break now, so but we're looking forward to seeing what happens after this.
So have we got time for the loo? Or?
Welcome back. The players of the Bolton team out on the pitch as they look to defend their total of 102 for 3. Guildford will need 103 to get revenge on Bolton, having lost to them in the final last year. And Kath Dalton's alongside me. And 102, decent total on this wicket?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a very good total on this wicket. We know that, in the middle spell it was a bit slow. They obviously lost that wicket early as well, so it was beginning to look a little bit difficult, but they got up to a very good score. And as we've said before, Megan Russell's innings was just a catalyst really for that whole knock, and I think it's a very, very good score, so it'll be difficult to chase down, but you never know. There's some good players in this team, so we'll see how they get on.
Yeah, no, I'm intrigued to see what is a par total on this wicket. We'll see how Guildford go about their business. We're expecting Freya Buckley and Aisha Shah to open the batting. We'll confirm that when they make their way down the steps from the dressing room through the long room out onto the pitch here.
Yeah, and Shah, she bowled beautifully, didn't she?
She bowled superbly. So, and this is the girl who only started playing cricket last year in the summer holidays. So she's been playing for about a year. She bowled beautifully, and now she's opening the batting at Lord's.
I think she made a good choice there, Guy, didn't she?
Yeah.
Taking up cricket, but
to be that talented, to pick it up in a year.
Not an easy thing to do. Not an easy thing to do at all. And she's just come down those steps, in the long room, through the long room, down the steps, onto the Lord's hallowed turf, and nothing more exciting than that as a cricketer. So I'm sure she'll be mightily pleased that she decided to take up cricket last summer.
Now, I think the girls were walking past one or two quite famous women cricketers who have done their bit. London Spirit are here today to come and say hello and give the girls a bit of a boost. And was it Heather Knight you spotted earlier?
Yeah, it looks like London Spirit have come along to support this game, which is just fantastic to see. Obviously the 100 coming up, and we know the kind of revolution of the women's game in the last few years has been absolutely massive. So for these girls to see Heather Knight and other internationals on the boundary coming to watch their game, it's really inspiring for them, and I'm sure they would have watched Heather Knight score lots of runs, so for it to be the opposite way round today is fantastic.
Well, it is Ruth Harbord who is in to start the bowling for Bolton. Bit of a stretch there for Buckley.
Yeah, just trying to get those feet moving, isn't she? She's bending the knees. She's ready to go. Good start though by Harbord, hitting her area very well to begin with.
She is bowling from the pavilion end, and now in once again. Oh, and there's a big thick inside edge, well fielded, superb job to stop the 4, and in fact they only go through for 1 in the end, but Harbord can feel slightly hard done by on that particular occasion, because that inside edge could have gone anywhere.
It could have. They're very often the ones that do end up hitting the stump, so a little bit of luck there, but sometimes you need a bit of luck, don't you? Early on in your innings.
It's been given as a bye. She didn't get a touch, so the ball jagged back. That's well taken by the keeper.
Good pace as well, guy.
Yeah, cranking it up a bit at the moment is Ruth Harbord.
Probably the quickest bowler on display so far. Really good pace from her.
Old-fashioned all-rounder as well, because she's the under-16 goalkeeper for Accrington Stanley women, and that's she is brisk. This is a yard or so faster than anybody else we've seen so far, I would suggest.
Yeah, absolutely. Accrington Stanley.
I know,
Fantastic.
Isn't it cool? Under-16s goalkeeper, as well as opening the bowling for Bolton here at Lord's. Nice action. Once again, takes the batter Shah on this occasion a bit by surprise with the pace. Ball was on her before she could play the attempted shot to leg.
Sometimes you associate a keeper perhaps with being a wicket keeper actually in cricket, but to open the bowling just shows you how talented she is, really.
Another good delivery, with the extra bounce I think is at the moment causing the problems, and we saw that at the beginning of the Bolton innings. Here you are, you're playing on the ground, beautifully manicured wicket that might be a step up from one or two others that you've played on, and the ball is certainly coming through nicely and probably quicker than the girls are used to.
Yeah, definitely. I was just walking past the nursery ground actually as I came in this morning, and there's more hub finals going on over there, as well as the indoor centre too, and you just see the nursery ground and you think, you know, the wicket, the outfield, even to just play there is a privilege, but to play on the main ground and to have this opportunity to, you know, as you said, not just the ground itself but also the surface is a pleasure, really.
Louise Heavycan into the attack from the nursery end, in sharp contrast to Shah, who took up cricket last summer. Louise has been playing cricket since she was 3. When did you start playing, Kath? How old were you?
I mean,
Heavycan in once again. Oh, there's a bit of a shout for LBW, but I think a bit leg side, looking at the shot that Buckley was attempting.
I think I probably always played a little bit of garden cricket, but taking it seriously and actually learning it properly, probably the age of 8 or 9.
Same.
3 seems quite young, so
3 does seem very young. Obviously comes from a cricketing family. She's in once again. Nicely bowled, but nicely played on this occasion by Buckley as well, out into the covers. I have to say the fielding is a real feature for both teams. Probably a step up from last year's.
yeah, absolutely. That's what I was kind of going to say actually next, guy. So yeah, the fielding. No, it's we're both thinking it. The fielding's been superb today from both teams.
And that's rather attempted fetch round the corner that luckily for Buckley avoids everything, but there isn't enough for a run. Let's just watch that again. Oh, it was closer than I thought. Slightly slower ball and a nice delivery. Again, a bit of a mow from Buckley.
I think one of the things we've also seen, guys, awareness in the field placing.
Yeah.
As we saw that in the first innings as well, it's been really superb, the fielding and the awareness tactically.
Yeah, so a lot. Now that is just too wide outside off stump, so that will have to be bowled again. So unlucky for Louise Heavycan, who was just on the verge of a maiden over, but instead the wide is called, and she will have to bowl that again. Very correct action. And that's down the leg side as well, but is okay on this occasion. And just the one wide, 2 runs from the first 2 overs. Both of them have been extras. We had a bye in the first over and the wide in the second, so at the moment Guildford feeling this pretty tough going against some decent bowling, it must be said, from Hevican and also particularly from Harbord.
Yeah, it's been a good start, hasn't it? It's a good start in the power play. This is exactly what they would have wanted. I'm sure they would have discussed this as well in their team huddle, in their chat. Great start.
Again, it's sharp. And interestingly, Shah's sort of having to practice playing the ball a little later and higher than perhaps she would normally. She just practices that cut shot.
Yeah, some good raw pace here. Keep us back a little bit as well. Just shows you it's carrying through.
That's actually a really nice shot, and with that extra pace that Harbord generates, Shah played that beautifully backward of square for 4. The first runs off the bat, and a really nice way to get off the mark.
Yeah, stunning shot through backward point. As you said, Guy, just used the pace of the delivery, opened up the face of the bat. Really well timed. Lovely shot by Shah.
Yeah, it was funny enough, that was the shot she had practiced to the previous delivery, and just given the width by Harbord on that occasion. And Harbord is in again, and again gets bounce, but nicely played off the back foot again, and Shah is, you feel, is getting used to the pace of this wicket now.
Yes, she is, and as we said earlier, it's got a little bit of bounce in the surface, so just getting used to that. I think Harbord probably just gone a little bit too short in the last couple of deliveries. In her first over, she was a fraction fuller, wasn't she, Guy? So she just dragged that length back, and it's made it slightly easier for Shah to get her hands through the ball.
Harbord in again, and that's tempting cut away. And Buckley just living something of a charmed life at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit, but again, very good pace on that delivery by Harbord. Buckley just trying to get loose, trying to get those feet moving against this pace.
She just needs the single, doesn't she, you feel? And then she gets, I think she got something on that, the top edge. Perfectly safely played, but she will get off the mark now, and that will help settle the nerves. And a slightly more expensive over so far from Harbord, 6 runs coming from it. But you can see the pace that she is generating. We haven't seen the ball bounce like this so far in this match. And that is, give the batter the benefit of the doubt there, just guided through that vacant slip area rather than a thick outside edge, but they get 1 anyway, and the score goes up to 9 without loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, again, you know, trying to hit that pocket just backward of point, kind of slip area. If there's no slip in place, you can throw your hands at those kinds of deliveries. But Harbord has really impressed us, Guy, hasn't she? She's bowled her 2 overs, gone for 7 runs, yes, but she's bowled with some really good pace and aggression, and that's something we haven't seen before. So, and again, wonderful fielding on the boundary rope at the back end of that over.
Absolutely. Well, it will be to continue. Isabel Hevican, who bowled very nicely indeed in her first over. Just the 1 wide, the 1 run from it. Shah, though, seems to be settling in. Oh, and that's a lovely delivery. What a ball. Just jagged away down the hill. Good local condition, good use of local conditions here at the HQ.
Yeah, it was a really nice delivery, wasn't it? Very difficult to play that, so she'd be probably disappointed she didn't get a wicket off it, actually.
Yes, you almost, it's one of those you appeal, you're not quite sure what for, but you deserve something from it. And again, beat Shah outside the off stump. Just a little movement away, but really nice length of line at the moment, and causing the batter some problems is Isabel Hevican. Oh, again, moves. This is beautiful to watch. Someone's worked out the Lord's slope rather nicely and very quickly.
Yeah, really nice little bit of shape away, isn't it? It's making it difficult for Shah to lay bat on. She's hitting the right spot as well on the pitch.
And that's a little bit wider, and Shah will be actually on that occasion slightly disappointed to have missed out. She was better set for that shot. It just whizzed past her before she was able to lay bat on ball. Heavican. Oh, and it's bowled up. That time it was almost like she set her up. She bowled the four balls just outside off stump, shaped away, then pitches it on middle stump. Little bit of away movement. False shot from Shah. She's bowled for 6. Heavican makes the breakthrough. 9 for 1 Guildford in that chase for 103.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start, hasn't it? And Heavican there taking the wicket. She deserved really after those, well, her first over and at the start of that second over. She was just bowling outside off stump, making it very difficult. As you said, Guy, there went a little bit straighter, got the wicket and gets a big hug from her captain, Megan Russell, for doing so.
Yeah, really nicely bowled. Was a little bit of movement again, wasn't there? I feel a bit for Shah, who was looking increasingly frustrated. But she has hit a 4 at Lords, and there are not many of us who have ever been able to say that we've done that. So, and she bowled beautifully earlier as well herself. So the new batter who has come to the crease is Amy Williamson, who also bowled very nicely.
There's a few all-rounders in this Guildford side, isn't there?
So Heavican's final ball of her over, and that's punched away nicely, and they go for a single. Actually, I'm not even sure the single was ever there, but they immediately went for it. Williamson is off the mark, luckily, and has a look to her partner, what on earth were we doing? And at the end of the 4th over, it is 10 for 1. Welcome back. Buckley 1 not out. Williamson, despite there were certain elements of risk about the single she took off the first ball she faced, but she survived the potential run-out opportunity, and instead she will be facing Harbord, who is to continue for a 3rd over. And unexpected bounce. Williamson, you could see with the practice shot, that really did surprise her, just how high that ball went through to the keeper, who was actually, considering the pace, standing up pretty close. That's punched beautifully through the covers. What a shot that was. Doesn't quite reach the boundary. There is a excellent dive. They should take 3. I think they have taken 3. So good cricket all round. Williamson with a lovely shot, decent fielding as well.
Yeah, it was a great shot actually. Again, using the pace of Harball. We've seen that pace, how difficult it is to hit when it's a little bit straighter. Anything with a bit of width on, seems if you do throw your hands at it, you're able to get runs. I just think they should plug this gap, Guy, at a deep backward point. Just put a point on the boundary because of that pace. That's where they're looking to hit her.
Well, I think that there's a certain amount of telepathy going on, because there is a person out there now. Again, sharp fielding, lovely throw, but well run as well as they go through for the single.
That's just great game awareness, isn't it? When you see that the ball's going in that area more often than not, Harbord has got that extra bit of pace. You need to protect that boundary as much as possible and just keep applying pressure on these two batters. So good tactical awareness there by the captain.
Adahar Hashmat is the player who's gone back, and that's an edge, I think. It's gone all the way through for 4 buys. 4 buys, but that's sharp. You feel for the wicketkeeper when the ball's flying past you like that, and Williamson, I think she was rather surprised at the pace that went past her. Oof. Oh, and how did that miss the stumps? Oh, you feel for the bowler on that occasion.
You do. She deserves something here, doesn't she, guys? She's bowled with great pace, great aggression. Bassers is just having a little chat here, but she's really bowled nicely. I reckon she just could get her length up half a yard. She'd be just taking more wickets and just target those stumps with that pace. Half a yard fuller, target the stumps, and I'm sure she'll take more wickets.
This time it is a dot ball, but certainly she is impressed with the pace that she has generated so far, and that previous delivery that went for 4 byes. You're right, if it had been pitched half a pace further up, it would have rattled the stumps rather than going just over them. But Harbord in now to complete her 3rd over. And that's a cracking shot. This is a brilliant battle. What a shot that is from Williamson, who has now played 2 stunning shots and could have been run out and bowled.
Fantastic shot, wasn't it? We just saw that extra pace, and actually she allowed the ball to bounce, which was the key there, wasn't it? And then played it on top of the bounce with lots of aggression actually and timing. So Williamson's looking good here. She's raced away to 8 off just 6 deliveries. It's a good start from her.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 lovely boundaries. Could have been out at least twice, but that's what we want to see on her finals day here at Lord's. And they'll be pretty pleased with the way they're going after 5 overs. They're over 4 and over at this stage, which is pretty good going, particularly as there have been virtually no runs conceded from the other end. Now, do they continue to bowl Heathercan, or do they? I think they are going to continue to bowl Heathercan, which only gives a 1 over left later on in the innings, but obviously feel it's worth it at the top. And that is just pushed out into the cover, and there's a chance for a run out. Oh, and that's out. And she's run herself out, backing up Williamson. And oh, what a shame. Buckley had played it out. It was Buckley's call, but Williamson was halfway down the wicket, and brilliantly done by the fielder and the bowler, who managed to just push the ball onto the stumps. It was tight, but it was out.
There was a direct hit, wasn't it, in the end, Guy? I mean, she'll be disappointed with this. I know they were taking risks running a single in the ring. An underarm throw, I think that burst through the bowler's hands and ended up going onto the stumps and being given out by the umpire. You could see the joy because Williamson was batting really nicely there. So she'll be, I'm sure, a little bit disappointed in the fact that she's got run out. And that's the way she's given her wicket away. But a very, very good bit of fielding in the ring.
Absolutely. It was a direct hit. I thought the bowler had got a bit of a hand on it. But however it happened, it's a very dangerous, and well, she'd played beautifully up until that point, but the running had been a slight issue. She nearly run herself out first ball, and Amy Williamson has to go for that entertaining 8, 22 for 2. Buckley is 2 not out, and Molla Butcher is now come out to join her.
I think the idea of keeping Heathercan on was actually a good one, Guy, because I know that there's been a run out, but the swing she's getting with that new ball, I think it was a good idea just to keep her on.
Well, Heathercan is to continue, and that is played defensively by Buckley. Minimal foot movement, but Buckley trying to get those knees pumping.
It's nice to see she's having a little chat there with Megan Russell, the keeper.
Heathercan, who has a very classic action. Oh, and that's again shaping away from the outside edge. She's bowling beautifully.
She really is, and as I said earlier, that using this new ball really nicely, getting it to swing, pitching it up nice and full, making it very, very difficult to play.
Homer beats the batter again for fun outside off stump. I think Guildford would be quite glad to see the back of Heathercan, the way she has bowled so far. I remember this last year as well. There isn't much spin on offer. Hevican, that's a full toss, and they trot through for a single. Quite surprised that wasn't wide, but it must have just been within the lines, and that's the first loose ball Hevican has bowled.
Yeah, she's been superb up to now, hasn't she? So just a loose delivery from her, but luckily not punished by the Guildford batters. So just keep hitting your area, keep hitting your line and length as she has been. It's been a good over so far.
She comes in once again. Oh, and that strikes the front pad of Molla Butcher as she looks to swing away to leg side, Cicely Molla Butcher, but they go through for another leg bye. And it was a no ball, actually, the last delivery, so that was a free hit.
I was going to say that looked quite close.
Yeah. But nobody appealed. Hevican to continue. And that's just punched to that person at cover point. There is no run. Nicely fielded. Again. That is finally the end of the over. 25 for 2 after 6. Another wicket has fallen in that over. Amy Williamson run out, backing up for 8. Buckley is now 3 not out. Molla Butcher yet to get off the mark. Extras are helping the Guildford cause at the moment. They're 25 for 2, Kath Dalton.
Yeah, they are. They certainly are. I think I didn't actually jot down what the scores were at the end of the power play during the Bolton innings, but I do feel that there was around 20 something, but I think they were only 1 wicket down. So the scores are fairly similar. We know that they got off to a fairly slow start before Megan Russell started to find the boundary and started to score some runs. So both teams have used the power play very well from a bowling perspective. They've used the new ball and they made it very, very challenging to score freely.
Well, Bolton comes into the attack, and that's punched away nicely into the covers, and they go through for a single. Neve Bolton, who an all-rounder. She came out to bat but didn't face a ball this year. Hit the 6 that won the match last year, as we may have mentioned once or twice. But Neve Bolton coming in again from the pavilion end, asks the question regarding the LBW. She always bowls off the wrong foot. Need to watch this again.
I think for a player like Neve Bolton, and obviously some of these girls were playing last year as well, it just kind of makes you more relaxed, doesn't it, when you play the second time in a final?
It's not off the wrong foot, she just has a little hop as she comes in to bowl, and that is once again pushed out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, she does. She does a fraction, just hops in rather than jumping into her action. But you know, these young players still go with, I'm sure, plenty of development still to come.
At the moment, Freya Buckley struggling to really get going. 3 off 17, though we've seen that batting is harder early on in the innings, and that hops over the fielder, which was harboured, and they go through for a single, and that will help settle the Buckley nerves, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's not easy, is it? You know, they've bowled really well, Bolton, so far, so it's been hard to score.
Oh, and that's an absolute jaffa that goes through Molla Butcher, but she survives. Practices a shot that I'm still not entirely sure would have helped enormously, but 27 for 2 remains the score. Very well bowled. Again, bowls a lovely length from line. It's dug up to mid-on, and Buckley was that smarted as it went into the shins of the unfortunate Neve Bolton as it was thrown towards the stumps. But I think she's recovered enough to mean that it's the end of the over. Limps away with the score 27 for 2 after 7.
It's always typical, isn't it? When you've just bowled a ball, you've finished your over, and then your teammate throws the ball at your shins. It's not exactly what you want, is it?
Though you can see there was half a chance of a run out. Buckley was out of a crease, so
think you're right, Guy. I think, you know, Buckley's probably just looking for those singles in the ring because she's feeling a little bit of pressure, but she doesn't need to. We saw it with the Bolton innings as well, that they struggled at the start, but then they really rebuilt it towards the back end, middle overs of the game, middle overs back end of the game, and they started to accelerate. So there's still plenty of time left. We're just out of the power play here, only over out the power play.
Well, change of bowling. Emma Durden's coming on. And it's bowled. It's absolute. Well, what a way to introduce yourself into the attack from Durden. Superb stuff. And, well, a third wicket goes down. Buckley, who has been there for a little while, is finally out for 4. Super delivery. First ball you've bowled. Oh, and you feel for the batter a bit as well. Stepping away. Manages to play the ball onto the stumps and the wicket tumbles.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, wasn't it, when it comes off your thigh pad. It's not exactly the way you want to get bowled. She just tried to make a little bit of room there. What came off, actually came off the top of her pad onto the stumps. It's never easy, but getting a wicket with your first delivery is just absolutely wonderful. So, well done.
So, third wicket down. Well, we mentioned earlier that how many of the Bolton girls would actually get to bat at Lord's. At the moment, quite a lot of the Guildford girls are getting a chance. And Izzy Moores, who bowled nicely early on in the Bolton innings, another of the all-rounders, comes out at number 5.
Yeah, there's a lot of all-rounders in this team, guys, isn't there, for Guildford? Shows you how talented their squad is. They're all able to bowl and bat. Izzy Moores is going to have to do a job here, isn't she? You know, a rebuild is required at this stage of the game.
Emma Durden is in again, and that is taken nicely down the leg side by the keeper. Now, Emma took 4 for 13 in the North semi-final against Bradford, so she played a big role in Bolton getting through to this final.
And a wicket on her first delivery at Lord's.
And she took 2 for 19 last year. So she is in again. And that is played nicely actually out into the covers. That will give Moores some confidence. If you can just middle one, even if you don't score, it does make a difference, doesn't it?
Absolutely, especially early on in your innings. You just want to feel bat on ball. You feel like you're timing it, and it just relaxes those nerves a little bit.
Durden in again, and that's played very nicely indeed by Izzy Moores. Decent fielding out on the boundary means that it won't be 4 runs, but they go through for a very easy 2, and a nice way for Izzy Moores to get off the mark.
Yeah, we said earlier that she was, you know, only faced 3 deliveries so far, but has looked good. So in those 3 deliveries, it was a lovely shot through extra cover.
Pitched up outside. That's a no ball. Must have overstepped Durden on this occasion. So it will be a free hit for Moores. It's had a bit of everything this over so far. Wicket first ball. Lovely cover drive, and now after a no ball it's a free hit. Likes that cover drive, and that will beat the fielder. Oh, that is a shot. Punched away off the back foot. Lovely, lovely shot. And that's how to make the most of your free hit.
Absolutely, just a lovely flow of her bat here through the covers. Wonderful cover drive. In fact, I think it's technically the best shot we've seen today. Through extra cover, there's no way the fielding side were able to stop that.
So, suddenly making batting look considerably easier. Izzy Moores. Durden, who started with the wicket, now has 1 for 7 and another ball to bowl in her first over. And again with that ever so slightly crooked elbow, but super timing, plays the ball out into the covers, and this looks set to be a good battle. The score 34 for 3 after 8. 34 for 3. It is Neve Bolton to continue from the pavilion end. Moller Butcher facing. She just digs that one out. Cicely Moller Butcher into the leg side, no run.
That was well played actually by Moller Butcher, because that was a full delivery, wasn't it, on the stumps. It was quite threatening, and she's just replaying that shot. Anything there, Guy, you just defend those. Wait for the deliveries that you're able to throw your hands through.
And that attempts to cut away outside off stump. That was through pretty briskly from Bolton. Again, I'd say, been impressed with Megan Russell behind the stumps, and she makes that look pretty comfortable, taking a sharpish delivery, standing up. And that had a little bit of movement, didn't it? Got the ball to go back up the hill, which a lot of bowlers I know who play professionally would like to have that gift.
No, she's bowling really nicely here, only conceding 2 runs for 1.5 overs so far, Neve Bolton.
Oh, and again, that lovely away movement up the hill here at Lord's, and gets the swish and a miss from Moller Butcher.
I think it's something we've seen throughout the whole of this game so far, as the girls' ability to swing a cricket ball has been really good to see.
That is on. That's gone all the way, and we have the game's first 6. And Moller Butcher spotted the full toss very quickly indeed, and swings it away into the mound stand for 6. And there's a memory made.
What a wonderful shot this was, guys. She timed it, didn't she? It was a full toss into her hip. Just flicked her hands through the back of the ball, and it's flown actually into the seats. They're now having to try and retrieve the ball from somewhere in the stand.
Oh,
it's
that's
gone that
difficult.
far.
Yeah, it's hidden as well. Now players and stewards and everybody are now trying to get involved. Oh, we've got it. We've got it. But the massive smile on the face of Cicely Moller Butcher, and why wouldn't there be? You know, just hit it out of the ground at Lord's.
It doesn't get better than that, does it?
Budge. Neve Bolton, who bowled 4 absolute peaches, just let that one slip and finds out the hard way. 1 bad ball. She gets that in the right place, and all that only just cleared the fielder. But it did clear the fielder, and they come back for the second on the throw, and they played that very well indeed. So 8 off the over, and Moller Butcher has suddenly changed gear.
Yeah, Moller Butcher and Moores actually are looking very good players, quite accomplished, know what they're doing. They've hit some, both of them have hit some really nice looking cricket shots, and they're just creeping that run rate up now, which is what's required really. And this partnership is key. Losing three wickets so early can be difficult, but you just need to rebuild, and that's exactly what they're looking to do here.
Absolutely, they need to score at 5 and over really to win, fraction over 5 and over to win this, and they've just boosted the run rate from around 4 to not far under 5 now. So 4.66 I think. So nice slower delivery, but called a wide from Durden. Didn't seem to be that wide from where we're looking, but can't quite judge from up here.
And Bolton have put 2 players now out on the boundary on the offside, so they know Moores is really strong through the covers, so they're looking to make sure that they're covering that region to make sure there's no fours on the offside.
It's interestingly set now, this match. Coming up to after this, it'll be the halfway point in the innings, and that's another wide. It doesn't. They don't seem to be this wide. We can ask I wouldn't mind seeing a replay of one of those at some stage because they didn't seem that wide. However, it is too wides. This one is overcorrected almost and goes down the leg side, and it's flicked around the corner for a single. Now here is the second wide. Ooh, tight.
Close.
Glad we weren't going mad, Kath. As long as it's the same for everyone, it doesn't matter, does it? That's punched out into backward point, and they go through for another single. And Mola Butcher has 10 from 11 and Moore 7 from 7. They're going along very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely they are. Good strike rates for both of them. Let's just keep that scoreboard ticking. It just takes all the pressure off as a batting side if you just carry on scoring runs, even if it's singles. It just really keeps that momentum with you.
Durden is in again, and that's nicely bowled but nicely played. That's got a length and line to the umpire's satisfaction now.
Yeah, she's bowling a little bit straighter now, isn't she, because of those wides. Probably looking to target the stumps a little bit more, Durden.
That is swung away, and it beats the outstretched foot of the fielder and should go all the way for 4. It was slightly on the short side, and Moore's latched onto it very swiftly indeed.
She absolutely did. This is another powerful shot by Moores. We've seen her very good through the covers, and this one was just outside off stump actually, but she threw her hands into the ball, into the delivery on the leg side. That's raced away to the boundary. Confident batting here.
Yes, after those tumble of wickets, Bolton must have been really happy with the way the situation was. Now 50 for 3. And that is punched away backward a point. They go through for another single. And, expensive over so far from Durden, but a couple of very tight wides. And the 3 singles are 4 as well, and still one more ball to bowl to get to the halfway mark in this innings of Guildford. And they're nicely set now. In once again, goes back, plays it out to short mid-wicket. There is no run, and halfway through 51 for 3. So they're on course, Kath Dalton.
They absolutely are on course. Obviously they've lost a couple of early wickets, or 3 early wickets, which can kind of stop you playing freely, stop that free-flowing feel as a batter. But these two have come in, and they've been really dominant with how they've played. Both of them, as we've said, at good strike rates, and they just look really, really assured. The key really is going to be this partnership though, Guy, because this is the one that's going to have to take them very close to the finish. But as you said, they are on course, and Guildford losing this game last year, be really keen to try and win it this year.
So halfway through this run chase, 51 for 3 Guildford. It's Neve Bolton to continue, and that's played beautifully up to mid-off, almost too beautifully up to mid-off, because they couldn't actually go through for the run because it had been played so nicely by Moores.
Yeah, she's a really good driver of a cricket ball, isn't she, Moores? She looks to hit the drive more often than not, straight drive or through the covers. She looks really assured when the balls are in that area. She looks confident to hit through them.
Yep, left arm bowler, right arm batter. Again, a little hitch kick. Now that is a wide. That is definitely a wide from Neve Bolton, whose hands were on her face. Slightly cross with herself.
The key now is just to let that one go and refocus on the next delivery for Neve Bolton.
Which she does well. And again, it's nicely timed from Moores, who, to be honest, she and Megan Russell are the two people who have timed the ball best on this wicket so far. This time she tries to get the ball out onto the leg side, which she does, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
I think it's just being patient, isn't it? We saw Megan Russell, who had that spell where she was struggling to score, but then found that freedom the back end of her innings. Same for Moores here.
And that is bunted away into the leg side. Decent throw, well fielded by the bowler to stop any possible overthrows. It was pretty tight in the end.
I know we've spoken about, you know, trying to take singles in the ring, but it just shows you when you do take that risk, it is difficult because the fielding side is definitely on it today.
And that's a really nice drive. Actually comes to land. They should get through for 2. Decent throw from distance as well by Nadihar Hashmat.
Yeah, she seems to be patrolling the boundary, doesn't she? Hashmat. She was over on this other shorter boundary not that long ago. She's got a great arm.
Exactly. So you then get stuck out on the boundary if you got the best.
You do all the running work, don't you?
Final ball, because we had a wide earlier in the over, and that is punched away, and nearly a diving catch, was it, or just a diving stop? But it was a terrific effort.
It was a great effort, wasn't it? We've seen so many good bits of fielding today. This was in the air for a little bit.
Oh,
that was a
what
really
a
great
try!
effort.
And that wasn't the goalkeeper from Accrington Stanley either. But it was like a top class goalkeeping effort, diving up to try and punch the ball over the top of the bar. But an eventful over comes to the end, over 11, and the score 56 for 3. Molla Butcher going very nicely. Well, they both are, both 13 from 14.
Identical at the moment, aren't they, these two? And they're both playing very nicely. I know, obviously that would have been an unbelievable catch, but I love the aggression that these two have at the moment. They're really going for it, they're really pushing the run rate up, and they're putting their side in a really good position to be able to capitalise on this momentum that they've got and hopefully go on and win the game.
Well, we have a change. Matilda McLeod is in.
There's a bit of a thick outside edge here. Guy just was unlucky actually.
Oh, well bowled. I just concentrate on the replay while poor Kath has to actually concentrate on the day-to-day business. Oh, Georgie Heath has joined us, so I'll take a rest after the next over and hand over to Georgie, as that is a wide outside. Now, I had a problem with the 2 wides in the last over. I don't from this end, but I have.
You're all right now, Guy.
I have no problem with that. Matilda McLeod was wide outside off stump, but Moores and Molla Butcher are batting so well. They're putting pressure on the bowlers that if you bowl at the stumps at the moment, you're being clipped away. But she's in again, and that's played back to the bowler, who fields nicely for a dot ball, but Moore's ready to launch pretty much every opportunity.
Well, she is. She's capitalising on those deliveries that are a little bit fuller. If they're in her arc to drive, she's really going for it, and I love that aggressive intent from her throughout her whole innings so far. Actually, guys, she's really gone for it.
That is punched out into the leg side. They'll take a single.
They're just always keeping that run rate ticking over, aren't they? They're just keeping the scoreboard moving. It just takes the pressure off, and if you're batting like that as a pair, which they are, it just builds a nice bit of momentum and rhythm to your batting innings.
That swung away again, out into the offside, and with the field set back slightly, they can go through for a simple single. 60 for 3 now.
You just feel like Bolton need to take a wicket here, don't they, Guy? They need to break this partnership in the next couple of overs just to stem this flow of runs.
Yeah, they've just changed the dynamic, haven't they? 27 for 3. Bolton would have been feeling we're in control here. that is Moores again, just playing the ball nice. She's just middling everything at the moment, isn't she?
She certainly is, and they're up with the run rate as well. They're over 5s at the moment, so they're right on track here, Guildford.
Final ball of this over, any wides permitting, and that's cover driven again, and it's through the field, and this one will go for 4 more. And this is a terrific batting exhibition from Izzy Moores. She moves on to 18, and the score at the end of the 12th over, well, it's going very well. Let's just watch that 4 again.
You're right, this is an absolute exhibition, isn't it? It's a fantastic drive. Cover drive between extra cover and mid-off. She's picked that gap, she's hit that powerfully enough to find the boundary as well. It's not a small boundary out there.
So the score after 12, 64 for 3.
Going to have Guy just having a spell, and the legendary Georgie Heath is coming in. Legendary, I've bigged you up now there.
Ooh, what an opening. Oh, what a day, am I dreaming? I mean, what a day to be here. Just done a lap of the ground, and there's a lot of very excited people to be here. Lots of photos, lots of selfies being taken, and some mighty fine cricket. Love it.
There certainly has. We saw obviously Megan Russell in the first innings who hit that 50. You must have seen her, Georgie. She was very excited to score those runs, and we're seeing some wonderful batting here too in the second innings.
Yeah, 50 at Lords under 16. I'll take that one and ride off that as a fun fact. I mean, they're looking good here, this lot, aren't they? They're up with the run rate. I was worried for a while. It looked like they were getting a bit bogged down, but really this partnership has got them back in the game, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. I think losing those 3 wickets to start with is always difficult, but then when you rebuild as they have, they're doing really well. This is Martin's first over as well, Georgie, so she's just come on, and 2 dot balls to start with is an excellent start for her. I'm loving the bucket hat. If we can get a shot of us here with Georgie in a bucket hat, that would be great.
That's a lovely, lovely shot through the covers. It's found the fielder, but looked nice as it came off the bat. This bucket hat I could have sold 20 times over. Where's my camera? Am I over here? The MCC Foundation bucket hat is what it's all about today, and it's also big enough for my massive head. So I'm quite happy with that one.
I think they need a bigger one for Guy's head, that's for sure.
It's nice delivery. It's a really tidy over, just putting the squeeze on a bit. You know, we were saying these two were running away with it a bit. This is just pegged them back slightly.
It has, and as we said, Martin's just come on, and I think sometimes it's just a change in bowling can really swing the momentum of a game. Just a couple of tight deliveries, and it just starts to put a bit of pressure on the batting side.
Just picking out the fielders at the moment, really. I mean, it's either good captaincy or good bowling, or both.
I think a little bit of both. I think we saw it in the first innings as well. You know, the field setting and the tactical awareness from both captains today, Guildford and from Bolton, has been superb. So they've really looked at the game and who's playing and where they're good at scoring, and decided to plug those gaps. So it has been difficult to score at times, and you have to be very aggressive in this game to score runs and get runs on the board. Just strayed on her line there a little bit, Martin. Should be a bit disappointed with that after bowling so well at the start of this over. Just saying that Anna Harris is umpiring. We were talking about her earlier. I'm sure you know Anna pretty well. She actually plays at my club, Georgie, would you believe? So she's still playing a little bit of cricket when we can find her in between international games.
It's a nice looking shot again. Misfield, but good teamwork there actually to recover that one.
Yeah, so do you know Anna? Do you know her pretty well?
Oh, I love Anna. Anna and I have ventured around certain parts of the world together this year, which has been good fun. Had her at the Fair Break tournament earlier this year, and then just sort of seemed to bump into everywhere. And it was, yeah, so we were in Hong Kong, and Anna and I realised I knew she'd been in South Africa at the World Cup and she'd found the penguins, and I'm a big fan, so she sent me lots of photos, and I found the flamingos in the park in Hong Kong, and I wasn't on anything. There were actually flamingos, I promise. And so Anna and we sort of bonded over discovering animals in various cricketing parts of the world. It was great fun, but you wouldn't have flamingos in Hong Kong. But
that's a very interesting story actually, isn't it? It's a lot different to mine where we just play cricket together. That's a lot more fun.
Yeah, but you're probably a lot better at cricket than I am. Played it
I
a lot more recently than I have.
Oh, you're under 15 national champion, Georgie.
Yeah, gonna ride off that one forever.
Oh. It's an unbelievable bit of fielding actually on the boundary there. Martin just coming on for her second over. Just want to watch this again. That looked like a really good stop on the boundary, last minute stop. Bit of a loose delivery. I think she hit the stump actually with her hand, but well capitalised on, and a really good bit of fielding here.
Yeah, she does well. Makes up a lot of ground to get to that one, right in front of the pavilion.
Full toss there by Heather. She'll be disappointed with that delivery, but well capitalised on by Moores, who we've seen has been a powerful striker of the cricket ball so far. Anything that's been a little bit loose, she has capitalised on, and this is a really nice pull shot for 4. Just accelerating that run rate nicely.
It just sort of slipped out of the hand, that one. I find this really interesting, her action. She has this really straight high arm sort of at the beginning of her run up before she sets off.
She bowled beautifully in her first 3 overs, so probably just getting back into it, getting loose again. You can see that high arm, as Georgie was saying. Just outside off stump with a little bit of shape actually. It's something that we've seen all day today, is the girls been able to swing the ball really nicely. A pink ball sometimes can be a little bit difficult, but they've managed to find the shape on it.
I'm not sure the scientists out there have quite figured out why it is that women seem to be able to find that swing so often. We saw Lauren Bell in the test match, it was especially last year. But this is a really good recovery from Heather after those first 2 balls.
Yeah, I think that just shows the character of a bowler when you come back after a couple of deliveries that you're not happy with. Again, going a little bit fuller there, and Moore's just striking that to mid-off. She's just began to find her line and length again, and that just gives you a bit more confidence. Outside off stump again, and nicely played again by Moores. We've seen her be so good through those covers all day today.
I've been impressed by the fielding actually as well. You know, we saw that save on the boundary earlier as well, but I mean, I want to admit, under 15, perhaps our team's fielding wasn't quite up there, you know, but it's come on so much in the last few years. You know, we've seen it at the top level, and it's really filtered down.
I think it's inspiring, isn't it, when you see international players, 100-ball regional cricket in this country, and how good the standard is. Evercan with another full toss that's been driven powerfully into leg side, but again a really good bit of fielding. I love the fact that they're going for those direct hits, and a great bit of backing up. It's just that awareness, that game awareness in the field has been superb. Moller Butcher just waiting here again for Heathercan to come in. Heathercan bowling that a little bit straighter, that's in the air, but it's full safely, and they'll just take the single. As you're right, Georgie, that she's just recovered this over really nicely so far.
I think that's what is really impressive. You know, you're young, you can easily get sort of bogged down. You bowl 1 bad ball, maybe, you know, 2, and then you can really start to play with you, but she's just completely flushed it.
Again, outside off stump, it's swung away into the leg side. They look for a run, but there isn't one there, and she's run out.
What a mighty piece of fielding. Pick up and throw, all in one movement, really good. Went straight to her. The run was perhaps never really there, but that's a great bit of fielding, and she's got to go, and that is the breakthrough that they needed.
Absolutely, that was the breakthrough that they required, as Georgie just said. They were building a really nice partnership, Moores and Molla Butcher. They were looking really strong, and that's a fantastic bit of fielding, because although she wasn't that deep, the fact that she, as Georgie said, picked up and threw the ball in so quickly. We've seen so many good run-outs and so many good bits of fielding today. As Lola Hubbard comes to the crease for Guildford, she'll know what to do. Molla Butcher with a great innings of 19 off just 22 deliveries. She did a really good knock for her team. They need to keep building on this momentum. They're up with the run rate. In fact, they're over the required run rate, which is 4. They're up with the run rate at 5.64. So they're in a really good position here, Georgie. It's just making sure they capitalise on that partnership.
Yeah, and we've got a bit of information about each of these players. And so Lola Hubbard has actually been lucky enough to meet Kevin Peterson, Monty Panesar and Mike Gatting. And when you're coming out to bat, I know which 3 of those I wouldn't be going to necessarily for my batting advice, although, I mean, Monty can swing a bat.
Yeah. There's 3 very different sort of people there. Different styles of cricketer, isn't it?
Very, yes. Maybe we'll stop that one there. But yeah, Lola Hubbard, she actually played recently a first men's match as well, took 3 wickets and scored 18 then. So she, an interesting prospect and an up-and-coming star. We've seen quite a lot of those out there throughout the tournament and today as the sun shines over Lords.
How has it been? Because obviously you've been round the ground. I saw some of the London Spirit players were around as well. Didn't know if you saw that. Heather Knight was down there doing a few interviews. What's the kind of vibe around the ground?
Yeah, there's a real buzz. There's a lot of selfies being taken by families, understandably.
So it's just a play in the mist there by Hubbard.
And yeah, there's just a buzz. You know, you got all these families. A lot of people have travelled a long way to be here today, and it's that excitement. Some people, it's their first trip to Lords, and they're watching their daughter play at Lords, age 15, and that's really something special. And then we've got, you've got Stephen Fry over in the pavilion, and
have you seen him then?
I have.
You'll make Guy very jealous now.
I didn't tell him that I listened to his voice to go to sleep yesterday reading Harry Potter.
As Martin comes back into bowl. Oh, good shape in. And a wicket. Fantastic bowling from Martin. That's 2 wickets in very close proximity towards each other. That's a wonderful bit of bowling, nice and straight, swung in. Unlucky from Hubbard, really. It was a wonderful delivery.
Yeah, like you say, it's just found that shape. It's full of a length, and it's sent the bells flying. And what a delivery, really. This is a great comeback. Here, those 2 quick wickets back to back, and you know what? The game is swinging.
Literally. It is literally swinging, Georgie. It has really changed since you come on air. I'm sure they want you to get off air as soon as possible. No, I'm joking.
It's probably not just them.
No, it was a cracking delivery with a little bit of shaping. As we've said all day today, the girls have found that swing. When they have got their wrist position right and it has swung, it's been very difficult to play. And another wicket goes down for Guildford, and they're 79 for 5 now as Abby Shaw-Hales comes into bat. Just need to refine that partnership. Moores is still there, 26 of 26 balls, so going at 100% strike rate. She's batting nicely. Just need to keep her on strike as many times as possible. A great bit of bowling by Martin.
Wonder which 3 of those cricketers emulated more that she'd met during her time. But I mean, there was nothing anyone could really done about that delivery. It was just a really mighty fine bit of bowling. She was just unlucky to be the victim, really.
And again, just a little bit too much shape on that delivery. Well fielded. A short fine leg. And it's called a wide by Anna Harris, who we've made very popular and famous today on this stream.
I don't think it needs us to make Anna. I think
That's
she's
very
got
true.
quite a following, especially the dynamic duo of when it's Anna Harris and Sue Redfern together. They've sort of become this famous pair.
They certainly have, haven't they?
They actually have matching shoes, I learnt recently.
Is that right?
Mm.
I think we should start that, Georgie. And again, in again. A bit further outside off stump, but lovely shot through backward point by Moores. She's played that drive so well today, and they come through for a second.
It's an interesting one, actually. You mentioned footwear. That's something that's really been talked about. You know, we talk about kit designed for girls and women to, you know, for sport, for cricket, the equipment, the clothing, but the footwear has become a real talking point. There was a really interesting article in the Telegraph by Fee Thomas this week. She spoke to Lydia Greenway and Izzy Wong about footwear that is appropriate for them, and I'm sure you understand this one. Played much higher level cricket than I ever have, and actually in preventing injury.
As Martin comes in again, that swing. That was very close to the stumps. Finding that in swing so well at the moment, Martin.
Yeah, it's something that's really interesting because Izzy Wong, she's got big old feet like I have, so you can fit into the men's shoes, but they're not designed specially for women. So the premise was that Ollie Robinson was actually wearing 2 different shoes, and you've got that luxury as a male player.
And Martin coming in again. Lovely bit of in swing. Well played through the covers. They look to take a single, but they don't.
So yeah, an interesting development in the women's game. We talk about, you know, footballers and specific boots and the injuries around football, a lot of ACL discussion and rugby. So it's great to see that development as the women's game looks to push forward.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, we've seen it a lot in the women's football. It's a little bit further outside off stump there. Is that going to be called a wide? It's not. That ends the over. Martin 1 for 9 of her 2 overs so far, bowling beautifully. 83 for 5 Guildford girls. Yeah, you're right, Georgie. I've read a lot of articles about footwear. I'm quite interested in women's football. Obviously, the Women's World Cup's on at the moment, and the amount of ACL injuries you see, you just think, why has footwear not been part of that discussion early enough, really?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Luckily, I mean, maybe it's, you know, sort of 2 sides to it. The more injuries that are happening, sadly, it's only those that are causing more conversations. But they still don't really know what it is. You know, you hear some people say, oh, it's to do with menstrual cycle. Some people saying it's to do with hip width. But actually, they haven't got to the root of it yet. And that research is what needs to be done across all sports.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, you have to get the research right first, don't you, before you make the change. As Shaw Hales faces this delivery, that's just into the leg side. It swung away very nicely onto that leg side boundary for 4. It's a lovely shot for her. That's her first delivery at Lords, and she's hit it away for a 4.
Yeah, she's going at a 400 strike rate at Lords. Retire now. But she does really well with this one, actually. She gets it very fine and just clubs it away.
I think you're right, and they've actually just put a fielder back on that boundary as Parkinson comes back. Well, actually, that is her first delivery of her spell, so she's just a little bit of nerves can happen, can't it, in your first ball. Just calm down, just keep hitting your line and length. She runs up, back of her length again, and that's swung away, but that's very high, and nearly an excellent catch. It's very close to being a superb catch there, just a little bit aerial from Shaw Hales. I know she was successful in the last one. Could have been a great catch.
Yeah, it could have been. It seemed to sort of hang in the air, that one. You can imagine as the batter, you know, your heart is in your mouth, but she just couldn't quite make up the ground. You know, we can't get the dive in, perhaps, but hats and glasses flying in all directions. She does well to make the ground and stop the boundary.
As Parkinson approaches the crease again. Again, a little bit short on length, swung into the leg side, but well fielded by mid-on. Something we've seen, as I've said all day today, is they're going for those direct hits all the time, and very often than not, they're successful at hitting the stumps. So I've been really impressed with their fielding on both sides.
Been impressed by the fielding actually as well. They're really pushing forward, trying to get those ones, rotate that strike.
Again, just outside off stump, swung high in the air into the leg side, but just plug. And they'll come back for the second. Oh, maybe a better throw. That might have been a little bit closer. But again, just plugging away at this target here, and they only need 12 now to win. Guildford. They lost this game last year, Georgie, so I'm sure they'll be hoping to win this one.
What is it? The fight back is better than the setback.
Say that again, Georgie, sorry. Guy Swindles is distracting
Guy
me.
Swindles.
Honestly.
Yeah, who let him in?
Outside off stump and swung away, but there is a boundary rider there. That would just be the single.
No, I was just saying the fight back is stronger than the setback. So, you know, you lose first year and you come back stronger the second year, and we're going to see that as this competition develops every year. There'll be, you know, we know it's the same finalists as last year, but we've seen what's going on in all the hubs around the country and the development of the game. It could be anyone next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you're an ambassador for the MCC, so you're seeing firsthand what's happening as Parkinson comes in. That's just defended back from Moores. You're seeing the impact that it's having on not just the girls' game, but the boys' game as well, and what they're doing overseas as well has been massively special.
Well, on that bombshell, as they would say on Top Gear, I'm going to slide elegantly out of the chair, and Guy Swindles is going to join you to take you through to close.
And we're 92 for 5 as we take a short break here.
Well, I have now slid. Back, I have slid inelegantly into the chair after Georgie slid elegantly out of it. 92 for 5.
It's better than you being at the back of the comms box causing havoc, Guy.
Yeah, that is true. Distracting people as always. Well, distraction. This has been some match. I feel for the bowlers who have come in to really bowl at the death, and that's down the leg side and will be a wide.
Yes, that partnership really in the middle, wasn't it? From Moller Butcher and Moores, who's still in on 29 off just 32 deliveries. It's been really strong, and that set the platform, didn't it, after those 3 early wickets?
Well, they put on 52 as well, didn't they? They really did bat well together, and despite those 2 late wickets, you have to say they are red-hot favourites now, Guildford, to get some revenge, and that should go all the way for 4, does go all the way for 4. And Shaw Hales, since she came in, Abby Shaw Hales has looked pretty decent as well, hasn't she? She's immediately played some shots.
She certainly has. She's anything that's just been a little bit wide, a little bit into the pad, she's found the gaps beautifully today and swung away onto the leg side there. Very difficult to stop those when they start getting momentum across this Lord's turf.
She also plays for the under-15 boys team at her club. So in once again is Martin, and that's a decent delivery and nicely taken by the keeper standing up as well. Made that look very easy indeed. Did Megan Russell?
Yeah, she has. She's kept very well today, Megan Russell. She's actually captained well as well. When there have been conceding runs, she's decided to plug those gaps on the boundary really well, really nicely. It's not easy when your bowlers are going at this kind of rate.
Just 6 runs needed then, and that's swung away. Is that all the way? No, it's just the 4, so still 2 needed. But Shaw Hales is now 16 off 7. This is a magnificent knock. Bolton must have thought they were back in it a bit when they took the 5th wicket.
I think they did, and this was just short of a length, Guy, wasn't it? And she's playing that pull shot powerfully. That really crashed into the advertising boards with some force.
In once again, and this is up in the air. Oh, what a catch! What a catch! Well, it's not over yet. Brilliant catch at her toes. Absolutely superb. Well, Shaw Hales has batted so brilliantly. I'm not quite sure why both batters are walking off at the moment.
I'm not sure, but as we're seeing the replay here, that was a really good low catch and a fantastic celebration. Shaw Hales was really striking the ball powerfully. But you're right, Guy, that they both seem to be wandering off at the moment.
Not quite sure what's going on. Because more runs are still required. Oh, a new bat. That's what's required.
I think she just fancied the walk, Guy.
Yeah, they need two more. Charlotte Mahmood, who bowled very nicely earlier on, will come in for what she will hope will be the last knockings of this match.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. It'll be difficult to stop them getting 2 runs, 20 balls left,
yep,
and wickets in hand.
Moore's going well.
Although, Guy, if Guildford will win this, which they look like they will, be 1-1 in the finals, won't it?
It will. Yes, you'll almost have to hope that they get back again next year, though I'm sure there are other hubs who would rather that didn't happen once again. But a wicket for Martin, and she is now bowling to Mahmood, who just drops the ball in front of her. They set off for the single and the scores are level.
It was well played by Mahmood. As you said, she did bowl beautifully earlier today and just gets off the strike there. It's a nice little shot into the leg side. I think they're going to have to push the fielders up here. Everyone's got to come up in the ring now.
So they have to just be in a ring now. They've got to somehow try and defend this. You have to say that if Izzy Moores does score the winning run, she kind of deserves to. She came out when the score was 27 for 3 and turned this match around. Martin's in and Moores. Is that a no ball? So that's it. And the game finishes on a no ball, and suddenly everybody realises that it is a victory to Guildford as they come hurtling onto the pitch to congratulate the two batters who are out there. Izzy Moores, 29 not out. She has batted absolutely beautifully. Mahmood just had time for a single off the 1 ball she faced, and Guildford get revenge on Bolton for last year's defeat by winning by 4 wickets, 103 for 6, with, you must say, 19 balls in hand. So really good batting.
Oh, it's a fabulous win, wasn't it, for Guildford? They'll be mightily pleased with that victory, as you said, Guy, after last year losing in this fixture against the same team last time, so they'll be really pleased to get over the line. I've just got to say how well they bowled and fielded as well. They made it very difficult to score off them for Bolton to get any kind of runs and any momentum into their innings, and then they've batted beautifully after losing those first early 3 wickets.
Yeah, 27 for 3.
They then rebuilt really nicely and deserved the victory in the end.
Yeah, a terrific 50-run partnership between Cicely Moller-Butcher and Izzy Moores, really the difference. You have to feel a little for Megan Russell, who made 51 not out from 56 balls for Bolton and won the toss and elected to bat first. A slow start, though, that they only recovered up to a point, if you know what I mean. We always wondered whether 103, 102 would be enough from their 50 overs. Megan Russell certainly did her job at one end, but perhaps the runs weren't quite so brisk at the other end, thanks to some fabulous bowling, it must be said.
Yeah, absolutely. Some fantastic bowling, some great captaincy, some good fielding, and just to see the joy on these girls' faces when they take a wicket, a catch, a run out. I know we talk about Megan Russell scoring 50, but Moore's there at the end. There was some great power hitting in the middle as well. So everyone's contributed today, and it's just been a wonderful game of cricket to watch.
It really has. Well, they're going to set up now for the prize giving, and one of the patrons of the MCC Foundation will be presenting the cup. Stephen Fry has come along to make sure that the girls get something else that they'll remember for a long time, with Stephen Fry to present the trophy. But at the moment, Kath, well, everything's getting ready. Have you noticed I think the play was better this year than it was last year. The players all seemed, the level of cricket seemed to be higher than last year. Is that fair?
I would 100% agree. I mean, not just in the fielding, which was spoken about quite a lot, also in the bowling. There's a lot more swing bowling. I would love to see some more spinners actually in these hubs, because we didn't see any spin on show today, but I know there's a lot of good young spinners out there in the women and girls game. But yeah, definite improvement in the standard of cricket on display today, and some really wonderful cricket shots as well have been played. There are a couple from Moores through the covers that I'll remember for a while.
Absolutely right. Yeah, no, it's been a wonderful match, and well played to Guildford, who kept bouncing back whenever they looked in a spot of bother. Didn't take many wickets, but they bowled tightly and ensured that Bolton never truly got away from them with the bat. They took some wickets late on in the innings, as I think there were 2 in the last over, as various strange and wonderful things began to happen, as they do at the end of any one T20 match. But in the end, 102 was on the board for 3, and 103 for 6 is the winning score, as we continue to get things set up for the prize giving. Very nice trophy on offer. I'll say, actually, I can see some Charles Stanley balloons there, and the MCC Foundation would like to thank Charles Stanley Wealth Managers on behalf of all the participants and spectators for kindly sponsoring this competition. And so say all of us. A very big thanks to Charles Stanley Wealth Managers. They have made sure that helped make sure that we've had a fabulous day here. Stephen Fry's still looking on the right hand side as if he's ready to go, being given last minute instructions, as indeed Kath Dalton and I quite often are.
We can say that now. The boss is downstairs.
He is, the boss is down there. He'll tell us in a minute what's going on. But everything looks as if it is nearly ready for the presentation.
As we were discussing off air, Guy, you know, Stephen Fry's had such an impact, hasn't he? And how cricket, you were telling me about how cricket has really impacted his life as well. So he knows the importance of the sport.
That's absolutely right, Kath, because the other job of the MCC Foundation, as well as getting kids to play really, really good cricket, is also to help their lives be better. And work on confidence, work on everything else that kids need. And Stephen Fry was a classic example of that he was having a tough time at school and discovered cricket, and life got easier through cricket, not just physically and everything else, but by the joy of the game and what you can take from, as you were saying earlier, team being a part of a team and the camaraderie that comes with that.
Yeah, I think obviously both of us have grown up playing sport, so if you don't have it, you don't realise what it does for you as a young person growing up, and your character and all those experiences you have just really shape you. So everything the MCC Foundation is doing is having a real life impact on people, and it's just wonderful to see.
So let's hand over to the presentation party.
Welcome to the home of cricket. What an amazing day we've had here today. We're so excited to have you all with us. We're so pleased that Guildford have got their sweet revenge and have won today. What an amazing match. Congratulations to both teams. I hope you felt immensely proud of your young, your families, your friends as they stepped out onto the home of cricket. For some of you, this is the second time in your lives, which is amazing. The thought that you have got to the final twice, both teams, it's so much congratulations to you. What a huge achievement. I hope you'll never forget this. There's a much less important match going on just down the road. And I hope that one day we will see players from your teams playing in international matches like that. So good luck to all of you. I'd like to say a massive thanks to the MCC for putting on this amazing day, for you all to enjoy this beautiful ground. The amount of people that have put in huge amounts of hard work to do this is extraordinary, so a massive thank you. And thank you to the umpires, the scorers, the hub managers, the coaches, but most of all, thank you all for being here today. As director of the MCC Foundation, I'm so proud that we're able to spend our lives fundraising to make days like this happen and to make sure that cricket can be a game for everybody. Now it's my great joy to pass over to the president of the MCC, Stephen Fry, and also we're incredibly lucky to have Heather Knight, captain of England, here with us to give out the prizes.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. On behalf of the MCC, an ancient and venerable club that is custodian of the laws of cricket and owns this remarkable ground, I want to thank you all for coming, because the traditions that this club embodies are meaningless if you're only looking backwards. The traditions that count are the traditions you make. And this tradition, recent as it is compared to many of the older ones, is incredibly important to us, that we have girls and boys from all over the country who have been learning cricket, been engaged in the game, been taking themselves forward further and further in the level of play, such that, as we saw today, and we're lucky enough to witness some really remarkable skills on display and a fabulous spirit between these two great teams. So I want to thank you on behalf of all the members of the MCC for making us feel more proud than we have for a very long time to be hosting such an important occasion. Thank you. And now, thank you very much. You know, it's been my belief that if you show a girl or a boy a bat and a ball and draw up some stumps on a wall or have a plastic beach set of stumps, they get the game instantly. Give me the ball, give me the bat. They want to play. Everybody wants to play. It's such a fabulous, natural game to play. But there are obstacles on the way. Obstacles of the kind of kit that you need sometimes to take the game on to a higher level, and the kind of coaching that helps you achieve that higher level. And that's what the MCC Foundation is all about. And we've seen it come to life here. And it's been rather wonderful to think that there's been this needle between the two great towns of Bolton and Guildford, and that on this occasion, Guildford were able to get their revenge. But I want to congratulate Bolton for a fantastic match and to invite them to come up and to receive their medals. Come forward. And here to give them to you is no less a hero than the captain of England herself, Heather Knight. It's the far side one, so can you come back? Oh, sorry, Heather.
Oh, so sorry. Give it back.
That's a pretty special moment for these girls, isn't it? Stephen Fry introduces you and Heather Knight gives you your medal. It's not a day you'll forget in a hurry.
Oh, it's massively special, isn't it? See Stephen Fry being such an iconic figure, and his speech there was wonderful, and then Heather Knight, captain of England, giving you your medal, shaking your hand at the end of the game. It doesn't get better than that.
No, and that's, if you're going to lose, at least lose at Lord's, meet the England captain and have everything else that's gone on. And I really like what Stephen Fry said about this particular competition.
Step forward, please, Guildford. Thank you.
Well, here come Guildford, and they look rather jollier than poor Bolton, who had to, after having the winners medals put round their necks last year, had to make do with runners-up. This time, Guildford, it's the other way. In the battle of Bolton and Guildford, it's now 1-1. Heather Knight is continuing to keep the smile going, which I always feel for people who are having to dole out the medals.
Oh no, this is a victory that has been long coming for Guildford, so I'm sure them and their coaches, family, friends, anyone who is here to support them will be very, very proud of them.
And now we come to the player of the match. There are some wonderful performances all the way through. I was very impressed, we were all very impressed by Izzy Moore's 29 not out that saw Guildford through to victory, but the player of the match for her remarkable 50 not out for Bolton is Meg Russell. Get forward, Meg.
Player of the match.
Now Guildford's captain can come forward and receive the cup.
Not often you see it on the losing side, but on this side I think that is absolutely right. That's Megan Russell. Abby Shaw-Hales, who batted so well at the end, captaining her team to victory.
I think you'll all find there are a lot of people there who demand photographs from you, but we're going to take the official ones first, and then I'm sure the girls of both teams will go.
Now the celebrations can begin. Where are the? We should have ribbons and everything.
Fireworks.
Confetti.
It's a wonderful moment, isn't it, Guy? Holding that trophy at Lord's.
Just look at the smiles.
Winner's medal round your neck. It really doesn't get better than that for these girls.
Done superbly, and did it the hard way too. Saw runs piled on at the end of the Bolton innings, and then losing key wickets and slow to start themselves, turned everything around and won it.
Yeah. One more
Need to practice the jump. They need to practice the jump.
Can we just get you in front of the foundation?
Well done, Guildford. That is a terrific performance. So there is the view here at Lord's. The sky, we have been very lucky. There was a forecast we might have rain. Well, here we are. Here is the Guildford reply, with that innings by Moores standing out, well backed up by Moller Butcher. Shaw-Hales with that 16 off 8 at the end that made sure they raced towards that victory target of 103. Mahmood, who was also there at the end. It was a really good way of showing don't panic, wasn't it? 27 for 3, okay, we're fine. Moller Butcher and Moores just turned things around.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think, as you said, Guy, when you lose a couple of early wickets, and obviously they're the top 3 batters, there's 2 run-outs there as well on that scorecard, you do start to think, ooh, are we going to be in this game or not? And actually that partnership was so crucial, as you said, and rightly so, and it set them up for a fairly comfortable win in the end, actually.
Yeah, Hevican, we can see her 1 wicket there. She removes Shah, but her first 3 overs she had figures of 1 for 4. Then got she conceded 10 off her last over, but even so, 1 for 14 from 4 isn't bad bowling by any measure at all. But certainly you can see that as the game went on, everyone came in for a bit of treatment. I was impressed with Harbord early up. She was quick and seems to have some raw pace that might well be spotted, I think, by some coaches.
Yeah, absolutely. She bowled quickly, didn't she? She was easily the quickest bowler on show. I know she didn't get any wickets, but at times it felt like she definitely deserved some in that 3-over spell from her. But you're right, Heather Count bowling those beautiful outswingers were very, very difficult to face early up, and that's really when Bolton had the stranglehold of the game. They were in a really good position. And you thought, oh, they've taken some wickets here. It's going to be difficult for Guildford to come back. But as you said, Guy, and unfortunately the figures after that look like, that's when the tide sort of changed in the game.
Absolutely. Bolton bowled pretty tidily as well, but as the match went on, it got tougher. There we go. That is the summary of the first of our two finals today on this MCC Foundation Finals Day here at Lords, with Bolton Hub under 16s, 102 for 3, led by that Russell half century, 51 not out for her. But Guildford are the winners, 103 for 6. They win by 4 wickets. Well, Kath Dalton and myself, we're now going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about half an hour as we build up to the boys' final, and that one looks set to be quite a battle between Reading and Bradford, both of whom quite fancy their chances.
There's a lot of pressure, I think, this time. They were a good side and they also fought right till the end, so there'll be a bit of rivalry there.
Getting to Lords is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We're just going to go out there and play our game and then hopefully lift the trophy at the end of it.
Last year we obviously lost in the last over, so it's nice going back and hopefully we can win.
We've got a really strong squad out here, and I think we've got a really promising outfit. I'm sure that we're going to win on the 29th.
It breaks down social and economic barriers, it's creating memories for life for them.
Going to Lords is like a big dream of mine. I think it's every cricketer's dream.
It's only going to come once. I'm quite excited to finally step into Lords for the first time.
The talent that we've got in the squad, we've got a real balance of aggressive players and calm and natural players.
Our coaches are so supportive of us and they give us such great tips to help us improve.
This year we've got a really solid team.
I think it's probably a slightly stronger team this time.
We know that we're playing Guildford again, so we've said to the girls that Guildford will be better, and we need to be.
I'd rate our chances quite highly, yeah.
We've got quite a strong bond.
We get on well with each other and we understand what to do.
We will work hard as a team.
It feels like we've won just getting to Lords already.
We have a very strong batting line-up. Our bowling is very strong as well. We're probably going to beat them quite easily.
Anticipating a really one-sided contest.
To play on Lords, learn masses and masses, not just about the game of cricket, but learn about themselves.
Bradford, you're not ready for us, guys.
The MCC Foundation is the charitable arm of Marylebone Cricket Club, and it's been established for 30 years now, and our mission is to transform lives through cricket, both in the UK and globally. In the UK, we run 74 hubs for almost 3,000 children, aiming to open up access to the game. Over the winter months, we run totally free coaching, and over the summer, we run a big competition between all the hubs with the finals at Lords. And here we are today on a beautiful sunny day. Everyone's so excited, and we've got the 4 finalists coming, 2 girls teams and 2 boys teams, coming to battle it out for the trophy.
Well, I'm sure they'll be nervous. I'm sure they'll be slightly overawed. Walking through the long room when you've got to go out to bat is an amazing feeling. And both the boys and the girls, they've got everything. They've got their name on the scoreboard. The announcer makes their name go right round the ground. It's just like any other game at Lords, really. It could be a test match or it could be a final of the hubs.
I think it starts with the cricket values. We have such good values, and we can have such an inclusive sport that shows them how to have fun, how to be fair, how to be respectful. And I think that when introduced to the kids to the right way, like that this program does can give them a very good pathway to become better people. And when you are a better person, you are a better athlete and you are better for the world. And I think cricket has a great power to change children's lives.
I think that it's incredibly important for girls to see that cricket can be a game for them. In many countries, cricket is starting afresh and they don't have any perception whether it's a boys' game or a girls' game. But I think in this country, because of the rich history in the men's game, it's hard for the girls to take up the baton. So I think that a day like today, where people see young people out at the home of cricket, they will be able to really dream that cricket can be a game for girls and cricket can be a game for all.
Unbelievably proud. It's been a sort of long process since we started in January, but when we brought the group together in January, we knew how talented they were. They've continually progressed over the winter months, and then throughout the competition we've got better and better. Today was pretty much the perfect performance, which was fantastic to see from start to finish. Come through the best team, which was a fantastic result, and for all the players, parents, everyone here, it was been an unbelievable day that none of us will ever forget.
I think just the overall team performance that we all put in, obviously getting player of the match is fantastic, but just everybody contributed in different ways, being really energetic in the field. Obviously Charlie the skipper contributing with a bat mainly, and just everybody's attitude towards the entire day.
When you go in and do these sessions in like a sports hall, it doesn't, from the outside it doesn't look like anything much, but when you're in those sessions, it's like when the focus is on you and you're like, you know you're there to just play cricket. It's like the life skills you get from that of just being able to work as a team for just like 2 hours constantly is like unbeatable.
Hugely proud. We had a few plans and they seemed to stick to most of them. It got a little bit twitchy at the end, but they showed a fair amount of resilience and character to come through, so absolutely delighted with them.
I didn't feel as nervous as I thought I was going to be. I think it was because we did field first and get used to it. I don't think I can put into words how proud I am. We worked right till the end.
I think the girls need opportunities, and opportunities at different levels, and I think the MCC Hub competition provides that.
Alright, we're rolling and we are looking good.
They're coming this way.
Yeah? Let's just go for one. Alright,
I think it's super important to, unite communities and work on projects that are going to help to inspire lots of young girls and young boys in cricket, and to be able to do that and show that I support that is so important to me. Well, it's lovely to hear them singing, that's it. I'm so honoured to be here and grateful that you guys have come out here and I can speak with you and see what you're doing. And to work with the young children, it's super special.
I think it's always nice to give back. It's a game, cricket, that's given me a lot of things, and any chance I get to kind of give back and share some enjoyment as well. I think I've been involved in a few things in Rwanda, and great to see the MCC Foundation getting involved there. And yeah, any way to spread cricket and the joy that I've got from cricket is a real positive thing. Yeah, really nice to see the MCC Foundation doing some stuff out here, and nice to take a little bit of time between our schedule to meet the girls. I'm pretty good at cricket as well.
Too good for me.
The reason I became an ambassador was because of the opportunities that the foundation gives to a lot of young boys and girls around the world. I think we're obviously very lucky to have the opportunities we had, but to see the work they've done with thousands of people around the world is really inspiring and great to see so many happy children. I think probably for me was the lack of girls clubs when I was growing up. There wasn't that many opportunities to play with girls. I played with a lot of boys, and while I did enjoy it, you kind of always feel a little bit like an outsider. So hopefully now there's way more opportunities, and I just say just enjoy it and embrace being with a lot of other people who are the same as you, really.
I grew up surrounded by boys and playing with boys, so I know what it feels like to be the only girl. And I think just being a young girl and being surrounded by people who actually really, really want you to do well, I think that's the most important thing.
I was the only girl often, so just dealing with that and dealing with just being the odd one out, I guess, was interesting. And I think there's so much more opportunities from when I grew up as well, which is great to see, particularly in women's cricket. The game's gone through the roof, so it's completely normal to be a female cricketer, and attitudes have certainly shifted since I started playing, and then it's just having the pathways and the opportunities to keep girls in the game and accept that females are different and have the sort of facilities to deal with that as well.
I love cricket because it gives us opportunities and it makes me feel safe.
When I'm playing cricket, I'm always happy because cricket is my happy place. Everything about cricket excites me, and I'm passionate about playing the game.
As a girl, you have a difficult life because the boys keep teasing you, and the way we live is not that special, and we want to change that. The things that we do here, others can't do.
I think in these communities, men's and women's game have been quite neglected. There's not a lot of organised sports that's happening in these communities, and if there are, it's very focused on the male game. Women's cricket and cricket at all in communities like Khayelitsha is very much second to other sports. There's almost no facilities in these areas, very few qualified coaches. Showcasing the talent that is in these communities and having events like this and having partners like the MCC Foundation really make a difference in showing that there is talent in these communities, and the girls just need an opportunity to showcase that in front of a bigger audience.
So we're here to launch a partnership with the Catch Trust, where we're going to be celebrating girls' cricket, helping girls from the townships to come together, to play cricket together, and to get a series of workshops on mental health, sexual reproductive health.
As we know that these girls are from townships, and we all know the challenges of townships, which is drug abuse, substance abuse, rape, GBV, there's a lot. So it helps them to escape that.
These girls come from areas where they have so little for themselves. They have a lot of challenges in their lives. What a project like this does, it gives them something of their very own, so they can come together, they can play cricket together. It's something just for them, and it gives them joy, it gives them hope, they can make friendships, and then they can get out there on the cricket field and learn from all the wonderful things that happen when that takes place.
Women Empowerment Workshop, it's all about the challenges that they're facing, and they'll be learning about sexual health, mental health, mainly they'll be made aware of the challenges that they're facing and how to handle them. It's going to help them not only academically, but also mentally. Some of them are mentally frustrated, so you cannot expect them to perform in the field if they're not mentally well. It's going to also benefit us as coaches. We're going to have now kids who are thinking positively now and who know that they've got all the support from the foundation and they're safe.
Overall, just holistically, the entire ecosystem, I think, has a long way to go. You know, we need more programs like the Catch Trust who are going into the communities to try and develop those areas rather than taking the children out of the communities, taking them to private schools and elite schools. But when they come back home, you know, they still don't have food, they still don't have water. So it's important that we are really developing our communities that the kids coming from.
We share a passion for the development of the game, and I think what we have both realized in our partnership, which has been really important for us, is that cricket is a common language. It doesn't matter where you go, and people love the game, you know. So for us, I think probably the shared vision is to create accessibility to all parts of society. You know, this is not a game for the elite. It's a game for everyone. Cricket is slightly more complicated. It needs decent facilities, needs equipment, and once you've got that in place, then you can create that access.
I think that we should be offering girls the opportunity to get into cricket, either as players or as coaches or as umpires. I think that the great thing about cricket, especially if you come from an area like this, it can offer you that way to a better life. It can offer you that way to earn a living through a sport and to help other girls in your community that they can believe. I think cricket's great at creating leadership skills, and that's what's really needed here. I think in a township like this, we have no idea of the level of challenge these girls are facing. But through the cricket, through giving them confidence, I hope that we're able to give them something that they will be able to stand up in their lives and be proud of and take the next steps.
Hello, my name is Mohammed.
Hello, my name is Nabil.
I am from Syria.
I am from Syria.
I am 14 years old.
I am 15 years old.
I live in Lebanon.
I live in Lebanon.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is white. My favorite...
Okay, go.
My
favorite color is red. Okay, go. I'm gonna watch you.
What we at Alsama always say to each student who comes to us is, we say to them, you know, we don't know if you will ever get out of the camp. We don't know if you will be able to get back to Syria or perhaps go to another country. What we're going to give you is tools that will allow you to start making a better life for you and your community, even here in this camp.
I play cricket and I love cricket so much. When I play cricket, I feel enjoy. Here in Shatila, the life is very bad. Just when I come to a summer center, I feel excited when I learn English and another subject.
MCC Foundation's aim is to transform lives through cricket, both in the UK and globally. One of the projects we're proudest to support is our project for Syrian refugees in Lebanon, run by Alsama. Alsama supports cricket for more than 300 children across Lebanon. These hubs take place in the Bekaa Valley, in Borja Barajne and in Shatila. MCC Foundation funds 4 of these hubs for over 160 children who receive weekly cricket and match play. I've been very fortunate to be joined by Guy Lavender, MCC CEO, and Claire Connor, its president, on a visit to these hubs.
The fact that I've been able to come out here as a trustee of the MCC Foundation is a huge privilege. To also be here as in my, my very precious one-year term as MCC president, and to genuinely see the power of cricket. I've had amazingly privileged experiences in the game my whole life, and to see cricket being played in these camps, a sport that is completely alien in this country, and to see cricket genuinely making lives better. There's a lot to take in, that's for sure. The hubs that the MCC Foundation is funding is creating an incredible opportunity with the Al Sama project for children who have arrived in this country in Lebanon with basically nothing. The thing that has struck me across all of the activities we've done with the children has been their amazing energy, their joy, despite some unbelievable hardship and suffering and painful memories from leaving Syria. So to see that thirst for knowledge, they want to be skillful, they want to work as a team, they want to support each other, they want to get better. There is this kind of voracious appetite for improvement and to thrive, and it is really, really inspiring.
The why?
Yeah.
Why do you love cricket?
Oh, cricket. It's my special game. Because cricket changed my life. Because I have, I always remember the war and the destruction. Also with my family, I got violence, I got bullying from them, also from the society around me. So this sport changed my life from boy to boy who have more confidence in himself.
You have to understand that these children have, in their past, been failed again and again by the institutions that should have supported them, starting with their home country, continuing with their adopted country, I'm afraid continuing with many of the schools that they have been educated in or not educated in. And what they now feel that they have in Al Sama, perhaps for the first time, is an institution that is not going to let them down. Every now and again, a journalist comes along, and with simultaneous translation, we do learn their stories. And they come out with them slowly and shyly, and they are extraordinary.
When I left my home, I felt like I'm living my heart there, because everything there, my doll, my little doll, I miss it. This doll always was beside me, and just I feel safe when I hold it. So I miss this doll. Also, my friends died. I saw them died in front of me, so that was very sad. I miss them. I think, well, when I remember them, I feel very sad, because I saw my friend just told me, Maram, keep going and live with your new life. I love her.
Tell me about your new friends here.
Oh, my new friends here, actually, I love them. Lu'ay, Wisal, Amal, all the assistants, they are my best friends. but especially because he is my best friend, I can tell him whatever I want, my secrets, my many things. So he's my special boy. Yeah.
I've travelled all around the world in many different jobs. I've seen NGO projects, I've seen both big organisations and small organisations, but I've never seen one where there is such a focused, unrelenting commitment for the long term to make a difference to the lives of young people through education and sport.
Captains there, you've got to respect your captains, your teammates, your team, and also, of course, your opposition, the other teams you're playing. So in England we say play hard, but play fair.
The combination of Richard and Mike's passion with the expertise of Khalid and Mohammed are such a powerful combination for the long term. The quality of the programme, the quality of the cricket, the quality of the educational delivery is simply outstanding, and it's very clear when you talk to everyone that they are going to continue to make this project grow and develop for the future, and it's one that I feel very confident, certainly as a donor, about getting involved in.
I think, you know, the importance of further funding for this project, you know, can't be overstated really. It's a relatively inexpensive way of really changing lives. Probably 50% of the participants in these cricket projects in the refugee camps, 50% of them are girls. And cricket, this amazing sport, is providing them with these opportunities to be free.
What has working with these children taught you?
That is it's a fantastic question. Because it's a really interesting question, because I find it really hard to pin down. I mean, there's some stock answers I can give you, but I find them really inspiration. That's what the students give me.
Smile for mistake, Muhammad. My favorite sport is white.
Seeing them develop against all odds, and these are children, you know, who have experienced war, who saw their best friends, family members die in front of their eyes. Then they lived years under ISIS, followed by domestic violence. They experienced a lot of domestic violence. So taking all of these together, they ought to be highly traumatized children. But their resilience and their hunger for education is so inspirational. So one thing I don't ever ask myself is, what is the purpose of my life?
I hope you've been inspired by this video and these incredible children. If you'd like to donate and support the foundation to increase our work in Lebanon, please go to our website. Thank you.
I love cricket because I think it's a good way to like escape from other distractions, and like if you're stressed about things, like that stress soon goes away when you step on the cricket pitch.
Playing cricket makes me feel like I'm the king, because like when I'm out there and I got my bat, like and I have the power and I'm hitting sixes and I'm hitting fours, and no one can stop me. The only thing they can do is get me out, ball me out, and I don't give that away too often.
Is that true? Does he know what's the sixes?
Yeah, yeah.
I think the parents appreciate this more than anything, and they've said to me, you know, it's nice to have this sort of quality session with no cost attached to it. There's lots of laughter, lots of excitement, and hopefully you're seeing some good cricket on display as well.
Yeah. There you go. I'm enjoying it so much. I'm going to be honest, like before, I had no idea what cricket was. It is not just for boys, it's such a great game. Like honestly, if you haven't played cricket, I'd 10 out of 10 definitely recommend for you to go and play it.
It's a safe space. It's an opportunity for them to feel comfortable playing cricket. A lot of the times with mixed sessions, they don't get that opportunity, so they can really work on the things that are most important and not feel judged by doing that. It just gives them an opportunity to meet new people from different cricket clubs, make new friends.
It's nice to have some different types of friends. People who are all about culture, I don't really talk to them because it's not my school. So it's better that we can experience with them too.
In terms of accessibility, affordability, obviously we know that typically you have to pay to come to cricket sessions and these sessions are free. So to be able to give them that opportunity without any financial barrier is one of the greatest things that the Foundation's done.
I was asked to coach in 2021 for the MCC Foundation at the Bradford Hope, which the girls went into Lords and won the tournament. It was phenomenal to see the girls from where they started. I mean, 2 of the girls got 50s, the first ever junior girls team at the heart of Lords.
Entering a competition where they have this ultimate goal at the end to play at Lords, I think is such a great opportunity and something that they can strive towards.
It's amazing what the MCC Foundation are doing.
Cricket is a game of boys, everyone knows by that only in Nepal. And so gender equality helps in that by saying boys and girls both can play the cricket properly, both can play together and in a nice way.
When I enter cricket, I forget everything, even if there is a pain inside me, by playing cricket, by seeing all my friends happy and smiling even if they are facing bad life here in Shatila. That's beautiful, and the MCC Foundation, they are helping us to continue, and this is wonderful.
We've been coaching the children, and the children has been enjoying cricket as a game, and it's a very good fun to them. Today, cricket has changed their lives.
You see in our communities, a lot of the girls have socio-economic challenges, and having the support to not only the cricketers but to be well-rounded human beings is going to go a long way in benefiting the communities and the young girls.
Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our supporters. To find out how you can bring joy, opportunity and the chance of a better future to thousands of young people, please visit our website. Together we can transform many more lives through cricket and help to make it a game for all.
Welcome back for the second final today at the MCC Foundation Finals Day. Reading Boys coming out to bat, having won the toss against Bradford and deciding to go in first for first start. We saw Bolton try that this morning in the girls final and they came unstuck. Will Reading be able to make the most of winning the toss and batting first? A few more clouds over the top, but Kath Dalton is alongside me once again, and well, talking to both captains during that girls final, both feel that they've got every chance of winning this one.
Yeah, it does seem to. There was a lot of fighting talk, wasn't there, from both boys who came up to see us. They're confident young men, so you know, I think we're in for an exciting final. I was just talking to one of their coaches actually earlier on today, and he was telling me about the depth of talent these hubs have and how they're starting to feed into county cricket now, so it should be an exciting contest.
Oh, it is to start Turner bowling. And he races in, but they scramble through. And they are off the mark, Reading. Pritam Dara and Josh Sandland opening.
Yeah, we saw in the girls match previously the ball was bouncing a little bit off this surface, so we'll see whether the boys can get any bounce, any swing with the new ball. See, Turner's got a brand new cricket ball in his hand, so hopefully he can get it to shape.
One of the many all-rounders, Max Turner, and that goes sharply through to the wicket keeper, but nicely left by Dara outside his off stump. He is playing seconds for Golkar CC.
There's a lot of talent at these hubs, guys, isn't there? There's a lot of depth of talent, so it'll be exciting to see this game.
Absolutely. I think about a little bit of a single there, but then think quite rightly better of it.
Yeah, and they're just Max Turner, his best bowling figures are 5 for 37 in a second team match. So he's had a little bit of experience playing men's cricket.
And once again, that's a lovely square drive for 4. Oh, what a way to get off the mark from Dara. Absolutely lovely shot. Turner just with a little bit of width on that occasion, but boy, did the batter get hold of that one nice and quickly. Pritam Dara.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it, Guy? Just opened the face, squared the wicket, short boundary on that side, and he just exploited it. Obviously Turner was going a little bit straighter on his first 3 deliveries. That one just a little bit too much width on it.
Turner in once again, and again looking to drive the ball square, but this time the fielder at point does well.
I think that's something that's going to be key in this game. We saw it in the girls game earlier on today, this morning. The fielding in the ring was superb by them, so in T20 cricket you want to make sure that your inner ring fielders are really on it.
Turner in then to finish the first over. It's a full toss and it is driven away for 4 more, and he was on that very quickly indeed, Dara. You feel for Turner, he bowled 1 loose ball, the last one slightly wide, that went for 4, and suddenly the first over we've seen 9 runs race from it.
Yeah, it's a great start, isn't it? Dara's obviously capitalising on anything that's got a little bit of width. Interestingly though, Guy, that they seem to have had point on square rather than backward point. I know not necessarily they would have got that delivery, but somebody who's a pace bowler just not sure why he wouldn't have been behind square, particularly for Dara, who looks very strong through the offside, through the covers, and that backward point region. So potentially something to look at for the next over if he does come back on, Turner. It's just making sure he's covering those angles.
In the semi-finals, Dara scored a 15 ball 50. So he quite likes scoring quickly, as we have seen.
15 balls, that's incredible.
That was in the semi-final. They think it's a record in the foundation competition.
It's an explosive batter, and somebody that they'll have to target to get out fairly early. Obviously he's got off with 2 fours already, 8 off 5 deliveries. It's potentially somebody they need to target early on.
Well, Nicklin will be bowling. Stephen Nicklin from the pavilion end. That's pushed out nicely and again races away. And that was little more than a defensive push outside off stump from Sandland, but has raced away down the hill to the boundary. And I don't think I'm going to lose my house if I say this is going to be quite high scoring.
Yeah, you're right, Guy. It was just kind of a defensive prod, actually. Just opened the face on it and got enough timing, and they've actually changed the field now. They've got a third on the boundary, a point, or it looks like cover, but cover's quite square, and then a deep backward point as well. They're just covering this short boundary on the offside.
This is interesting. I will say in a minute why, and that's outside off stump, and he's beaten outside off stump as he tries to push it. Reading were quite looking forward to this short boundary because they have. I said, why? Have you got lots of left-handers? He said, yeah, we've got a lot of left-handers. So this is going to, that short boundary outside off stump will certainly favour the left-handed batter, as we're seeing already. Oh, and that's a decent delivery as well.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Guy, you know, I know they're protecting that short boundary, but with this field set, he can only really bowl outside off stump. So although he's got the protection there, that was a great last delivery, he has to hit his line and length.
Which he has done in the last 2 or 3 balls. Stephen Nicklin. And that is attempted to flick into the leg side, but nicely pitched up.
Yeah, you're right, Guy. I mean, you know, you have to back yourself as an opening bowler, and Nicklin is doing that so far. He's been very good on his line and length. I know that one was slightly straighter. He's looking to hit that outside off stump.
Nicklin steaming in once again, and that's flicked away nicely into the leg side, and there's a single that they can take. Nicklin, who's half Thai, wants to go and try and encourage more cricket in Thailand, which is, we like to see the game developed globally. So, but he's doing well in England currently.
I've actually been to Thailand to play cricket, Guy.
Have you?
I have indeed. I went out there for a camp once for a camp, and the second time was for Ireland, actually, the World Cup qualifiers.
Oh, brilliant!
So yeah, Thai cricket's on the way up. Thailand women's side are extremely good side now.
I like the way that this game is finally. It's taken a long time, but it is getting a bit global now. That should be a wide, and is indeed a wide, as Dara threw quite a lot of kitchen implements at that, as well as the sink, but on this occasion didn't manage to get hold of it, but we'll have another ball to have a go.
I think he's right though there, Guy, isn't he, with that short boundary.
Oh, for sure, that if it's anywhere leggy, you go like that. Oh, he's going to be out. Should be out. Is out. And that could be a very big wicket indeed. Dara obviously only plays one way, and that was a steepler, but in the end was nicely taken. And Nicklin, with the extra ball because of the wide, comes good and gets rid of the very dangerous Dara.
Yeah, it was a wonderful catch, wasn't it? We're going to see it on the replay here. Bit of a loose shot from Dara. We've seen him be aggressive. He's aggressive again, but it just went aerial, went a bit too high off his bat. And a good catch actually in the end, guys. Set himself nicely. You can see by the reaction that he's very happy with that wicket.
Yeah, and relieved. They're horrors. But it was there to be hit. It was leg stump, and he just didn't quite time it right. Got the leading edge straight up in the air, and very nicely taken before a quite well merited collapse. And it's Savir Sharma who will be in next.
It was a good first over by Nicklin, 1 for 6 off his first, taking that crucial wicket. As you said, Guy, the pitch looks good, the outfield looks fast. It's set up to be a high run scoring game, but you just never know in finals. The nerves and the pressure can really get on top of players.
Absolutely right. Well, Sandland it is who will now face. As Turner is to continue from the nursery end. It's turned away into the leg side nicely. They can go for one, and they go on the misfield, and he's going to be out. That was silly. Never, ever, ever run on a misfield. And Sandland turned. It was his call. He was going to the danger end. And to be honest, that second run was never there, misfield or no misfield.
No, I totally agree with you, Guy. That was especially after losing a wicket. Your top player Dara has gone already. Then to get run out is almost a sin. What might have, helped the fielding side is this actually fell to a left-handed fielder. So a left-hander picks this up and he throws it in, which makes it a little bit shorter than a right-hander trying to come round from the boundary. Good throw in, takes the stumps, and they get their wicket.
Yeah, it wasn't a very wise second, that is for sure. I thought there'd been a small misfield, but it hadn't. It was just the choice of the two fielders deciding who was going to go for it. And you're absolutely right, Kath. The fact that it fell to the left-hander in the end made all the difference. But it's definitely Sandland's call. Oh, and he just hesitated. I think he'd have been out by a distance anyway, but the hesitation made sure of it. So 2 wickets in 2 balls. 1 caught, 1 run out, and 15 for 2, both openers gone. Not the start that Reading would have wanted.
No, definitely not. Picking to bat first, selecting to bat first. They would have wanted to get off to a flyer, particularly in this power play, and it's not been so far. So
both batters now having to rebuild, and that's a defensive shot from Wilson, who's obviously decided, Jake Wilson, that let's rebuild for a bit after the fireworks of the first 2 batters, who played some glorious shots, but just not quite enough of them before getting out.
Yeah, they did. They looked powerful. I think Wilson's got the right idea here. Just take your time. One way to go in this game.
Another left-hander. And there's an appeal for caught behind, and he's gone. It's a 3rd wicket on the score of 15. And this is turning into a disastrous passage of play as far as Reading are concerned. From 15 without loss, coming up to the final ball of the second over, bowling along very happily indeed. 3 wickets have fallen in the space of 5 balls. You could see he'd hoped he hadn't hit it, he hoped he'd get away with it, but up went the finger and he had to go. It was only a little tickle. I don't think it was a big edge, but it was enough of an edge.
Yeah, just outside off stump. A good take by the keeper as well. Good catch. The pressure's building now. Yeah, fantastic start from the fielding side. That they'll be absolutely delighted to have taken 3 already. Normally the power play, you think of batters as a power play, but if you can start really well and you've got good momentum as a fielding side, it can really just make it difficult for the batting side to get going. And Turner's bowled well here. He's hit his line and length, he's hit his areas. It's made it very, very challenging.
Well, definitely rebuilding required here. The new batter is Daniel Fox, another left-hander. Certainly Ishan Jain wasn't fibbing when he said they had a lot of lefties in their team, but at the moment 2 of them have gone, as well as 1 right-hander, and that's a lovely way to get off the mark, just stroking the ball into the covers very comfortably indeed. And finally for Reading, they get off that 15 score that has proved so difficult for them, losing 3 wickets on that score of 15. Sorry, they did get 1 single in the run out, didn't they? So they lost 2 on 15 and 1 on 16. It's now 17 for 3.
Just having a look actually here at Daniel Fox and his record. He scored some runs, Guy.
Let's have a word about that in a minute, as this time Sharma, who's batting up the other end, Savir Sharma, just plays defensively, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, just 2 runs from it, 2 wickets as well, and after 3 overs it's 17 for 3.
Yeah, Daniel Fox scoring 1,237 runs on play cricket, and his current top score is 104.
Okay.
So certainly can bat, and it just says here how inspired he is by his grandfather, so cricket's in his blood. Which is
I wonder who that was.
Fantastic.
Savir Sharma has scored 1,600 plus runs last year, including 10 50s. Well, their team need these 2 to come to the party rather badly if they're to get back into this game. Nicklin will continue from the pavilion end, right arm over the wicket, cut away, or attempted cut away, goes through to the wicket keeper, no run. Fox looks as if he's another of the attacking batters that Reading seem to favour.
That's the thing, Guy, you've got 2 batters in. I know they've lost 3 quick wickets, but you've got 2 batters in here who have scored plenty of runs and know how to play cricket. So rebuild, capitalise on the bad ball, and you just never know.
Driven nicely, well fielded too at extra cover, and there is no run. They were immediately looking for the single, but happily for them this time there was no muddle up and no run either.
Yeah, Nicklin's bowled well, hasn't he? He's hit his area well, he's got a lovely action, very simple, easy to watch. Just paddled round the corner and they go for a single. I'm not sure how much bat is involved, none whatsoever, as it will be a leg by. Yeah, it's just very smooth action, does a lot of things really well actually, Nicklin.
You're right, it is a really economic, simple action, isn't it, which is usually the gateway to a long cricket career. In once again, and that's down the leg side. That quite close to a wide, but not given, interestingly.
Did you feel that was a wide, Guy?
Well, I thought in the girls' match we watched earlier it would have been. They were a bit harsher, I felt. Anyway, just played back up to mid-on. Sensible batting from Sharma, who at the moment seems happy just to get himself in, and in many ways that's no bad way to be at the moment.
No, I just think the pressure potentially just got to them a little bit with some of their decision making, so yeah, it's just stick in for a while.
That's nicely punched up to mid-off, and there's a chance. And because the batter had to run round the bowler, he added about 3 yards to the run, and I think would have been out if that ball had hit.
That looked very close, didn't it, guys? We were just saying we felt like Sharma was just absorbing the pressure, just taking his time, and then he takes a run which, you know, had an element of risk in it. Could have been another run out on the cards.
Yeah, it was one of those that There probably was a run there, but not if you got to run round the bowler.
Just go through the bowler next time. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Have you done that? Ploughed through?
Oh, I have ploughed accidentally. Yeah, once. Yeah.
Looking over your shoulder.
Yeah, once. Yeah.
Well, Sharma nicked the strike. Turner is in for his third over. And he tries to come down the wicket and just sort of jab into the offside, but it's well bowled by Turner.
Yeah, both opening bowlers will be pretty pleased. I think the first over, I think it was the first over, the second over, where they were scoring at a decent rate.
Took 9
Reading,
off the first over.
They've just really clawed it back since then.
Yep. Pritam Dara and Josh Sandland getting themselves out in many ways. Up on his toes, just plays it down in front of him. There was definitely a run there, funnily enough, but they didn't take it. Fox perhaps deciding we don't go through anything silly. This is only the fifth over.
I think after that last run out potential chance, he's thinking no, we'll just be sensible here.
Quite right. Bright sunshine over Lords at the moment, and beats the attempted prod outside off stump. And Turner's bowled better and better the longer his spell's gone on. In the first over there were a couple of loose deliveries that were clattered away for 4, but he has tightened up considerably in his spell since.
It just looks like he's settled in, doesn't it? Into his spell, into his overs, into his third over here. Just finding his rhythm.
Again, that attempted guide through the offside fails to materialise as far as Sharma is concerned. Another dot ball. Sharma goes off for a cleansing walk to square leg.
The thing is with dots though here, Guy, it just builds that pressure, doesn't it, on the batting side.
That one was probably the best chance for him to score, but that was a little bit of a way movement. One more ball from this over. Or was that the end of the over? Nope, one more over. So just waiting for everything to be sorted out. Batsmen to have a chat. Sharma will face the final ball. Turner will be hoping he can bowl a maiden here at Lords. And that beats him outside off stump again, and that's a terrific maiden over from Turner. And at the end of the 5th over, the score, after they elected to bat for Reading, is 19 for 3. Then. Sharma 1 not out, having faced 9 balls. Fox 1 not out, having placed 5, and everything's rather changed. The first over we saw 9. In the next 4 overs we've seen 10 and 3 wickets.
Yeah, we saw a lot of attacking shots. We saw some boundaries. It's just stem the flow of the runs.
Well, Nicklin is to continue for his 3rd over, and somehow that doesn't find the edge. And it doesn't find the stumps either, and they run through for 2 byes. And actually, I don't think the wicketkeeper realised they were coming back for the 2nd, because I think he might well have turned around and run them out if he'd actually realised what they were up to.
Yeah, it was unlucky. It was a low chance for the keeper, low to his left, and not easy to take.
Outside off stump, and that's for the first time for a while. That is very well actually a lovely shot, but brilliant fielding out on the boundary. This I really noticed a difference between when I was playing cricket growing up, where fielding was barely, it wasn't really taught. You just kind of, oh, we'll just try and stop it, and you might do some catching practice. But watching how people field these days is just remarkable.
I think it's partly that, isn't it, Guy? Partly the coaching, but also just seeing it on TV. Ben Stokes' catch yesterday, I think it was just an unbelievable bit of fielding. It inspires you as a young person.
That is the shot of the day so far. Absolutely beautiful. Used his feet and just played it gloriously. Definitely want a replay of this.
I was about to say this deserves a replay a few times, actually. As you said, just shuffled down the crease, straight back. Beautiful shot just past mid-off. No chance of getting that one.
Well, that will settle Sharma's nerves, because he just played out a scratchy over when he managed to eventually keep Max Turner at bay in that maiden over. He managed not to get out, but that was a glorious shot. Again uses his feet, again drives, and this time to the fielder.
But you're right, Guy, that was another lovely drive. I know he's disappointed not to have scored off that, but great technique back down the ground. Really looking to just shape his drives. It's obviously a wonderful batting surface, so you can kind of throw your hands through the ball a little bit easier.
And it's no bad idea to try and come down the wicket a bit if the keeper isn't standing up as well, which he does again. Plays another lovely cover drive, but there is a man out sweeping, and they'd be very well advised to stick to a single, which they do, because the throw-in was a good one.
Yeah, again, as we saw in the women's and girls game earlier, they fielded exceptionally well, and we've seen some good fielding on display here in the boys game too, so that even though that was a lovely shot by Sharma, it was equally well fielded.
Nicklin is in again, and that nice late dab is played on this occasion by Fox, and runs down to third man, and they will take a single, but nicely clipped. And that is the end of a more productive over as far as Reading were concerned. 9 runs from it, and they take the score up to 28 for 3 after 6 overs.
Yeah, just a change of intent I felt in that over. See some lovely shots by Sharma, who's now on 6 off 12 deliveries. But even when Fox was on strike, there just seemed to be a bit more intent to score. I know it's been difficult with losing those 3 wickets so early, but they just had a little bit more of a, they were going to go at the bowler rather than let the bowler bowl at them.
Now, interestingly, Turner is going to be bowled out at the nursery end. Obviously deciding it's worth trying to get one more wicket. Another maiden, one or the other would do his team well at the moment. Figures of that is down the leg side and is flicked away, and that will be 4. It's a wide and 4, so 5 wides.
She went fairly quickly past the keeper, didn't it, to the boundary. These 2 opening bowlers are bowled at decent pace. Yeah, they are bowling Turner out, which would indicate they've still got some good bowlers left in their side.
Absolutely, but they're going to have to hit the ground running, aren't they? Because they're not coming on when someone else is. Anyway, tactics. We overthink it, I'm sure. But Hudson Rowan, the captain for Bradford, happy to let Turner bowl out his 4 overs. That's a very nice looking drive for nothing, but beautifully fielded. Then also puts pressure on the man backing up.
Been very alert in the field, haven't they?
Just a bit.
Everyone on that inner ring is really up for it. You can see they're encouraging each other. They're up for this battle. We saw that in the VT before. You could see how aggressive they both were, how confident they are, these 2 teams.
And that's a thick outside edge that he gets away with, and they'll have a single. Slip would have been interesting on that particular shot, but there was not one, so it's 1 run.
Interestingly, in both games, there's been no slip at any time. They've gone for people in the ring, on the boundary, haven't really looked for a slip cordon at all.
Though in fairness, that's almost the first edge I can think of in either match that would have gone through it, and Turner has to just stop in his run on this occasion, but after a bit of juggling he's ready to go again. Down the leg side and helped further down the leg side. Beautiful placement, decent fielding, but they will take another 2. And nicely played.
Yeah, that was nicely played, but also equally a great bit of fielding on the boundary. It's good to see that the coaches talk about hunting in packs, and they did there, helping each other. One flicks back, one throws in. Good bit of fielding. You're right, the man from square leg going out to help his mate at fine leg. That's beaten outside the off stump, which Turner has done with Sharma quite a lot. In the last over he bowled 6 that seemed to beat him outside the off stump. This is the first time he's managed it this over, which is another one to add to the growing list. That's a nice looking drive on the onside this time. Slide to make sure the ball is stopped is successful. Yeah, another good bit of fielding. Great shot down the ground, but well fielded. Turner he's bowled well here, guys. He's taken 1 wicket. 1 for 20, coming up into his last ball of his spell.
And that stands, well, yeah, that squares Fox up a bit. No, it's a terrific fight back by Turner, wasn't it? Because he went for 9 in his first over. So just the 11 in his next 3, including those 4 wides we can see on the screen there. 1 for 20 from 5, excellent effort. And big wicket as well. And he dismissed the dangerous opener. Sorry, it was Wilson he had dismissed, wasn't it? Avid with a good catch. 37 for 3 then after 7. Sharma 9 not out, Fox 4 not out. We do have a change of bowler, and it is the skipper, Hudson Rowan, has brought himself on.
Who you spoke to earlier today,
I did.
Guy.
A confident young man. Well, particularly not necessarily overconfident in and of himself, but just in his teammates. He just said, we've won every game really easily getting to the final. Why would we stop? That checked drive is nicely in the end played for 1 from Sharma, who when he bats like that seems to have time.
Yeah, he does. He strikes it beautifully back down the ground, doesn't he? Looking to hit straight or through the covers seems to be Sharma's strength, and when he does that well, it comes off really nicely.
So just getting a few tweaks in the field at the moment, as the captain, who is bowling, he's allowed to do this. He's allowed to make sure there are the field changes that are correct for him. Runs in from the pavilion end and goes across the left-hander. Nice delivery, and Fox was well, he was feeling for that one a bit.
Yeah, there's been a few plays and misses outside off stump so far in this Reading innings. Anything that's in that channel, round off stump, outside off stump, they seem to not really had an answer to.
Takes his guard once again. And that's a much better shot. Boy, was that timed well by Fox. On that immediately. He plays it superbly up through the mid-off area.
Yeah, it was a well-timed shot. It looked like he just sat back a little bit on this drive. It was aerial for a little bit, but it was hit so powerfully they just beat everybody and has gone to the boundary for 4.
Really well played. Yeah, Fox's first boundary. He moves to 8. And the skipper tweaks the field once again after that. He has a bit more protection for the straight drive. Is this shutting the stable door a bit after the horse has bolted? Well, we'll find out in a minute. Has a short extra in as well. Bowls now and goes straight out to short extra. And as Kath Dalton spotted, that was a slower delivery from Ryan, which didn't truly deceive Fox, but certainly couldn't do much with it.
It was a good slow ball, excellent slow ball. Just looking to mix up his pace. Here is Rowan, doing really well as captain, as skipper, and as we saw him earlier, very, very confident young man, which is great to see.
Again, it's pushed out, well, this time onto the leg side, and Sharma fancied a single, but they're not going to take it. There is still 1 ball left of this over. I thought that that was the final ball as well. I miscounted. I'll put my pebbles away.
We're not very good at counting,
yeah,
Guy,
I'll put
are we?
my 6 pebbles away.
We've got other skills.
Really? Run
Flapjack
through.
eating.
Flapjack eating, I'm good at that.
You're very good at that
42
after
for
lunch.
3. And that's flicked onto the leg side, and the score will remain 42 for 3 after 8 overs. Well, welcome back, 42 for 3, and I'm delighted to say we've been joined by Dr. Sarah Fain, Director of the MCC Foundation, and lovely to see you again, Sarah. And,
great to see you too.
Another successful day by the looks of things.
Do you know, it's just the most wonderful day. We're all so happy today. It just seems to be one of those very, very special occasions.
It was really nice in Stephen Fry's speech, the way that the MCC have embraced what the foundation is doing with this event as well, and setting a tradition that needs to be continued.
Absolutely, I thought that was so beautifully put, typical of Stephen Fry. But it is very true. This is a wonderful new tradition that we're opening up the home of cricket to young people across the country who might otherwise not have the chance to play here.
And already we've noticed a real improvement even on last year. The standard is higher. The players are obviously learning, and the system is working.
The system's working. I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you've noticed. Yeah, we're really thrilled about this, and also we just think, you know, the world is our oyster. We've got 77 hubs now, but why shouldn't we have 250?
Exactly. As we have spin for the first time in either the boys or the girls match, as Mitchell comes in to have a twirl, and that is played out into the offside, and there is no run. So what has happened in the last year of the foundation? What are the big things that we've managed to do?
I think what we've really been doing is we've been consolidating our hub model. So we've got a national hub programme which has 77 hubs across the country, totally free to access cricket coaching 10 weeks of the year, and then match play. We're trying to give the young people far more match play, because that seems to be the thing that is really difficult. If you get the coaching but you don't get the match play, then it's much harder to get to this sort of position where you're playing a match at the home of cricket and you haven't played a lot with a team. So that's a very important element. We're also looking at how we can go from here. So we're trying to prolong our 10 weeks a year to 15 weeks, so that the kids get more cricket, and then to have far more match play across the summer.
That is so important, what you're aiming to do, because yes, remember being a teenager, practice is fine, but you want to play, and the reason that you're working with state educated kids is, we were talking to quite a lot of the Bradford boys, their school doesn't have a pitch, so they need somewhere to go and play matches.
Exactly, and I think this is the time to be really ambitious. We want to try and reach 250 hubs in the end of 3 years, because we feel that we've now got the model so well planned that we can really take it to much more children across the country.
Well, one man who seems to be benefiting from the hub system is Fox, who's just smashed poor old Mitchell into the stands for 6. A super shot swung over into the leg side, and the score goes up to 49 for 3.
I've actually just met a wonderful grandfather of a girl who scored 6 runs, and he said to me, I'm 84 years old this week, and my daughter has just hit the only 6 for Guildford. This is the best day of my life.
Oh,
so that for me is worth the world.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. No, that is what this is about. We've been talking about that a lot, about if we were family members, would we be in the members' stand or would we be closer to the action? And a pretty split decision, but the opportunity for the families of the players who have made it this far is wonderful as well.
It is wonderful, and I've spent a lot of time talking to the families, and some of them have driven 5.5 hours today. They are so proud of their kids, but also it's the first time they've been to Lords, and they're sitting in the pavilion, they're getting the whole pavilion experience. Their children, they are up in the players' dressing rooms, walking through the long room. For the families, it's absolutely wonderful, and it's just been an inspiration for me to listen to them. It inspires me to do much more.
Well, this is the other thing, as well as we've talked about the improvement in the cricket, but the other part of this whole foundation hub plan is to make kids happier, to make life better, and that seems to be working as well by the looks of things.
Absolutely. I think that the mental health issues in the country are different to how they were before. I think there's a lot more pressures through social media or through whatever reasons, and I think that our hubs are like a family to some of these young people, and we can also use them as a platform to add in mental health support, nutrition support, and looking at our surveys, children and parents both notice a difference in happiness levels, which may sound rather but it is so important, and if we can do that as well as producing great cricketers, well, what a fantastic thing.
Yeah, that is win-win, quite literally, isn't it? Yeah. Now, it isn't just in this country, is it, that the foundation are doing such amazing work? I was looking at Syrian refugees in the Lebanon playing cricket.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
We're a small team, but we've got a massive heart and we have a huge energy, and we feel that with MCC behind us. MCC is a global club. It's an amazing brand. If you talk to people about MCC overseas, they get incredibly excited. So we've got projects now in about 7 countries where we're helping thousands of children across the world to access cricket, to develop their cricket skills. And we also add in a lot of help with their environment. So we've just been in South Africa. We've been working with girls in townships who have terrible problems. They have huge issues, and they're now playing cricket. They get wonderful sort of get-togethers every week where we help them with their sexual reproductive health, with their mental health, and these projects are really transformational now.
And this is all coming through cricket and the love of a game that, well, perhaps could have been written off a few years ago, but is suddenly being much more proactively taken out to the world and embraced by the world.
It is. It's actually our project for supporting Syrian refugees in Lebanon. I mean, that's got the man running that project now, our summer project. He's got 600 young players in Lebanon, in refugee camps, playing cricket. And these are Arabic cricketers, first Arabic cricketers. It's so exciting, and they are playing the most incredible cricket. So, and their lives are changed by it. They've got this support network now, and they've got things to aim for. Some of them now the next cricket coaches for their friends, and it's changing society out there.
Plans for the future?
We're unstoppable. We just need money.
Yes.
But we have
so if you're listening, we need money.
We need funds. But we really want to expand our hubs to 250 hubs over 3 years, as I said, to reach thousands more children across the UK. But we also want to expand our overseas projects. We want to be the sort of cricket for good charity overseas and spreading cricket across the world, helping more children there.
So obviously money is one thing. How can people help? Do you need coaches? Do you need
Absolutely, yeah. If we're going to have 250 hubs across the country, we're going to need coaches, and for the girls, we need female coaches. So, yeah, we need support. We need volunteers, and we need excellent coaches across our programs.
You're obviously still really enthused by this whole thing, aren't you? This is still really important.
Do you know, funnily enough, I get more and more enthused. I think that I feel that the foundation is at a moment. I feel that we've got all our ducks in order. We've got excellent projects. We're working at a certain level, but I think we can raise the ambition hugely. And I think we're all very excited about it.
Does the impact of how the rise in interest in the England team at the moment, does that reflect, do you find that trickling down, if you like, to the foundation and interest in cricket?
Oh, it's amazing that just down the road there's a secondary match going on.
Oh yeah, I don't know
but
the score.
How that has inspired us, how Stokes' team have inspired us all and inspired a whole new generation of cricketers. But also seeing Heather Knight here today giving out the medals.
Wasn't that fantastic?
I mean, can you imagine being a 15-year-old girl playing at the home of cricket and then being given your medal by the captain of England? And the way that England's been playing, the way they played against Australia, the women, it's inspirational. So yes, we're at a moment in cricket when we can grab that enthusiasm and fly with it and serve all those young people that want to play.
That is terrific news. Now, I've been badgering you with questions. Is there any other messages that I should have asked you about that you would like to?
You've done really well, actually.
Oh, have I? Oh.
You've done very well. I think the message is really, after the ICEC report, we don't. It was quite a shocking report about the state of cricket and the way people feel. But I think now is a moment for proactivity, for positivity, and for a great way forward. And if we can all unite and accelerate all the offerings for all people to play cricket, then we could all be in a very good place.
And so say all of us. Yes, as a former state school cricketer, this is something I think is splendid, and more pathways the better.
Great, agreed.
I ought to commentate on the cricket again in a minute, but after 10 overs, point with one ball, it is 59 for 3. Fox has moved on to 19. Sharma has moved on to 13. Have you got a busy rest of the afternoon?
Yes, we've got this amazing match to watch. We've got people to entertain. We've got parents to keep happy. So
it's all go. I better let you go. Dr. Sarah Fain, thank you so much for dropping in as always and letting us know what's going on.
Thank you for doing the commentary.
Oh,
it's very exciting.
No, love it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Right, we are in the 11th over of what is turning out to be a fascinating match. 15 for 1 became 16 for 3, and now it's 63 for 3. Fox and Sharma going well, and the wonderful Dr. Sarah Fain, who keeps this whole thing running, needs to go off and actually do some work. I'll drag Kath Dalton back into her position. She's found some coffee from somewhere. Oh no, it's water. Oh, yeah, something.
It's tea,
It's brown. It's brown and hot.
Yes, exactly. I hear you don't like decaf coffee. So.
I don't mind decaf coffee.
I would have made you a coffee, guy.
That's all right. I can. Next time Georgie comes in for a stint, I will go and get some coffee. Good to see a spinner at the moment. It's not always easy, but Mitchell is doing a decent job at the moment, and good to see his captain keeping him on as well, Elliot Mitchell.
Yeah, over halfway now through this innings. It's not been easy going, has it, so far, Guy?
No, except these two are now sort of just accelerating gently after a period of rebuilding. They've now put on, they've just brought up the 50 partnership. Congratulations to them. And that's nicely placed between the two fielders, and they can go through for a single. Mitchell has also bowled very tidily in this over. I think he's gone round the wicket, which is probably a decent idea. But now he's bowling to the right-hander. Will he stick bowling round the wicket? It appears he will. That jumps up a bit. He has a big LB. Oh, this is going to be a run out, as long as they don't muck it up. I don't know what Fox thought he was doing then. It was his call, I guess, but there was never a run there. He seems to be having a bit of a word with Sharma, but let's watch this again, because obviously he got the word from somewhere. So here is the delivery, the big shout for LBW, and you can see why. Poor old Sharma is just looking to see what's going on. It was his call, I guess. But I feel for Sharma as well, because he was worried about an LBW shout at the same time. So, but Fox was going nicely. He'd hit the first 6 of the innings, but his innings comes to an end. 22 from 26 and 67 for 4. Jihan Mishra comes out.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame that, wasn't it? I think you're right, Guy. It was Fox's call. Sharma was potentially just too worried about the LBW shout that he didn't look up or hear his partner. So a little bit disappointed, because as you said, that was a 50 partnership, 50 plus partnership, and they were really beginning to rebuild this innings. And again, it just, another wicket just breaks that partnership up. Mishra has to come in, new batter, you have to kind of rebuild and start again.
But I feel even if he'd gone for it, Sharma, he would have been run out. I don't think there was ever a run there.
I agree.
Well, not the best way to end the over. Rowan, the skipper, will continue. 2 overs at the moment, none for 11. Mitchell 2 for 19 from his 2 overs, but has seen that run out, which could prove crucial. Owen, it's a little bit of bends his back and gets that to hurry Mishra up a little bit, but he keeps it out pretty comfortably in the end.
Yeah, that's the first ball out the way for Mishra. He's probably just thinking, don't get out first ball.
Yeah.
We always say it, you know, as coaches and as players, think the positive thing, but sometimes the negative just does come in.
And that squirts off a thickish outside edge perfectly safely all along the ground. And now Mishra is off the mark with his first single, and the score moves on to 68 for 4.
Yeah, Mishra can just, you know, tick the scoreboard over, try to take those singles, get Sharma back on strike. He's the one that's been there for a while. He'll understand the pitch and the conditions. Run rate up at 6, so it's not too bad at the moment. They could still post a very decent score here. Just accelerate nicely over the next few overs.
That's just the wickets, isn't it? They've lost 4 of the top 5 now, and that is pushed out into the covers for another single. And Sharma's batting nicely, but you just feel that if those two could have stayed together a little bit longer and a sudden rush of blood hadn't occurred, Reading would be altogether happier.
Mishra just defending that one, pushing it back in. Yeah, you're right, Guy. I think that partnership was really building nicely. They were starting to accelerate, as you said. They built that platform. I think you feel like Sharma's the one that's got to, you know, take control of this innings now. He's got to be the one that tries to bat through as long as possible.
Well, Mishra, the wicket keeper, scored runs for fun in club cricket over the last couple of years, but that time he was beaten outside the off stump, trying to play as many players do, the little jab shot, and they see that there's no slips in there. I think he's getting a few gentle words in his shell like as well. Mitchell letting him know that he missed that particular chance to score, and that is a lovely delivery, and again fencing at it outside off stump. Excellent over from Rowan. He now has none for 13 from 3, just the 2 runs off that 6, and after 12 overs the score is 69 for 4. Advert there for Charles Stanley Wealth Managers on behalf of all the participants and spectators. Thanks to them for kindly sponsoring this competition. In addition, thanks are due to all the hub managers, coaches, hub sponsors and other donors who support this programme and help the foundation to transform lives through cricket. And the MCCF are grateful to the MCC for allowing the National Hub Finals to be played here at the home of cricket. Thanks to all at the MCC that have facilitated this event and made these young players' dreams come true, which I think is a very good message. Just the 2 overs of spin, and now we are having a change. And it is Kanaga who is in, and that will be just the single. So there was words between the batters about the running on that occasion, but they seem perfectly safely in. Mohammed Harris Kanaga, who's travelling to Pakistan to join the Lahore Kalandaris Training Academy. You go coaching in Pakistan, don't you, Cal?
That is correct, I do.
He's bowling right arm over the wicket. That's flicked away beautifully. It was on middle at best, and it's a brilliant stop to ensure that they don't get the boundary, but there are 2 runs.
Yeah, brilliant bit of fielding. That's incredible that he's going out to Pakistan. It's an amazing place. I've been there twice now. The latest one was January this year. It was a fantastic trip. Worked with some PSL players actually, guys, some Pakistan Super League players. One that's actually just played for Pakistan A, Arshad Iqbal. He's just done really well, got fifer in the semi-final. And yeah, it's a great place. Passion for cricket is massive.
We'll have further conversations about that, I am sure. But on this occasion, Kanaga pulls out of his run-up as the batter just needed to readjust various articles of clothing, and now he's ready to go. Sharma facing 23 from 28. Started this over with a couple of 2s. Kanaga is in again, and that's driven away nicely, but brilliant stop.
Oh.
And very nearly, well, it looked for all the world as if there should be 4 runs. Instead, it's a fabulous stop and a near run out.
That was a fantastic bit of fielding. Not only to stop the ball, that would have been enough, but then to turn and throw in one motion whilst trying to get yourself up off the floor. Incredible athletic ability to do that.
Kanaga just changes his run-up marker a touch. Maybe he feels he was bowling from a little bit deep within the crease. In again. Oh, and that's a thick outside edge. It's well bowled. But Mishra gets away with it and gets a run. So despite having bowled pretty well in this over so far, Kanaga's seen his first 4 balls go for 6. The 6 runs and over continues.
I think when a batter's just throwing their hands at it in that manner in T20 cricket, what can you do as a bowler? You've hit your area. Sometimes batters can just take that extra bit of risk.
Kanaga in again, and that's stroked beautifully out, but there are 2 men out there. But the first fumble that we have really seen in the field from Bradford ensures that that will be a boundary, and Sharma moves on to 28.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? We've seen him be really positive outside off stump in that cover area. There was 2 fielders there, it just went past both of them. That can happen. But it was a powerful shot, guys, so difficult one to stop.
Beautifully hit. Beautifully timed. Kanaga is in again, and this time he beats Sharma outside the off stump. Lovely piece of bowling to finish an over that didn't really deserve to have 10 taken from it, but it has, and the score after 13 overs, 79 for 4.
I think, as you said, 10 off that over, and it didn't deserve it, but Sharma, you can see he's now starting to accelerate a little bit more. 28 off 31. Run rate up at over 6, so he's just trying to put his foot down a little bit for his team, but not in a crazy way yet, guys. He's still batting very sensibly, hitting really good looking cricket shots.
Yeah, and you wonder whether 120 will be enough if they carry on at 6 and over. They might need to find an extra gear from somewhere. Certainly you feel if the two openers had stayed for very long, it would be in a very different score line. Rowan is to continue, the skipper, from the pavilion end, and that's just tucked away into the covers. They go through for a single. Nicely fielded in the end from Elliot Mitchell, but they're safely through for a single, and Mishra moves to 3.
Just coming back to that interview you did with Rowan, and as you said, he's so confident in his team. Isn't that just wonderful to see in a skipper? That's, you sit down and you just say, it's not necessarily just about me, but my side, I'm really confident in them.
Yeah, and he wasn't bragging particularly. He was just going on results, and that's hit up towards mid-off. Oh, there could be another silly run out, but no, on this occasion there isn't. I have to say, possibly there was a single on that occasion, but it was always Sharma's shout. Mishra was racing down because he assumed the shout would come. It didn't, but in the end there's no damage done, except no runs are scored either. And that's played nicely up to mid-on, and that apparently is okay to take a run. So off they go. But yes, I was also saying he wasn't being boastful or arrogant. He was just going, well, these are the results. We're just really good. And it's true. If you've beaten everybody out of sight on your way through to a final, there's no good pretending.
Very true. It's good to see that confidence, and he's bowled well to back it up too.
It's in again, and that is cut, just attempting backward of square, but they can go through for a single. And this is good batting. If you can't hit 4s, keep the scoreboard ticking over and the run rate clicking over, and they've got 3 singles from 4 balls.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If a bowler's bowling well, you just got to take the runs where you can get them.
And that's nicely driven, but there is a sweeper out there who does his job, and they come back for 2 that are tight, but they do just get in.
It's a brilliant bit of fielding on the boundary, wasn't it? To
Really
even
was.
make that tight. It didn't seem, because as we've said all day today, that boundary is a larger side. It's a bigger boundary to try and get a 4 or 6. It's just defending that boundary really well.
I'm just waiting for the batter to just get himself ready. Rowan's certainly ready to come steaming in for the final ball of his spell in this final. It's on middle and leg, and it's flicked off nicely for 1. Good diving stop. They might be able to get back for 2. I think they do. Sharma is just beginning to crank it up a little. They end up taking 7 off that over. Rowan's 4 overs have now gone for 20, so well bowled him. And Sharma and Mishra have taken the score after 14 overs to 86 now for 4.
Yeah, it just looks like he needs a drink here. Sharma. He's been out there a while. 35 balls, 33 runs to his name. As you said, Guy, Rowan has bowled really nicely, hasn't he? I know he hasn't picked up a wicket. He's bowled really nicely. You can just see him there in the huddle, just chatting to his team. Looks like a real good leader.
Yeah, yeah. Just making sure everybody's happy and good to go. Knows what their jobs are for the team. I have to say the fielding, there's been 1 misfield I can remember. Everything else has been exceptional. It's certainly played a major part in keeping the runs down. And it looks as if it is Kananga to keep on bowling. Kananga. Played for the West Yorkshire under 15s as well. He comes in, that's down the leg side and flicked away, but fine take by the wicket keeper. I was already looking to the boundary and didn't quite get the bat on it. The keeper took it superbly.
Yeah, something I know we mentioned it with Megan Russell earlier in the earlier game. The keepers have been excellent today.
Yes. Yes. Kanaga comes in once again. And again it's down the leg side. Was that not a wide?
I think it was a commentator's curse as well, so I was just complimenting the keepers.
Yeah. I'm quite surprised if the last one was a wide, that one wasn't a wide. I can't judge wides.
That's why we're in the comms box, Guy.
Yeah, quite right. It was a bye, however, so it was another extra of some shape or form. And that was there in the slot. But this time there is no misfield out on the boundary from the two sweepers, and they can only take a single. But that was a nice shot for one.
Yeah, it was. It was actually almost identical to the 4 that Sharma hit towards that cover boundary. It's batting nicely here, timing the ball really well.
Kanaga in once again, and that's cut away, and that will that finally be 4? It will. But boy, did he have to hit pick his spot between the two fielders to ensure neither of them could cut it off, but he did, and a beautiful piece of placement and 4 runs and a first boundary to Mishra.
Yeah, deserved boundary. He's actually come in and just looked really sensible, hasn't he? He hasn't taken many risks. There's a long boundary out there into that corner pocket at a deep backward point. Manages to get enough of it.
Kanaga in again, and Mishra helps this down the leg side this time. There'll only be 1, however. Good throw.
Yeah, Mishra will be pleased because he came in when there was a little bit of pressure on. The score is actually looking pretty healthy at the moment. Wicket's still in hand as well, Guy. That's always key at the back end of an innings.
Yeah, it looks as if they might not have quite so many. One with 16 for 3, but 94 for 4, and everything is beginning to look a little bit better for a last assault, and that's flicked away beautifully. There will definitely be 2 on this occasion, despite the very good throw that comes in. Yeah, Sharma is looking a bit tired, isn't he? Has he hurt a knee? I think he's just having to do an awful lot of running around.
He's starting to get a little bit fatigued, isn't he, Sharma? But he's batting really well here. Needs to keep going for his side.
Yep. Batting at effectively a run a ball, and the run rate's creeping up nicely in the right direction as far as Reading are concerned. Up from 6 to about 6.5 now. Kanaga is in once again, and that is nicely driven, but a lovely sliding stop means it will only be a single. The end of the over. 11 from it. 97 for 4 after 15, so nicely set now for that 5 over assault.
Absolutely, as you said, Guy. 97 for 4, wickets in hand. Got a batter who's set in Sharma off 30. Well, he's got 37 off 38 deliveries. So you've got somebody who's already been in for a long time. He understands the conditions. He knows what he's doing. He's got timing now. He's really timing the ball nicely. So they're set up Reading here actually really well going into these last 5 overs.
Well, I wonder who is going to come on and bowl in this last 5 overs, because the captain had just bowled himself out, Hudson Rowan. Just Abdullah Hussain is coming on for his first over in the 16th. Now, I find it's pretty tough to come on at this stage. Looks as if it will be a bit of spin as well from Abdullah Hussain, who's already been training with the Lahore Qalandars for the last 2 years. Oh, and he's bowled him first ball. Goes back, has a heave, Sharma, misses it, and he's bowled. So what a big breakthrough, and what a good captaincy and change of bowler. 97 for 5.
Yeah, crucial wicket, wasn't it? But a very nice knock as well from Sharma. good delivery, hit the top of off stump as well. That's always a great area to bowl. He just tried to make a little bit too much room, did Sharma.
Wasn't really there for that shot, was it? Wasn't short enough, wasn't just in the end slightly tired shot and also cramped him. They were really well bowled. And Sharma goes just at the time his team would have wanted him to probably go on. Anyway, the skipper comes out now, who we were also talking to earlier on. So interesting to see how Mr. Jain gets on, Ishan Jain. Now he has a regular strike rate of 160 plus. He was a bowler, he was telling us, till last year, but then he found he enjoyed batting a bit more. Now he goes immediately. This is excellent spin bowling from Hussain.
I was just going to say, Hussain's actually bowling that quite quickly.
Yeah.
He's not giving that much air at all. It seems to be quite fast. Doesn't give the batter a lot of time.
That one though is down the leg side and is helped down all the way for 4. So a bit of a gimme as far as Jain is concerned, but he took it. And that after Hussain's remarkable start with a beautiful delivery for a wicket first ball, decent one second as well, that just straying down the leg side. And again, it's learning to bowl at Lords, going down the hill a bit. And this is well bowled, and that's just dabbed down into the offside, and they race through for a single, which the fielder can do nothing to stop. It was really good running between Mishra and Jain. Oh, that's four buys? Ah, sure he got something on it. He hadn't. Very well taken by the keeper again. Nicely bowled as Mishra tries to play that cut shot of a type, and just this time he does manage to get hold of the ball in exactly the way that he didn't in the last delivery, but again good fielding means there's only a single.
That was a good first over by Hussain, 1 for 2 of his first over, so very good start from him. As we said, he bowls his spin a little bit quicker, just cramps the batter for room. He also gets through his over very quickly, which is, at this stage of the game, you want to feel like you have time as a batter, just to set yourself, have a clear mindset, know exactly where you're trying to hit it. Hussain was just getting through his over very fast. Suddenly then you look up at the scoreboard and there's a few overs gone that you didn't even realise.
4 overs to go then. You still feel this match could go either way. And of the two, I'm guessing Bradford will be slightly the happier of the two teams at the moment. They've kept Reading vaguely in check. The run rate is still 6.5 though, and if an explosive last 4 overs, and it could put real pressure on the Bradford team. So we have another change of bowler. So we have Aaron McRae coming on. Plays for Skipton Cricket Club, the under-18s and the first team, so obviously knows what he's doing.
Yeah, it's kind of a crucial part of the game, this, isn't it? As you said, Guy, could go either way. A wicket here and it will be difficult.
Right arm over the wicket is a busy action, and that's played nicely out into the covers by Mishra, who moves into double figures. Score to 104 for 5.
Yeah, it's a difficult kind of spell here for Jain as well. He's just come into bat, faced 3 deliveries so far. You know, you want to get your team up to a good score. There's not that many overs really to see yourself in. I know his strike rate earlier you were talking about, Guy, is very high.
But yeah, he's got to sort of play himself in for a couple, you feel, a couple of deliveries just to get the feel of the wicket, but he played that very nicely. Out to fine leg. and he gets a second run, but they can only take a single from McCrae.
Yeah, as you say, Guy, a couple of deliveries just to see himself in, and then if we had to start taking a few more risks.
McCrae races in again, and that was there for the cut shot, but missed out, I think Mishra will feel on that occasion, as it goes through to the wicket keeper and there is no run. It was certainly, there was some width, it was there for the cut shot.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think he'll be disappointed, although they have backward point on the boundary for that, just in case. So it looks like he's just going to try and keep hitting hard back of a length. He's not going full really here with McCrae.
McCrae in again, and that is a really good shot, and it's gone straight down the ground for 4. That's by far Mishra's best shot so far in his innings, where he hasn't, it's always a couple of occasions it looks as if he's struggling slightly for timing, but absolutely nothing wrong with that particular shot.
It's funny because I was just saying how his field set for a delivery that's more back of a length, but he went a little bit fuller there, and Mishra did not miss out. Great shot.
Again, he tries to play the cut shot outside off stump and does miss out. He's practiced that shot a lot in his innings and hasn't got many runs from it. But McCrae will be pleased to see a dot ball next to his name, given that this is the 17th over.
It's like a change in field, Guy, or just brought third into the ring actually. Not sure what's happened there.
No, I'm just trying to work out, but the umpire was stopping proceedings to make sure everything was okay.
Maybe too many out during that delivery.
The umpires are certainly talking to each other, and yes, well spotted, Kath Dalton. Too many players out of the ring, and that will be a no ball. So that, do you get a free hit for a? It doesn't look as if you got a free hit, but it was a no ball. And if it was a free hit, he missed it. So still one more from the over after all of that. Mishra had a massive wind up for that particular shot. If he got any part of the bat on it, it would have flown. This time he does get some bat on it, but is out.
Yeah, he tried to go again, didn't he, Guy? Tried to go into that leg side, swung into that leg side, went high in the air, and it ended up being a very good catch. Initially looked like the bowler was going to go for it, but the fielder was straight underneath it. Good catch, good hands.
Nicely taken. I lost the ball, I have to say, completely with that shot. Thanks, Kath, for getting me out of jail, not for the first time in this commentary. But Mishra goes 110 for 6 then at the score at the end of the 17th over.
Welcome back, 110 for 6 in this Reading innings. Got a new batter at the crease, haven't we, Guy?
We have. Rajiv has come out. Achint Rajiv. He plays for Wargrave Cricket Club, as many do in this team. McCrae will be bowling to him, and that's swung away, but only for a single. I think Jane would have liked to have kept going.
Yeah, he did. He was definitely looking for the 2 there. I think it's Hussain who's come back on to bowl actually, guys. Come back on.
Oh, sorry, you're absolutely right. It is
second.
It is Hussain.
His second over.
Quite right. Right arm over from the pavilion end, and that is helped round the corner for one, and that will be all. Again, Jane is every opportunity looking to hurry things up. Interesting to see what his take on the spin of Hussein is. I think we know, and he took a big swish and a miss, and the skipper has gone as well. Jane, you felt, just knew he had to get a bit of a hurry up going for his team, and Hussein, by bowling it pretty straight, just meant that if you miss me, you will be bowled. So clever bowling.
Oh, he's bowled really well,
That's
Guy.
a really nice ball. Pitched it up, and the skipper goes. It's the 7th wicket.
Yeah, Hussein, he deserves that, doesn't he? He's bowled really nicely today in his spell. Well, he's only into his second over, but every delivery he's bowled looks like it's been threatening. With that extra bit of pace on his spin, he's not bowling it slowly. He's not giving it a lot of air.
Well, Will Powell is the latest man to step out for Reading. He is certainly a bowler who can bat some, but they do need some runs from somewhere. You do feel 106. They started badly, so they were 16 for 3, and they're having a bit of a tumble at the end. Middle section was pretty good, but I'm not sure 120 or thereabouts will be enough for Reading. But Powell is ready now to face Hussein, who has figures of 2 for 4. That's nicely played by Powell. There's half a run out chance. And Powell, a very tall chap who you'd have felt would have been quite good at running, taking few strides to get up the wicket, wasn't off the mark that quickly on that occasion. That's an excellent shot. What a shot by Rajiv that was for 4. Wow, where did that come from? Oh good, we're seeing a replay.
It's a fabulous shot, wasn't it, Guy? As you said, he didn't really...
got down on one
weren't
knee
expecting it.
and then just clattered it through the covers. That is some shot. This one Rajiv is happy to let pass by outside off stump. That is the end of the over. They still managed to get 7 off it despite that wicket falling. 122 for 7 and 2 overs to go.
Yeah, you just feel 7 down. It is difficult here from Reading, but you just never know. In a final, runs on the board, there's always some element of pressure for the batting side chasing.
Yeah,
I know my captain in particular this year really does not like chasing for some reason.
Really, it used to be the thing, didn't it?
I love chasing.
Everyone used to always chase. That was how you won.
One
you
goes
knew
of
what
cricket.
you were chasing. One day cricket, white ball cricket, you always chased. Now, just as a figure that's popped into my head, the closer you feel they can get to 140, the better. If they can just put that run rate up to nearer 7 than 6.
Yeah, absolutely.
And McCrae is going to continue. And why not? His first over. Took a wicket. 1 for 7 so far from that one over. Hussein's bowled really well, 2 from 9 from his 2 overs. And that's swung away with a land by Powell, but they'll only get the single because the man out on the deep cover boundary. Fielded well, but nice looking shot for a number 9.
He looks frustrated actually with that guy, Powell. Feel like he felt he hit that well enough for it to go for 4.
Yeah, he keeps practicing the shot. Just feels he should have placed it possibly a little bit better, that he picked out the one man out in that region. McCrae bustling in and well bowled actually. Oh, and that should be all right. And they are all right. That was clever. For once, we've seen some chaotic running, but that was actually, there was a run there. It was well taken. Powell called it. Rajiv picked him up quickly, and they went through. But a shame for McRae, because the delivery was a good one, because he'd seen what Rajiv wanted to do and had changed his plan late to stop him. Oh, Powell has a massive swish. Do feel if Powell connects, we could be in trouble up here actually.
He's swinging hard, isn't he? He's going for absolutely every delivery at the moment, and too right as well. At this stage of the game, you've got to take some risks. You've got to go for it, and he's not going to die wondering here, is Powell.
No, absolutely right. It's up in the air, but I think it's going to fall safe. It does fall safe. And they should go through for 2, and they do go through for 2. Oh, and there might be another run, but no, there isn't quite right. Good backing up ensures that they're just the 2 runs. But Powell, quite rightly, it's 19th over. No point playing defensively at this point. Have a swing, see what you can get away with, and that went over mid-wicket for 2.
Absolutely, and if it comes off, you can get your team up to a very decent score.
In again and again. Does not hold back on that particular shot. He gets cross with himself there, doesn't he? Just he hears an order being yelled out from somebody.
Not from us, Guy.
No. Hit it. Pretty basic. Oh, bowled again. This is terrific death bowling by McRae. He really did bowl that over superbly. Just 4 runs from it, only 3 off the bat. Kept Powell interested, but just bowled a really good length and line, and nothing he could do about it. So just the 1 over to go. Rajiv is 5 not out, Powell 4 not out. Rajiv will be facing now. Who will bowl the last over? It looks as if it will be Hussain. Looks as if we'll have spin for the last over. Well, we saw Rajiv go down on one knee and smash him through the covers.
I think it's a good option, guys. Bowled really well so far. It's been difficult to get away.
Yeah, 2 overs for 9, and one of those was a 4, and this should be out if the umpire can get out of the way, and it is nicely taken down at deep square leg.
Yeah, that's the start Hussain would have wanted in this last over. The umpire nearly caught it herself, I think, out on that boundary, but good catch. Had to come running in out of deep square leg. It was in the air for a while. Umpire just out of the way in time.
She did have to take him. She did it rather coolly, actually. I thought it was a good take as well. Good catch. Yes, I think he's taken a couple of decent catches. Mohammed Ibrahim. So another wicket falls just when Reading desperately just need whatever runs they can get now, and that's 1 less ball to get them from.
Just a word on Hussain again. 3 for 9. Just surprised he hasn't bowled his full quota of overs today. You think with a bowler like this, in this kind of situation, can bowl as well as he can. Just surprised that they've left him with 1 short in his spell.
So Arshdeep Singh is in, and he plays that nicely off the hips round the corner, and they just take a single. 127. You know what I was saying about 140, 130, with anything over 130 just to make life interesting, and that will make life interesting. Hussain in again, and Powell has larruped that up in the air, and that's another good catch. My word, the fielding's outstanding, making a lot of difficult catches look very easy. Powell goes for 4, Hussein bags yet another wicket, and there is just now 1 wicket left as far as Reading are concerned.
And again, Powell right to go for that shot, but just didn't get enough of it.
What a good catch that was, because you could see the fielder in his eye line who couldn't go for it. That was really, really well done. This is first-rate cricket. 4 for 10. Kath Dalton has just pointed out to me, 4 for 10.
Does he go on the honours book, though? He gets 5.
Well, he's got a chance, hasn't he? Ben Bridge, the number 11, marches out to the wicket. He won't be facing, I think, because they crossed. Oh yes, he will. It will be Ben Bridge to face. Definitely a bowler rather than a batter. I don't know how much of a number 11. We will find out. Everybody else actually is as if they know what they're doing, and that is well played by Bridge, because he knows the single will do. Singh can now do what Singh needs to do. Hussein fields off his own bowling.
Just really tight bowling guy, and he's given them absolutely nothing to play with.
Oh, and it's given, and it is a 5-fer. He's taken 3 wickets in his last over. He's only bowled 2.5 overs. Hussein has figures of 5 for 11. Singh is the man out, and Reading in the final over with a ball to go, are bowled out for 128. That means Bradford will need 129 for victory in this boys' final. And well, Reading did well to bounce back from 16 for 3, but in the end, I'm not quite sure 128 is enough. But boy, did Bradford bowl and field well, particularly that man Hussein. 5 for 11, a 5-fer.
And he's walking off guy with the ball in his hand and 2 right. Should be clapped off for this wonderful 5-fer. Holds the ball aloft to the crowd, friends, family, everyone that's come in to watch. It was a wonderful spell of bowling, and the captain was right to leave him on for that last over. He's finished the innings off in style,
hasn't he? Just look at those. Wicket 1, wicket 1, wicket. So that is
symmetry.
Yeah, and remarkable. 3 wickets in the final over. So 126 for 7 became 128 all out in Hussein's 3rd over. We are going to take a short break here. We'll just say a quick thanks to Charles Stanley Wealth Managers on behalf of all participants and spectators for kindly sponsoring this competition, but we'll be back with the Bradford response in about 10 minutes. umpires are walking out. The Reading team are out on the field, ready to try and defend the 128 that they managed to score, all out for 128. Their skipper will certainly have been trying to buoy them up, Ethan Jane. But Rowan, the skipper for Bradford Boys, Hudson Rowan and Mohammed Ibrahim, will be coming out to open the batting. We're still waiting for them to make their way down the pavilion steps. I think I can see the people, yes, the stewards looking after the gate stood back to allow the batters to run onto the pitch, because of course they're 15 and want to run everywhere.
Rowan is certainly running out, isn't he?
He is. He is bowled very nicely. It was 4 overs for 20, I think.
Looks very focused, guy, doesn't he? He looks like he's ready to take battle.
Yes, he does. So Mohammed Ibrahim, who can also bowl, but we didn't see him, and Hudson Rowan, who is the captain of this team, plays for Cleckheaton in the Bradford League. When you go through both of these sides have cricketers that, when you go through their figures, obviously were and are very, very handy. So, but certainly you feel Reading will have to bowl at their best. And starting things for them will be Ben Bridge, left arm bowler, which might cause a few issues early on. Ibrahim will be facing first. Oh, and he's beaten outside the off stump. There was the wicketkeeper's reaction made me think maybe he got a little touch to start with, but decent start from Bridge with that delivery.
Yeah, very good start. I think, as you said, Guy, they're going to have to take some early wickets. They don't have a massive total on the board, but they have a total that can be threatening.
And again, this is turned into the leg side, and in the end decided against a single, probably wisely.
And I think as a fielding side, you know, Reading here, they know that they haven't got a huge amount of runs on the board, so everything they do is going to have to be 100%.
And that's another good ball this time, however. Without quite knowing where he was placing it, Ibrahim manages to get it out onto the offside, and they trot through for a single called by Rowan, and Ibrahim is off the mark. As I say, not entirely sure he knew exactly how he did that. Rowan gets ready to face, just made his mark, now looks to left, to the right and to the left, and gets ready to face. Bridge, and again beaten outside the off stump, and I find that left arm angle can be a problem for right-handers, is not used to the ball going across them.
Yeah, definitely. It can always be threatening, that change of angle that you get from a left-hander.
In once again, this is a leave outside the off stump, but a little bit of movement there for Bridge. Ball not swinging quite so much for the boys as it was for the girls earlier, I don't think.
No, I don't think there's as much shape on it as there as we saw in the girls' game earlier.
As Bridge comes in once again and just tucks Rowan up, but he plays it perfectly nicely into the onside, but that is a cracking first over from Ben Bridge, and just the 1 run comes from it.
Yeah, brilliant start, wasn't it, Guy? From Bridge, that's exactly what you want as a fielding side. I'm sure they would have discussed it. Just making sure they're tight, even if they're not taking wickets. Everything's just about being nice and tight. Dots build pressure, particularly in the power play.
Yep, absolutely. So to get away with just 1 run in that. Does look as if it will be, is it Will Powell who's going to be bowling from the other end? We're just waiting to, looks like Will Powell. It is not Will Powell, it is Daniel Fox. So we start with a bit of spin. Nicely taken by the keeper.
I like this guy. I like spin to start.
Yep.
In T20 cricket we see it so much in the pro game now as well.
Daniel Fox in again and forces the left-handed Ibrahim into defensive mode once again.
In comparison to Hussain as well, Fox is giving the ball a little bit more air. That line of length he just hit was perfect.
Very economic run up, and again right on the money. Turned into the leg side, no run.
Dots are building as well here, Guy.
Slightly flatter ball down the leg side, but who wide is given, which shows that both sides are being treated the same. No, I think it might have flicked off the pad down the leg side anyway. This has been a really decent over. It's got one more ball to go. And he pulls quickly too, which will just... Oh, what a caught and bowled! He will never do that again as long as he lives. That is just genius. Absolute brilliant caught and bowled.
Wow. Astonishing catch this is. What a caught and bowled, as Guy said correctly. 5 very good deliveries up until this one. This one a little bit flatter. Full stretch. Airborne. What a catch.
Do that at Lords, and I like the little flick behind your back at the end as well. No, that is just sensational. Ibrahim can't believe it. He thought it was going for 4 and he'd nailed it down the ground. But suddenly up came the right hand, and that is just brilliant. Even in slow motion that looks difficult. Well, what a start. 1 for 1. Ibrahim back in the pavilion. Max Turner comes out to bat with his skipper. Now Max Turner got a score of 128 off 88 balls for Huddersfield under 15s last season, so if he gets in, can get going.
I'm just still thinking about that catch, Guy. Honestly.
Well, Bridge, who bowled really nicely in his first over, is back in to Rowan, who up on his toes can only turn the ball into the leg side, no run. So just as you were saying, you said Reading have to start well, and boy have they.
Yeah, they certainly have. Bridge and Fox opening the bowling really nicely, putting a lot of pressure on this Bradford batting lineup.
There's only been 1 run now, and we've had 14 deliveries.
1 for 1.
The other thing is we haven't had any wides or extras as yet, and that's nicely played. Came out of his crease, down the wicket to the bowler, and they've got 2. They think about a 3rd. But again, just as you were saying about the hunting in packs, 2 of the fielders ran back. One did a superb job stopping it, the other took on the throwing duties and keep them down to just a couple. Does mean that Rowan is off the mark. Plays this out to mid-on, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, I just think a lot of pressure's been built in these 2 opening overs. Into the 3rd one, Rowan's just trying to claw a little bit of momentum back for his team by getting that 2 and then the single off the last. Just try to stop those dots, because there were a lot of dots being built up.
Max Turner Now gets ready to face Bridge. Ben Bridge is bowled nicely so far, and forward defensive, sees the ball out to gully, point region, and there is no run. Another dot ball.
Yeah, it's been a very good power play so far for Reading. Lots of pressure being built.
And again finishes with a ball that could only really be defended by Turner. Just 3 runs off the over. After 3 overs, the run rate currently stands at 1.33 because the score is 4 for 1.
Yeah, wonderful start. Obviously Rowan's still in there. Came out to bat, running down steps at Lord's. He was ready to go. I'm sure he still feels the same. Just a little bit of pressure has been built here. Just got to absorb it as a batter. Absorb that pressure for a few overs. Just, you know, say, well done bowler, you bowled really nicely. And then try and capitalise potentially when the next bowler comes on, when there is a change.
No, absolutely right. It's interesting just looking at the required run rate's already 7.3, so it's just putting that little bit of pressure on as the spinner comes in again. Fox still yet to concede a run.
Just bowling, really nice flight, really good area. Fox, difficult to get away.
It's nicely played backward of square, but couldn't generate any power on it, and the ball just goes to short third, and there is no run. Slight misfield by the bowler means that they can cross for a single.
It just shows you how well he's bowled, and as I said earlier, in the first innings, when you have a spinner on, the over seems to go very quickly, and that's what Fox is doing. He's just trying to get through his over. So Turner's noticed that, I think, and he's just taking his time here a little bit.
Yeah. Turner, who yet to get off the mark. As the clouds just come in, and he's beaten outside off stump. Nicely bowled. Yes, grey clouds have come over. But Fox is bowling nicely again. This is terrific stuff.
It's been a brilliant opening spell by Fox. He's just been so consistent, hasn't he, on his line and length. Everything's been in that area where it's difficult to play. You have to take a risk to score off him at the moment.
Oh, and that's a beauty again that beats him. All ends up outside off stump. There is the attempted stumping. Various appeals because it was a very good ball that beat him, but he wasn't stumped, he wasn't bowled, and he wasn't caught. Every other way he was beaten. 5 for 1. Turner remains on 0. Rowan has moved to 4, and Fox has the fabulous figures of 1 for 1 from 2 overs.
Yeah, fantastic figures, and deserves it because he's bowled so nicely. Spinners with a new ball is always a good option. They went for that, Reading, and the risk has really paid off.
Bridges to continue in all the matches we've seen so far today. That could be a boundary. Is it going to trickle over? It does. I think they'd have nearly run 4 on that one because it took forever to reach the boundary, but it did get there in the end.
It was actually a really nicely guided shot. Back foot kind of cut shot. Pierced the gap. The fielder couldn't quite get there.
Yeah,
did
might
slow
have got
up.
something on it, yeah, but not enough. No, it was a lovely shot, and there was width there to work with, and that's exactly what he did. Rowan's first boundary. And that's played nicely out to mid-wicket. Oh yeah. So Turner making sure that he knows exactly where his guard is, and then bridges on him almost immediately, and he plays that comfortably back to the bowler.
Yeah, he is. I just feel like the whole of the Reading side have got this intent, haven't they, at the moment, Guy? Everything is quite quick between overs. They look like they're ready to go, and that one wicket has really given them a lift.
Again, just played out into the covers. Fielders are in, and that was the skipper, I think, coming into field. Jane. And another dot ball, and Turner has now faced 7 deliveries and has yet to get off the mark. Oh, and that one hopped a bit on him, didn't it? Tall man, but it spat at him a little bit.
Yeah, there's that bounce that we saw earlier on today as well. There's one or two that are popping off this surface. That one just surprised Turner a little bit.
Particularly from the pavilion end, absolutely right. Oh, and that's a swish and a miss outside off stump. That is the end of another excellent over. Reading bowling really nicely here. And at the moment, Bradford are 10 for 1 after 5 overs. A little bit of gardening going on, and you can understand why. Run rate currently stands at 2. The required run rate is now up to 7.9. So, and the spin is to continue. That is cut away, but nicely stopped out on the boundary, and there'll just be a single. Fox continues his excellent work. In fact, that's doubled the amount of runs off his bowling. Fox in again. Oh, at the moment he is beating Turner for fun.
He definitely is. He's bowling so well, isn't he, here? I just feel like he needs to pick up a couple of wickets here. With this pressure, you want to make sure you take a few wickets with you.
In once again, bowls. This time Turner manages to get a bat onto it, but not to any great effect other than to defend his wicket. But I suppose in T20, yes, it would be great if he could pick up another wicket, but he's going for less than 1 and over. So there is that, as you were explaining, the dot ball pressure. Do manage to get a single now, and finally Turner is off the mark on the 12th delivery that he has faced, so he's taken 2 overs, getting to 1. Fox in again, a little bit wide, and nice dab, reaching for it, Owen, but there is a fielder adjust that shot, and it's only another single.
Yeah, you are right, Guy. I mean, when you're going at such a low run rate as a bowler, does it matter in T20 cricket if you're not taking wickets? But it just depends on who's coming on next to bowl, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. And that is just helped round the corner, and they go for a quick single, but well judged. And Rowan backing up brilliantly, made sure that the leg by in fact given, but so 3 runs off the bat, 1 leg by, 4 wickets, 4 runs in the over, 14 for 1, but still fabulous figures now for Fox. I must have said that before, haven't you? Excellent figures for Fox. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure. I mean, that's the end of the power play. That's the end of the 6 overs for the Bradford's batting side, and to only have got 14 is probably going to be very disappointing for them. So from Reading's perspective, they've really built up a lot of pressure here. It's just whether they can maintain that pressure over a longer period of time now.
Yeah, well, the run rate is now over 8. 115 required from 15 overs. We do have a change of bowling as Will Powell comes into the attack. And he will be bowling, by the looks of things, right arm over from the pavilion end. Just gets himself sorted and ready to go. Will Powell comes in. And a little bit of a way shape there.
Good start. Great start.
Wasn't a bad first up, was it? And poor Turner is beaten on his outside.
Turner's just struggling a little bit here. 1 of 14 deliveries. He's going to want to lay bat on ball soon and just try and rotate the strike. Try and get his partner back on strike. Rowan, who's got 11 off 11.
In once again. And that is a thickish outside edge, but it will mean that they can take a single and Rowan can be back on strike. 2 from 15 now for Turner.
Obviously, that's not where Turner wants to hit it, but the fact he's got a little bit more intent there just to score is a good sign.
Absolutely. Powell just getting himself set once again. Goes back. Does Rowan and plays it back to the bowler, who turns and has a little look to see whether it's worth a shy at the stumps, and it isn't, so he doesn't.
Yeah, and another bowler that's come on for Reading and is bowling really tightly. 1 of his first 3 deliveries so far. He's just bowling really tightly. He's making it very difficult for Rohan or Turner to try and get him away.
And that's just a little bit of width and is cut away nicely. They go for 1, and I think that should only be all. Lovely throw.
Yeah, great bit of fielding out in the deep there. It's just Rowan just starting to look a little bit frustrated with himself. He doesn't need to. Still a long way to go in this game.
Well, he's played in some charity matches as young Mr. Will Powell, and for and against Kevin Peterson at Wentworth. So he is sat at the high table. Ricky Ponting also playing in that. Oh, and at the moment you feel for Turner. He's really struggling to lay bat on ball. I wonder if the nerves are getting to him a bit.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, when you faced so many dot balls and it starts to kind of play into your mindset a little bit. Just needs to stay calm.
Powell beats him outside off stump again, and this is excellent work, well bowled from Powell, who keeps the pressure on. 7 overs, 16 for 1. Rowan's not going badly, he's got 12 off 16, but Turner, who's faced more balls than his partner, only has the 2. And we've seen 1 or 2 players in both matches who haven't got the measure of this wicket at all and have scored slowly. Other players have come in and looked as if they're perfectly happy and played on it all their life. Well, Fox is going to bowl out his 4 overs, interestingly.
Yeah, as you said, Guy, it has been a bit of a struggle, hasn't it, with the bat. The bowlers have sort of been the ones that have been on top for most of this game.
Fox is in again, and that's driven nicely by Rowan, but can't pierce the field, and they can only go through for a single. They do have the wickets in hand, though. That is true. And that is played back to the bowler. Turner 18 now, 3 overs he's faced for his 2. And that time he does get bat on ball, straight to the man at short third, but Rowan had started very quickly for the single. He was running to the danger end, so one more does get added to the score.
Yeah, good hands there at third as well to stop that ball. Good bit of fielding.
Fox in again, nicely driven up to mid-off, and there is no run, and Rowan looks fed up with the situation really, because he knows that he actually played that really nicely, but straight to the fielder. This time he comes down the wicket and flicks the ball into the leg side. It looks as if it will be cut off, but and then turning for a possible third, Rowan took a tumble. That means that it will just be 2 off the last ball, and that's the first 2 off the bowling of Fox in that 4 over spell. So after the end of 8 overs, 24-1 Bradford after 8 overs. Powell to continue from the pavilion end. Turner on strike. Launches a drive at that one, gets a thick outside edge, goes up to third man, and there is a single. But trying to attack now, which is probably the right thing to try and do, Kath.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's going to have to just go for his shots now, Turner. 4 off 20 balls. He's going to have to give it everything he's got. Powell, however, is bowling really nicely here, actually hitting his line and length pretty well. Not really too many freebies.
No, quite right. And the required run rate's over 9. And it's launched, but not middled by Rowan. It goes up to mid-off, and they go through for a single. Various stumps are thrown down from various areas, but no one was in any remote danger of being run out. Another single to Rowan, who moves on to 16.
Yeah, they're going to have to go with some intent. In fact, both these players are going to have to start to accelerate this scorecard. 22 for 1 off 8.2. Just going to have to try and find a boundary from somewhere, find some runs from somewhere.
Powell lopes in once again, and that's played up into the air, but safely. Good shot for 4, and Turner finally manages to get the ball away for his first boundary.
Yeah, and some intent there. It's a similar length delivery, actually a really nice shot, whipped off his legs, a couple of bounces, goes for 4.
Uppish, but perfectly safely in the end played. In once again, and this time nice leisurely stroke out into the covers, but straight at fielder, no run.
Yeah, good bit of fielding actually, because that was timed quite well from Turner. You can see the intent change now. He's realised that he's been out there for long enough. He needs to really start to put his foot on the accelerator.
Powell is bowled very tightly so far. Comes in again, and a swish this time, and extra cover does well to stop the ball. But they go through for a single. Turner moves to 9. As Powell comes in once again. No, he doesn't. Just sets at the back of his run. And that's a little bit of width, so driven out to deep extra. They can only go for a single, and that for Reading has been a relatively expensive over. 8 runs coming from it, 28 for 1 after 9 overs. I know Kath can barely talk with excitement as Rowan moves on to 17. And Turner is 9 not out. .28 for 1. Required run rate 9.2. So we have a change of bowler, we have a different spinner. Singh is in and immediately causes 1 or 2 issues. Arshdeep Singh.
Some very impressive bowlers, isn't there, Guy, in this Reading side. Everyone who's come on has really come on and done well, and Singh there with his first delivery straight on the money.
We talked about the absence of spin in the girls' game earlier, but we've seen 2 or 3 very decent spinners in this boys' game this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Hussain in the first innings, taking that 5 was very impressive. And then Fox and then Singh now as well, so some very, very decent spin bowlers on both sides.
And some batters, and maybe Turner's among them, they like the pace to play off, and you can really give it a go, but against the spin you're having to force it all the time. But Turner has now got himself ready to face, and this time he does get bat on ball, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
That was a nice looking shot actually from Turner, but just managed to hit the fielder on that occasion. But a bit more intent, which is great to see.
Yes, you feel he's probably seen himself in by now. So and that was just over pitched a tad, but really well fielded, and they can only take a single.
Yeah, another fantastic bit of fielding. I think that's the other thing, is when they are starting to score or starting to hit some more aggressive shots, the fielders are there to back up their bowlers at the moment.
Arshdeep Singh in again, and it's played late by Rowan, just up to short third man. They go through for a single. That's smashed for 4, and well, he's certainly had a good long look at things, but Turner just showing signs that he's turned a corner.
Well played, Guy. Fabulous shot here, wasn't it, from Turner? Just a bit more intent as he's had in the last couple of overs. Let his arms go through the back of this ball. A little bit aerial to start with, but it's raced away to that boundary, and that's exactly what they need at this stage, Bradford. They need to start accelerating that run rate a little bit more. It's been difficult to come by boundaries and runs, but they're just starting to flow a little bit better now.
Well, they require 94 from the final 10 overs, 35 for 1 halfway through their innings. They do have wickets in hand, that's a plus. And Powell to continue. His 2 overs have cost 10 so far. Bowled very nicely, but these 2 are now, you feel, beginning to accelerate. And that's nicely played, and they go through for a sharp single, and Singh's throw, if it had hit, would have been interesting.
Yeah, you're right now, Guy, that we're halfway through this innings. 35 for 1. They need to start to accelerate as much as possible, but you know, as you said, with wickets in hand, they've got plenty of batting sitting on the bench, so they just have to go for it.
Turner facing now. He plays that backward a square, and that should go all the way for 4. And Turner, it's taken him a while, but he looks as if he's getting himself in now.
This is a wonderful shot on top of the bounce from Turner, back of a length delivery, lets it come into his arc and just guides that down to third for 4. Much better cricket shots from Turner, and he's raced away now, actually really increased his run rate, 18 off 27 deliveries.
Yeah, what was it, 3 off 19? So 15 off 8. Has a nice languid style, doesn't he, Turner? He doesn't get overexcited, he just plays his way.
I've been really impressed actually with the bowling so far in this innings. It's been very tight. Everyone who's come on, bowlers, spinners or seam bowlers, sorry, both doing their job.
That's a thickish outside edge. This might go all the way, and does. Did he guide it, or was it an outside edge? Let's have a look on the replay. Was that soft hands? No, that was an edge. But he's scored 4, so he won't mind, and in fact has overtaken Rowan. Another boundary, 9 off the over, and suddenly the pedal is going towards the metal. That. Who did that hit? The bowler? Yeah, he's wringing his hand rather. And they take 2.
That was hit powerfully, wasn't it? You can see Powell's just holding his hand there, just giving it a bit of a rub. But that would have been a little bit sore because that was hit with some force back down the ground. I think Anna Harris did well to get out the umpire out of the way.
Yeah, still shaking that hand a bit, but he did stop 2 runs, almost certainly. Powell, who's bowled nicely so far, is just seeing this over slightly expensive. This is whipped away again, but straight to the fielder. And Powell celebrates, as do the rest of his Reading teammates, as Turner's long and interesting innings comes to an end. In the end, it won't look too bad in the record books. 24 from 31, 3 from the first 19, and 21 from the next 12.
Yeah, he was just beginning to accelerate, wasn't he, Guy? He was really starting to open up Turner and start to go for his shots. A good catch under pressure, because you could tell he was going for it. He was starting to get reward for that intent as well. So Powell will be really happy, because of that stop in the previous delivery, and it's brought him a wicket. So well bowled, Powell.
Yep, Fox taking the catch nicely, making a possibly difficult catch look pretty easy. 46 for 2 at the end of the 11th, and striding out to play with his skipper is Abdullah Hussain. He got selected for the Yorkshire under-15s on the back of the Hub programme, so there we go. And I was switched from being a fast bowler to a leg spin bowler, interestingly. But anyway, Singh it is who will be bowling to Rowan, who manages to get something on the ball and force it out into the leg side, and they go through for a single.
I think Rowan just feels like his role is just to bat through here, just to see his team as deep as possible into this innings, and just support the new batter who's just come to the crease in Hussain.
Yeah, and immediately Hussain knows he's got to score at 9 and over, so it's not easy, but he tucks that backward of square nicely. They go through for a single. Decent bit of fielding, good cricket all round, as they say. In again, and that is driven up to mid-on. Singh gets ready to bowl once again, right arm over the wicket. That's swung away, that could be 4. Looks if it will beat the field, it does. Just drifting down the leg side for the first time, really, is Singh. And Hussein latched onto it very quickly and swung it away.
Yeah, great sweep shot actually, finding that long boundary.
And this time looks to try and get down the wicket, but bowler sees him coming and keeps him honest and goes and fields off his own bowling. Singh, who's bowling nicely, I have to say. Yes, there was the swept 4, but keeping his nerve, bowling in the middle overs.
Yeah, I just think that was a good shot, wasn't it, from Hussein? He just got down on one knee, decided to sweep. It's not a shot we've seen a lot actually in this game against the spinners.
No, you're right. This one was the first sweep shot we've seen.
His captain just stopping him there in his march, just readjusting the field.
Nice use of the feet by Hussein to come down and just push the ball out into the covers for a single. 8 off the over, 54 for 2 after 12. So the run rate just creeping up, 4.5 and over, but the required rate is just under 9.5. So long way to go. But with the 8 wickets in hand, definitely the possibility is still there, and Hussein looks as if he's looking to attack whenever possible.
Yeah, he is. He looks like he's got an aggressive nature to his batting. He hit that lovely sweep shot in the previous over. He's on 6 off 4 deliveries, so that's going to be crucial actually here, guys. Is the rate that they score at is going to be more important than anything else.
Well, Will Powell's going to come in and bowl his 4th and final over from the pavilion end. And the attempted dab outside off stump is missed, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
Yeah, another play and miss. Any time Powell's kind of hit that back of a length area just outside off stump, it seems like they don't have an answer to it at the moment, Bradford. It's been hard to hit if he just keeps bowling that area.
Powell in once again, and he tucked up Hussein superbly with that inducker. Well bowled.
Yeah, like a good bit of variation there actually. Unless it hit the seam and just jagged off the seam.
But it's nice if you're bowling to someone who's getting a little bit confident and they see the ball with the ball swinging away, and you can show that you can dart it back in again. Oh, and that's smashed away. It'll only be for 1. Cut away out to the deep cover fielder. Did well actually, because the ball was pretty close to him, but he managed to create enough room to force it into the offside. Brings Rowan on strike. Powell in again, and that's nicely played by Hudson Rowan. Up to mid-on, happy to take the single, get Hussein back on strike, keep the thing rotating.
The other thing though is, Guy, I know they're taking singles now, but from a Reading perspective, they'll be happy with that. They'll be okay with them taking ones into the deep.
You're absolutely right, because they need 2 boundaries off the last 2 balls now to keep up with the run rate. Powell happy to just allow Hussein to effectively bunt the ball up to mid-on.
Yeah, and then it'll be another good over, because there's only been 3 singles off it so far. For Powell, he's just been very clever bowler so far. He didn't get phased even when he got hit for a few boundaries. He just kept going, which has been good to see.
Well, Powell has one more ball left in this spell. Bowled very nicely from the pavilion end. That is flicked into the onside, spins past the first fielder. Second fielder swoops in to ensure no further damage is done, and they're just 4 singles from the over, and Powell, well, he'll be pretty pleased with that. 1 for 25 from his 4 overs. Looks as if a comfort break is needed, or yes, a drink. I'm not surprised. Rowan's been out there for a while, and it is pretty warm out there.
Yeah, it is today. It's not been the best weather recently, guys, so we've been very fortunate that today the weather has held for us. It's been a fantastic day, great cricket, some wonderful shots, some great bowling too. Rowan just taking a well-deserved break there, and probably a couple of messages actually to him from his coaches.
Well, it looks like we're going to have spin again, but different spin. It looks like Pritam Dara is coming on to bowl.
Yeah, we know how explosive Dara can be with the bat.
Yes, and check out his
stats on the batting are pretty extraordinary. That 50
off 15 balls, yeah. Okay, he was a leg spinner and now bowls seam. That is just played into the covers, and they go through for a easy single.
Yeah, Reading will be hoping for a couple of quiet overs here, really, if they can keep this run rate just climbing, getting higher.
Yeah, it's now over 10, the required run rate. Again, the false shot. Little inside edge onto the foot now for a single.
Those ones always hurt, don't they?
Hurt less if you get a run off them.
That's true. Run it off.
But they have got plenty of bowling options, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of different bowlers, different options, as you say, Guy.
Alright, this went to the wrong end in many ways, but then there was no one backing the bowler up. So well run in the end. They saw where the run could be taken. Hussain backed up brilliantly, and they do go through for the single.
Yeah, this is where the pressure will start to build when you start taking runs that have a bit of a risk with them. Reading will have to be ready for that.
And that's played up to long off. And they want to come back for 2, and the throw isn't quite good enough, and they get through easily. So good work from the batters, taking on the bowler's arm. And in the end it was pretty comfortable.
Yeah, in the end that would have been a very good throw, wouldn't it, from that distance. It's not easy when you're on the boundary at mid-off to try and get that ball back to the keeper.
Dara just tweaking the field, getting fielders out a little bit deeper on the leg side. As the ball skips past the fielder, and they'll be able to go through for 2. Not quite sure what the bowler was appealing for on that occasion. He did appeal for something. He kind of turned round and made some.
I think he was hoping it would be a catch.
True.
He thinks he's got Usain Bolt on the boundary, I reckon.
Swung away into the leg side. Only be the one. Arshdeep Singh with a lovely piece of fielding. Picked it up and then threw it right over the stumps. Still, they did manage to extract 8 runs from that Dara over. Had to run them all though, so Rowan's will be needing more liquid refreshment before too long, you feel. Hussein though has come out and 14 off 12 and has started brightly, Kath Dalton.
Yeah, he has. As you say, 14 off 12 has been a good strike rate, but they're going to need more than that. It's 63 to win this game, and they're running out of overs here at the moment, Bradford. So foot on the accelerator, wickets in hand, take a few more risks. Obviously, you know, we've seen some very good bowling from Reading, which has made it difficult to come by, but boundary is going to be the key. So they're going to have to target that shorter side if they're going to look to score. I think Reading know that, so they're trying to put as many fielders on that leg side as possible just to protect it.
Yeah, they've got 2 there at the moment. And change of ends for Arshdeep Singh, who's now switched from the nursery to the pavilion end. Good fielding means that there's just the one.
You can see he's going to target that shorter side, Hussein, when he's on strike. Anything that's in his arc, he could go for that boundary because it's such a small boundary on the leg side.
Really well bowled. As Rowan was looking to give him the charge, found there was no shot on. If he'd missed it, it would have been the end. Pressure building on the captain perhaps a little bit at the moment for Bradford. Ooh, that wasn't a chance, was it?
You can see though Singh is been very clever with his bowling, with the line he's trying to bowl. He's going further outside off stump because of this short boundary on the leg side. He's giving him absolutely no room to swing on the leg side.
That's blasted up on the offside on this occasion, but the fielder is there and will keep them down to 2. I mean, not the best delivery Singh has produced, but with the way the game is, he's got away with it, and what should have been 4 is only 2. Short, outside, it's almost a bouncer offside off stump.
Yeah, but as we said earlier, you can see what he's trying to do, guys. He's trying to hit that wide line almost outside off stump, protect that leg side boundary.
It's a better ball, but is clumped. And they go for 2 on the misfield, and well run. It was only a tiny slip out in the field, but certainly Rowan has run superbly. The captain, he's put himself in the danger zones as he's turned 1s into 2s. They're saying though is batting really nicely. Winds up for that one, but will only get a single. One of those nice nasty ones that spin when it lands.
Yeah, those are the ones you're not sure whether you should go for the catch or just allow it to bounce in front of you. Making the right decision there, just allowing it to bounce in front of him and collecting it. One-handed, good one-handed pickup, wasn't it, Guy?
Really
Again, a
was.
great bit of fielding.
15 overs, 74 for 2. 66 required. No, more than that.
It's 55 required, Guy.
55 required. Sorry, I was getting my sums wrong. I knew it was 11 and over and got all my numbers muddled. 55 required. Absolutely right. They're going to have to really ramp up in these final 5 overs if they're to chisel out a victory here, Bradford. As Dara is it again, only a single.
Yeah, got their boundary riders in the right place as well, making sure that they're covering that, because that's going to be the key really for Bradford, is making sure that they try to hit the boundary as many times as possible.
Dara in once again, and that's played really nicely. This might well pierce the field. No, brilliant piece of fielding. Keeps them down to 2. They think about a third, but there was never a third there. Though a little bit of chaos means there might have been. But what a stop on the boundary.
It was a fabulous stop, wasn't it? For all money, I felt like that was going to go for 4.
And that could be, there moments like that can be the difference in these matches.
Oh, 100%, and that's why fielding's so concentrated on, I think.
Oh, what a shot that was. Has that gone all the way? For 4 it has. Really did climb up on his toes and clobber that one.
Yeah, fabulous shot here from Rowan. He's been in for a while, so he understands the pitch conditions. That bounced a lot. He did well to get a good enough bat on it. Swung his hands through the ball. Fantastic shot.
I was almost surprised it didn't go for 6.
It looked like it was going to,
It had
didn't
to
it?
go for 6 with that shot, but it just fell short. Again, there's width, and he's got this away as well, so there's back-to-back boundaries for the skipper Rowan. And a bit short and a bit wide is what you were saying, Kath, that he's trying to bowl it wide to make it difficult to hit, but that's not the way it's working at the moment.
No, I actually think he's probably got his field wrong for where he's bowling. He's got everybody out on the leg side here, Guy. But he's bowling outside off stump, so if you're going to bowl that line, you have to have your fielders out on the boundary. You have to have a third on a cover at the very least. Just covering that option. Suspect a field change might be coming, unless he just decides to change how he's bowling.
Yep. That's driven nicely, and that will be a third successive 4. And this is turning out to be an expensive over. Very expensive over. 15 from it so far.
Absolutely fabulous shot this is from Rowan. He's batting outside leg stump, but then gets across enough on the offside. Lovely punch drive through the covers for 4.
Well, he moves into the 40s and he's now going at better than a run a ball, having batted for a long time. He opened, of course. Oh! And could have been out. He missed it and could have been stumped. He could have been bare-stowed. As it is, Rowan survives. He is on 41. 15 coming from that Dara over. Be interesting to see whether he is kept on for the next one. 89 for 2, but the score after 16 overs is 89 for 2. Is in once again. That's swung away, and that'll be 4 more, and suddenly that accelerator is being pushed.
This is absolutely fabulous batting, isn't it, Guy? As you said, they just put their foot on the accelerator. They decided to go for it with a bit of freedom. There's enough space on that offside, and he's pierced the gap, and it's gone through for 4.
Suddenly that required run rate is tumbling. It was up to 11, it's now under 9.5. More liquid refreshment is required for both the batters. Rowan 41 not out, Hussain 25 not out. A well-deserved drink, particularly for the skipper Rowan, who's interesting. He's only faced 39 balls so far out of the 96, 97 that have been bowled, so he's found himself watching a lot of the cricket so far.
Yeah, he has, but he has really accelerated actually, Guy, in the last few overs, because he was struggling to begin with, wasn't he? But he stuck that out, kind of absorbed the pressure of it, and is really capitalising now at the back end of this innings.
Well, it is very nicely set up now. We've got 23 balls left. 47 runs needed.
I just feel with an over or two like the last one that anything's possible in this game. For Bradford, at one point they looked a little bit stuck. They didn't seem to be going anywhere in this innings, and suddenly it's all just changed. I suppose that's the beauty of T20 cricket, how quickly the game can change on its and turn on its head.
Yeah, these two scored 47 pretty briskly. Certainly everyone is now having a chat in the Reading team, as well as the two batters. Not quite sure what the big delay is for and why we had the big break after one ball. Maybe something happened to the ball. No? Anyway, we are back underway by the looks of things, and it will be Arshdeep Singh to continue from the pavilion end. His first ball was hit for 4. The field is spreading. Just trying to sort out the danger areas as far as these two Bradford batters are concerned. And that is, I think the correct word is larruped up to long on for a single.
The correct word, Guy, yes. Larruped. It's an excellent word. You haven't used that yet today, actually.
No, it's my first larrup of the day. Well, that is the first larrup I've seen. And this is driven more in a more orthodox manner. But there's a teeny misfield, and they are so quick on anything. That's, I think they decided to go for 2 anyway, hadn't they?
Yeah, it was a fantastic bit of running, actually. Very quick between the wickets there, Rowan and Hussain.
Rowan moves on to 43. Of course, he has to retire if he reaches 50, which could make life interesting. And that's short, and that's just cut away. No real power, just placed it away for a single, because they've already got 7 so far. Make 8 from the over with 2 balls remaining.
This is going to be a close one, Guy. You can feel it, can't you?
You can. So this is Singh's last over. That's blasted up towards mid-on, who does absolutely superbly. He does better than superbly, because there's a run out. That is just breathtaking. And Hussain wasn't concentrating, and suddenly a wicket out of nothing. What a throw, though.
Yeah, it was a fantastic throw in, but as you said, Guy, a wicket out of absolutely nowhere. He goes for the first and he's comfortable, and he comes back for the second, but he's not really paying attention to what his partner says, and then by the time he realises, he's run out.
That was just sensational. But the throw from the deep, well, that could change things.
Yeah, definitely a wicket at this stage of the game. Obviously, as we said, Rowan has to retire if he gets 6 more runs, and it can really change the feel of the game, because there'll be 2 new batters on strike if Rowan does retire eventually.
Absolutely. Well, it's Aaron McRae who's the next man in. Plays for Skipton Cricket Club under 18s and the first team. Saw him bowl earlier as well, of course, didn't we?
We did indeed. And we were saying how inspired he is by his family and his granddad.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yes. Well, right arm over the wicket, and that's stroked up to mid-on by Rowan, and will just be the single. That is the end of the over. To be honest, Reading will be happy with 9 from that. And the score goes on to 99 for 3 after 17 overs.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go in this game. Obviously 30 required to win for Bradford, with Rowan on 45, only needing 5 to get to his 50, and then he would retire. So still a lot to play for, and as we know in finals, anything's possible, but they have to get the field right here, Guy. As Dara bowled his last over, I don't think he bowled badly, but they just didn't have anyone out on that offside.
Yeah, he bowled well. considering he had all his fielders on the leg side to bowl wide outside off stump, I know what you mean, but there were a couple of loose wide deliveries and they were set up to be punished. Let's see what he can do this time. It will be Rowan who is facing, Hudson Rowan. Apparently a big fan of the cricket team. And that's tucked away nicely into the onside. Should only be one, is only one. Arshdeep Singh was in very swiftly.
Yeah, good bit of bowling there. He's bowled into the pads of Rowan. He's just trying to cramp him for room. He did have someone out at extra cover. That he's now putting his fielder on the offside out at cover. I think that's a smart move, especially with a new player on strike. That's a short boundary. Just allows him to bowl outside off stump if he wants to.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got much more protection now on that offside. Has a good look around, understandably. Does Aaron McRae. Squirts that out into that offside and they can go for a single. Singles are fine as far as Reading are concerned. Bradford, though, no, they need at least one boundary and over now. Probably two.
Yeah, they do, but better on that offside field for Dara.
Nice ball from Dara, nice shot for one, but straight up to mid-off, who fields well.
Yeah, Rowan's played really nicely, hasn't he? He's hit some beautiful looking shots.
There's been a chance since 47, hasn't it? Can't think of any opportunities.
Don't think he's given any, Guy. He's been very good.
Swung away into the leg side, not altogether convincingly, but he can race through for one more. But Dara will be pretty pleased with his work so far.
Yeah, I think so, especially after that last over. It takes a lot of guts and courage to come back when you've been hit for quite a few boundaries in your previous over, particularly in the final when it's at this stage of the game. Very gutsy.
In again, and that's really well bowled, right in at that Yorker length, and they go for two. There's a decent-ish throw. They do get the second, but there's good running. And Rowan applauds McRae's bravery in taking on the danger end, but he actually looked the one who was always going to get in. It was Rowan who possibly at the far end might have been in more bother, but he moves on to 49. Strokes that out nicely. Good stop again. Oh, there could be a run out here. There is a run out. Now, who is actually out? Because Rowan, I think, has scored his 50, so he has to go off. Who? Just trying to work it out.
I think
McRae
is out as well.
trudging out, but I think because he has now reached 50, because they took one, so he's now scored 50, he has to retire as well, which he's going, oh, what? And he's being congratulated by several of the Reading guys, and now Rowan is understanding what has occurred. Effectively, it's 2 wickets in 1 ball. At the end of that Dara over, there is a run out, and it's 106 for 3 officially, but essentially 106 for 4.
Yeah, that's right, Guy, but a wonderful knock from Rowan to get 50 on this ground, and he's really held it together, particularly at the start of the innings when they were really struggling, Bradford. He's played a wonderful knock for his team. He's got them as far as he can. He should be really proud of himself for how he's played today.
Yeah, second 50 we've seen today. Megan Russell earlier scored a 50 in the losing side for Bolton, as they were beaten by Guildford in the girls' final earlier, and that could be a massive switch, because essentially we've got two completely new batters at the crease. We have Kanaga. We've still got Rowan up on the scoreboard, but it won't be him. So after Kanaga, it should be Noah Kershaw. So I think Kanaga and Kershaw are now in. Bridge is coming back for his fourth over, having only conceded 9 from his first 3. Kanaga will be facing.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on these two coming in. Both of them new to the crease.
And nice dab through the vacant slip area for 1. There've been quite a few run-outs, haven't there? There's been some aggressive running.
There has, but then equally there's been some excellent fielding which has caused the run-outs.
True.
It just puts that indecision in the batter's mind if you are fielding very well.
Swished away. Cut away just for a single. So at the moment, 2 balls, 2 singles. All the scoreboards getting themselves sorted out. Sorry if it says 17.7 overs, it is 18 and a couple, I think, so far. I don't remember the third ball of this over, which we have on the scoreboard at the ground, but that is attempted swing away to leg, and and a missed run out. Certainly both Bridge and the keeper had opportunities. Neither of them managed to do what was required.
It's a great effort from Bridge. He finished bowling and on his follow through was charging to try and get that run out. You can see the aggression that he's got. He's bowled really nicely here, guy under pressure as well.
Yeah, I don't think then. I think that was a dot ball. That is launched up to long on, and they come back for 2. Oh, and if the bowler had taken it, that would have been tight.
Would have been very close. I reckon that possibly would have been a run out. But they have to take the risk, don't they?
Oh,
they have to go for it.
We've now only got 8 balls left. Swung away, and a swing and a miss. And Bridge has really bowled superbly on his. Well, just look at those figures, and that's another dot ball, so he's only got 1 more ball to bowl, and he's conceded 12 from his 4 overs minus a ball so far.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic spell, hasn't it, from Bridge? Really nicely today.
That is swung away, so he will concede 1 more single, so it will be 13 off his 4 overs. But what a job he has done for his team today. Might not have taken a wicket, but it's as good as.
He gets a few high fives there, and rightly so. He's bowled a wonderful spell. Should be really proud of himself. I'm sure he will be.
So 19 then required off the last over if Bradford are to pinch what would be a very famous victory. At the moment, Reading kept the pressure on with the ball. I hate I'm being over critical, but there were times when the batting looked ever so slightly flaky. It would be a too strong a word, but there were times when players were getting themselves out, playing the wrong shots, but their bowling has just been absolutely first rate.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think when you win or lose a game, there's certain moments that you can pick up on. I think that's where we won it, or if we had only done this, then we could have won it. So both sides will be focusing on that, I suppose, after this game. But 19 to win off 6, you never know. I've seen stranger things in cricket, that's for sure.
Well, Dara has been charged with the final over, and that is played out into the leg side. There should certainly be 2, and there are an easy 2. Perhaps a little brave to have kept with Dara for this final over. There are other players with overs available, because he's gone for 30 in his first 3 overs, but such is obviously the respect with which he's held by the captain and the rest of the team. He's been given the job. Well bowled indeed and that will be a leg bye. Good. Do love that Yorker length at this stage. Make it difficult to hit.
Yeah, he's been really impressive, hasn't he, in the last few overs.
Just had that one horror over.
I still don't think that was a horror over. I just
Yeah,
think
yeah.
he got his field just wrong on that over, and he's learnt from that and learnt fast, which is great to see.
And it's swiped away. But it's only going to be a couple as Arshdeep Singh runs round, and he is a good fielder. He's a really good fielder. Slight but super arm on him. Very quick. So we need sixes. 15 required off 3 balls.
Yeah, nothing to lose here now. Just go for it.
That's hit up into the air, and they looked for it, but it's been picked up on the boundary, and that, barring any no balls, is essentially that.
I think so, Guy. You can actually see where the catch was taken out at deep cover. There is a lot of support for Reading, down there. They seem to be up on their feet in the stands. Another good catch, and just tops off what's been a wonderful bowling and fielding display.
Yeah, it was good delivery actually, wasn't it? It forced him back. He knew he had to attack, and it wasn't a bad shot in the end, but he does hold out in the end. Kanaga, he goes for 2, which means 15 are required off 2 balls. So don't bowl a no ball, don't bowl a wide, it really doesn't matter. Just bowl it. Just come up and bowl lollipops. Even if they are both hit for 6, you're going to win.
I think Dara deserved that wicket as well, Guy. You know, he's come back, he's been gutsy, shown real determination.
Been captained well, haven't they? Jane's done a terrific job, but learning lessons as well. One bad over probably. Those doors were soon slammed. Yes, Ishan Jain should be very proud of the way he's gone about his work. Well, both captains have done superbly. Hudson Rowan with a 50, and really good work for him in the field as well. So it's Omar Khan who's come to the crease, and he plays it up for 1. Thinks about 2, but he'd have only got run out if he had. So there is 1 ball remaining. And then we can congratulate Reading on a job really well done, but a terrific match, Kath Dalton.
Yeah, it certainly has been.
That's in, and that's swung away. There might be 2, but they only go for 1, because what more do they need? That is the end. They don't look at the celebrations. Reading can't believe it. They just so pleased. Stumps are being stolen, quite rightly, and obviously quite a large section of the fans for Reading are over in the mound stand, and look at them go over and say hello to mum and dad.
That's
big hugs all
absolutely
round.
fabulous.
Plenty of pictures being taken, and you can understand that. What an afternoon for these guys. You feel as well for Bradford, because they've smashed their way into this final. They bowled really well to restrict Reading to just 128 all out, but just got bogged down in that first 10 overs, and despite the best efforts of captain Hudson Rowan, who then had to retire when he'd reached 50, that really got them at the wrong time.
Yeah, it did. I was just seeing those scenes of them celebrating, running over to family, friends, whoever's here to support them. Reading, that was just fabulous, wasn't it, guys? That's exactly what this whole day is all about. It's exactly what the MCC Foundation is all about. That pure joy that cricket can bring you. It was just wonderful.
It was. Reading have won by 12 runs. So congratulations to them. The ground staff are already coming onto the pitch to start getting ready for future matches here at HQ. But in the meantime, well, we've had two excellent finals. Guildford and Bolton this morning, when the South managed to emerge victorious. In fact, it's 2-0 to the South, as in the afternoon Reading seen off the challenge of Bradford. So well played both, and both sets of lads. Good to see them all shaking hands, and then big hugs from the coaching staff afterwards. They'll now be setting up for the prize giving, and a big congratulations winners huddle for the team from Reading.
Yeah, I think they're getting a few congratulations from their coaching staff there as well, who will be massively proud of their achievement. You know, we spoke about this earlier in the day, how many fixtures that they have to go through to get to this stage. So getting here is one thing, but then winning it is something completely different. So congratulations to Reading. It's a wonderful performance.
It is a wonderful performance. The umpires just moving over to the presentation area. Various things are all being set up. You were talking about crucial moments. Did any particular moments stand out for you in that, Kath?
I think it's probably the opening spell from the bowlers. I think that was probably where this game was lost in terms of a Bradford approach. They didn't really face the openers that well, with Fox being crucial to that start that Reading had, and they didn't really claw back from there. I know Rowan went on to make a wonderful 50, he was retired on 50, but they found it difficult to stay up with the rate because they absorbed a lot of deliveries after that.
No, you're absolutely right. Fox and Bridge first up were just absolutely superb and made life so difficult as far as scoring runs were concerned. We've seen 250s today, both on the losing sides, funnily enough, but well played to both of them, both captaining their teams, both opening, but in the end not being able to see their sides over the line. With Megan Russell this morning and then Hudson Rowan this afternoon. The weather has stayed good, I'm delighted to say. They were forecasting we might have had a spot of rain this morning, but happily it didn't fall.
Yeah, we've been very lucky, haven't we, with the weather in particular. Obviously you hope it holds, but it's been sunshine all day, and there's nothing better than playing cricket at Lords in the sunshine, and it's just been a fabulous day all round. Obviously the girls final this morning, which was highly entertaining, and now the boys final this afternoon, which has been equally as entertaining, and been spoiled a little bit, Guy, haven't we?
We really have, and I was saying earlier when I was talking to Sarah Fain that you and I have both said how much the cricket has improved in both boys and girls. That we were watching the fielding today and just wow, and bowling, batting, all of the skills seem to be moving up a gear every year.
Yeah, they do, and one of the standout moments, I suppose you were just asking me about that, Guy, was that caught and bowled by Fox.
Oh yes. That needs to be clipped and YouTube and social media'd, doesn't it? Because people should watch that. You wouldn't see a much better caught and bowled in any form of cricket. No, absolutely right.
No, it's been really good. It's been, as you said, Guy, the standard of the cricket has been high today, and it's that caught and bowl will be something that I will certainly remember for a long time yet.
Not quite sure who is going to be presenting the boys with their prizes, but I'm sure the great and good have been found for the job. Stephen Fry earlier today to hand the trophy over to girls alongside, of course, the England captain Heather Knight, who were part of the London Spirit team, who were here to visit the game and see the girls match this morning, which was brilliant to see.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was great to see some of the London Spirit players and Heather Knight here this morning. just inspiring that next generation, which is lovely to see.
So another MCC Foundation Day, finals day, comes to a close here at Lord's, and what a successful and wonderful thing this is. Decent people, decent crowds coming in to watch as well. I know they were predominantly family and friends. We've also had finals going out on the nursery ground behind us for the under 13s, so in a couple of years they'll be qualifying to come and play on the main pitch. But it really has been, once again, one of those occasions you just feel you're very pleased to have been able to be at, because watching the next generation come through from the state school system, thanks to the MCC Foundation, has been excellent.
Yeah, it certainly has, and I suppose we're seeing the real depth in talent that there is in this country for cricket, and the passion for cricket too. So it's great to see these young boys and girls, and as you said, Guy, the teams who are out on the nursery ground today, and there's some in the indoor school as well playing some finals, so they'll be inspiring to be out here at some point and be able to take part on the main ground, on the main pitch at some stage. And I suppose as a young person you see that, and you're playing on nursery ground or you're in the indoor school and you think, oh, I'd love to be out there one day.
Yeah, exactly so. Well, there are 73 hubs at the moment around the UK, and they provide free to access coaching and matches, which is the other thing that Sarah Fane was saying was so important, is they can train the kids as much as you like, but unless kids actually get to play a match, it doesn't mean that much. But that has been sorted out, and so 3,200 state educated. So let's get over to the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Jamie Cox. I'm the Director of Cricket and Operations here at MCC, and it is my pleasure to do the post-match presentations today. Firstly, what an amazing day. Can I congratulate both teams from Reading and Bradford for putting on a wonderful display. There can only be one winner, of course, and Bradford, I'm sure you're feeling pretty flat right now, but I'm sure you've all had a day you'll never forget, and congratulations on all the work you've done on getting here to Lord's. Well done. At MCC, we're very proud of our partnership with our foundation and very proud of the work that they do, and very proud of this day, which has become an important part of our non-major match fixtures. Can I point out to Sarah, to Angus, to Reese, to Izzy, to Suze, to James, and all the trustees in particular, the work you do is amazing. It's a small team, but it enables 3,000 kids all over the land and some overseas to get access to the game that they might not already get. For that, you should be congratulated, and thank you for all your efforts. It is my pleasure now to introduce Philip Hodson, who's the chairman of the foundation, to make some key presentations and say a few words. Philip.
Thank you, Jamie. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic day. I hope that you've enjoyed it. On behalf of MCC, we love the fact that you are here. We love the fact that you are here, that you've played, probably to date, your most memorable day on a cricket field. But for everyone to be here, this is a key day for MCC. We put a huge amount of resource and effort into the hubs. We have at the moment almost 100 boys and girls hubs. The aim in the next 3 years is to grow that to 250. We're going to put even more resource into getting boys and girls, a lot of whom have not seen cricket at the age of 10, 11, 12, up to 16, and probably we're going to invest further to 18. So, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming to Lord's. Thank you for coming to Lord's on a day like this, when perhaps you might reflect that MCC isn't quite the stuffy club that it's portrayed. This is what we're about. We're about cricket. We're about youngsters. Jamie's just mentioned 3,000 children. If we can get to 10,000 children in the next 3 years, that will be fantastic. But of course, that doesn't happen without umpires today. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. That doesn't happen without coaches and mentors and teachers. When I looked at the fielding today, the fielding on both sides was fantastic. That could only be down to good coaching. And whilst it's great to congratulate the coaches and mentors who are here today, and the parents who've helped the children bat and ball against a wall, etc., let's remember all those coaches that have helped the other sides. And Reese, who does a fantastic job, looks after these coaches. And if we do get to 10,000 children, we'll need a lot more coaches. And that will be quite a challenge. But cricket is on the up. We can see with the test matches this year, and you can see actually the influence of what the England side is doing down at this age. Aggressive cricket, enjoyable for all the people here. So thank you for coming. Thank you for putting on such a great display as the girls did earlier. And let's see you all next year. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Philip. Now time to move on with our presentation and to introduce Mason Crane, who is about to start with the London Spirit. Has been good enough to join us today to hand over the medals and the trophy to both teams. So firstly, can I invite the runners-up to come forward in whichever order you choose. Unfortunately, someone had to come second today, Bradford, but well done, as I said, and all you've done to get this far. And please come forward and receive your runner-up medal.
Okay, let's go back to Captain Byron.
Well, nice for these guys. Mason Crane, the Hampshire and England and London Spirit leg spinner, who has come on to medal handling out duties, and you can see the lads from Bradford. Yeah, it's great. I played at Lord's, fantastic, but I wanted to win.
Yeah, you can see that, can't you? As you said, Guy, in their faces, they were hoping for a victory there.
Their skipper, who's done a fabulous job for his Reading team. It is Ishan Jain, who leads up his teammates to collect their winners' medals, the Reading boys.
Yeah, wonderful moment for them, that's for sure.
Once again, Mace doing a wonderful job. Now, moving on to our man of the match. The two dominant performances of the day actually came from our runners-up. Hudson Rowan, who made a terrific 50. Well, I can't think, Hudson, were you retired or you run out in the end? Whichever one you were anyway, well played. Stay there, sorry. The man of the match, however, you've been pipped, I'm sorry, Hudson. The man of the match was again from the Bradford team, Abdullah Hussain. Abdullah made 27 with the bat and took 5 for 11 with the ball. Fantastic day's work.
But you have to say, you feel for Hussain, don't you? 5 for 11 in a losing cause. I know, but he was on the losing side. 50 and a 5 from the guys on the Bradford team.
Hand over the winning, or the trophy to the winning captain. So if the skipper could come forward and accept the trophy.
Oh no, absolute record breaking. There is Captain Jane to pick up the trophy. Mum and Dad might be framing that.
Yeah, fabulous moment for him and his team and all the coaches, and as you said, family, friends, and here comes that trophy.
Oh, that's a bit of a jump.
Congratulations once again, Reddy. Congratulations, Bradford, and thank you everybody for attending today. This is a fantastic day in our calendar.
These are pictures and images that they'll cherish for the rest of their lives, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a terrific feat. Can you imagine? Here you are, you just played in the final,
Lads, give us
won
a
at
big wave.
Lords.
After 3, 1, 2, 3, go! Perfect, boys.
There's quite a size difference, height difference between the players, but that is an excellent performance. They're enjoying their moment with the cup, and why wouldn't they? So they will now be off to go and celebrate, quite rightly, of course, with their family and friends, to look back on a fantastic final day. Well, Kath, thanks very much indeed for joining us. Here's the match summary. Just have a look. And we see the Reading boys. Sharma's 37. Decent. Nobody tore up stumps in particular, particularly compared to Rowan's excellent 50. But in the end, that was enough. The 129 they scored. Bowled beautifully. And you look at Fox's figures. 1 for 8 from his 4 overs. Bridge 0 for 13 from his 4. Well, I think that's probably just about us done for the day. Thank you very much, Kath.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here, Guy, to see these players play on this hallowed turf at Lords, the home of cricket, and what a wonderful job the MCC Foundation are doing, and here's to many more years of their success.
Absolutely. Well, before we go, with victory today to the teams from Guildford in the girls' final and Reading in the boys' final, the MCC Foundation would like to thank Charles Stanley Wealth Managers on behalf of all participants and spectators for kindly sponsoring this competition, and so say all of us. In addition, thanks are due to all the hub managers, coaches, hub sponsors and other donors who support this programme and help the foundation to transform lives through cricket. The MCC Foundation are grateful to the MCC for allowing the National Hub Finals to be played here at the home of cricket. So thank you to all at the MCC that have facilitated this event and made these young players' dreams come true. Thanks very much from myself, Guy Swindles and Kath Dalton. We hope we'll be back next year.